myself, always and forever. I need to lose the demons from the past. Why can't I recover? I am waiting for love. 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 My friends, they're telling me, go out and lose control, just let it be. Instead, I'd rather meet you in my fantasies. More and more I get, I wanna feel alive and not regret. Even though it hurts, I can't go back. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I wanna lose the demons from the past. How can I recover? I am waiting for love. I am waiting for love. I am waiting for some love, baby. I am waiting for love. 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 I'm not saying forget all your sorrows. I'm not saying don't look back. I'm not saying act like there's no tomorrow. I'm not saying leave what's holding you back. You're spinning round and round. You've lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? 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 I'm not saying that life must be hollow. I'm just saying some things won't last. I'm not saying that there's no one to follow. I'm just saying there's more than just one path. You're spinning round and round, and you've lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? 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 You're spinning round and round, and you have lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? Why don't you live makes you live a little.
Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go.
Wake up, we never stop. Gotta get it done, show me what you got. Like, I'm gonna turn it up. Walking on the block, girl, I'm feeling hot. Like, nobody can touch me. They wanna be like me, but I got no time. See, get up, now let's go. We gotta move on up. 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 Get up, now let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go. Wake up in the morning feeling super fine. Now let's go, don't got no time. Yeah, turn it up, I'ma strut my stuff. You see me walking on the block, can't get enough. Like, nobody can touch me. They wanna be like me, but I got no time. See, get up, now let's go. We gotta move on up. 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 Get up, now let's go. Get up, let's go.
Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
It's that kind of night. I'm dancing with the devil. Dancing with the devil. I love starting a fight. You better hide, I am Jekyll. This place is never gonna last. tell my love not to stop. Oh, I don't wanna recover. Believe me, I know what I want. I can show you the way. Be tender to me, babe. I feel that you are here to stay. Can you focus on me this time? Even though you're back in line, I just need more time. Cause I wanna fly high underneath the stars. Till the sun goes so high. But baby, I was waiting for you and me together alone. I only have eyes for you. Yeah, tell me not to stop. Oh, show me how it's done. I'll show you how it's done, baby. Just listen to me. Believe me, I know what I want. I can show you the way. Be tender to me, babe. I feel that you are here to stay. You just need more time, cause I wanna fly high underneath the stars. Till the sun goes out. I wanna fly high underneath the stars. Till the sun goes
We've been walking countless miles on a mystic way of life, unsure where we're going. Where's the rooftop of our life so we can lay down side by side, facing the sky, watching the stars collide, watching them. Watching the stars collide, watching them. So with every shooting star in this universe so far, I'm getting closer to you. In this endless space and time, you're the brightest star to shine. I sink into your light, watching the stars collide, watching them.
mercy on my wicked soul. Nobody told me what makes right from wrong. Came from the shadow with an eagle eye, leaving all my thoughts and my fears behind. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Nobody come from here. So I leave today. Say goodbye to all of the pain. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm shaking off where I came from. Riding with freedom and I found my way. Ain't nobody gonna lead my mind astray. I'm gonna move the ground beneath my feet. I'm gonna lose the feeling I defeat. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Nobody come from here. So I leave today. Say goodbye to all of the pain. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm shaking off where I came from. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm shaking off where I came from. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run.
We get to it, let's get right to it. We get to it, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, watch how we do it. We get to it, let's get right to it. We get to it, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, watch how we do it. We keep on moving. Jumping up and on, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, watch how we do it. Jumping up and on, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, watch how we do it. Let's get right to it. We get to it. Let's get right to it. We get to it. Let's get right to it. We get to it. Let's get right 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 to it. We keep on moving. Jumping up and on, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, watch how we do it. Jumping up and on, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, watch how we do it. We keep on moving.
such a fool for letting this one pass. What if this time we will not meet twice? Are we gonna end up in different lives? And I was just a word away. If I could, I'd make you stay. I'm the one to blame for the things I didn't say. If I can make you stay. If I can make you stay. Maybe someone's waiting till you come back home. I don't even wanna know what's on your phone. Oh. They say good things happen along the road. Till I met you, I thought that mine was closed. Till I met you, I thought that mine was closed. And I was just a word away. If I could, I'd make you stay. I'm the one to blame for the things I didn't say. If I can make you stay. 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 I'm the type of guy who's leaving things to chance. I've been such a fool for letting this one pass. What if this time we will not meet twice? Are we gonna end up in different lives?
I am waiting for love. 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 I don't know what's wrong. I'm waiting for some time so long ago. I just need somebody to call my own, yeah, yeah. Lying in my bed, I feel your hands on me, they're everywhere. But it's just a dream, it's all in my head. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I need to lose the demons from the past. Why can't I recover? I am waiting for love. 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 My friends, they're telling me, go out and lose control, just let it be. Instead, I'd rather meet you in my fantasies. More and more I get, I wanna feel alive and not regret. Even though it hurts, I can't go back. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I wanna lose the demons from the past. How can I recover? I am waiting. I am waiting. holding you back. You're spinning round and round. You've lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? 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 I'm not saying that life must be hollow. I'm just saying some things won't last. I'm not saying that there's no one to follow. I'm just saying there's more than just one path. You're spinning round and round, and you've lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? 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 You're spinning round and round, and you have lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? 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 Why don't you live a little?
Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go.
Wake up, we never stop. Gotta get it done, show me what you got. Like, I'm gonna turn it up. Walking on the block, girl, I'm feeling hot. Like, nobody can touch me. They wanna be like me. But I got no time, see. Get up, now let's go. We gotta move on up. 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 Get up, now let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go. Wake up in the morning feeling super fine. Now let's go, don't got no time. Yeah, turn it up, I'ma strut my stuff. You see me walking on the block, can't get enough. Like, nobody can touch me. They wanna be like me. But I got no time, see. Get up, now let's go. We gotta move on up. We gotta move on up.
Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
It's that kind of night. I'm dancing with the devil. Dancing with the devil. I love starting a fight. You better hide, I am Jekyll. This place is never gonna last.
你们好啊，各位亲爱的召唤师们！春节假期刚刚过去没多久，我们特意制作了本期后春节时代观赛指南，把你重新拉回电竞的饭堂，让你一饱口福。话不多说，菜单来喽！这个周末有着万众期待的 LNG 对阵 RNG 针尖对麦芒。这场比赛之后，我们再来说道。除了春之虎地战鹰逼，最值得我们关注比赛，莫过于再续夏季冠军赛恩怨的银龙骑士团 EDG 和小凤凰 FPX 啦。在拿下 S11召唤师奖杯后 ，EDG 在阵容上还是一样的味道，一样的配方，气势如虹。反观 FPX 这边，只剩下响掌门为报知遇之恩还在苦苦支撑。比起上个赛季的凤仪奇随，如今 FPX 战绩只能在强者如林的联盟中勉强跻身中游。不过好在这帮小凤凰们年轻气盛，敢打敢拼。也是，不气盛那还叫年轻人吗？本周末还将为您奉上 RA 对阵老干爹的新天王山角之争。这两位仁兄恐怕这个年过的都不是滋味儿。如今的 RA 仿佛失去了灵魂。至于一直在上山路上的老干爹，一路爬一路跌。拜托，你曾经很强哎，现在忘记谁是老大了哈？哎呦，你脸红了，来让我看看你的成绩。听话，让我看看。不要啊！如果实在是不行，你说呀。本周最受期待、万众瞩目的一场战役，自然是来自 TES 对阵 JDG 的尊严之战。可能谁也没想到，被我们寄予厚望的 TES 如今会落到这般田地。正所谓树拉扯死，人拉扯活。JDG 目前的化学反应拉扯得相得益彰，生意行啊，你们哥几个。反观 TES， 你看看一届一届换了多少人了，换汤不换药啊！而且要我说，职业生涯这个东西，它可不兴赌啊。总之，春节已过，赛况升级，一约既定，直接开摆。观赛指南将会陪伴各位召唤师们一起迎接他们的到来。观众老爷们，我的任务完成啦！
Welcome, everyone. We are here for another wonderful day in the LPL. We are kicking off week 5, day number 6. Yes, we're here in another super weekend. I am Mazel, joined by Ox. Might I say, welcome back, my friend. You're looking mighty dapper today.
Thank you. Yeah, I've recovered from my little spat I had with COVID and feeling ready to cast and feeling pretty excited. You know, I feel like we got a fun day ahead of us.
We do. It's going to be a long one, but we first got to talk about yesterday, as we did have a full slate of games. That first series, going the distance. RA pulling out the victory against LGD 2-1. Ultra Prime taking an 0-2 loss to Weibo Gaming, who now sit at 7-1 slot. And then our final series of the night was a 2-0 victory by defending world champions over FPX.
Yeah, the last one, it doesn't really tell the story just by it being a 2-0 scoreline. That game 2, FPX nearly had it. And EDG only just managed to clutch it at the end with some pivotal players coming up from Fondre and JJ. But you get to see the standings in front of us. And I feel like, you know, as the weeks have gone by, things have kind of ironed out. We've seen the spread. We've seen the teams at the top kind of what we'd expect. But they really are starting to pull away. LNG, they're the only team to still be undefeated at 7-0. But a lot of teams with only one loss up the top.
Yeah, it's actually incredible when you look at the breakdown of the teams, right? You have that big chunk at the top, you know, the top 5 teams within a win of each other. One loss from LNG puts them in that mix, right? And then you have that big chunk at 4 wins. And then you have everybody at the bottom fighting for those, trying to at least move up a little bit as the season goes longer. So it's really interesting how the things pan out here in the LPL. There's always those chunks in the standings of teams. But now we got to look at today's matches, as we will get some movement in those standings. Some tightly contested matches here, especially the last 2 series. But first we have OMG versus Team WE. Then we have BLG taking on Anyone with Legend. And Top Esports versus JDG as our final series of the night.
Honestly, it's kind of surprising to see BLG at a 4-3
I know.
Score line. It's really weird to see them in this pool. You'd expect to see them on the top end, but definitely going to need to be bringing out a win. But obviously, first up, we have that OMG W series, and WE finally got a point on the board now.
They got the first brick in a very, very long and far off golden road. And it feels great that Team WE are able to find a little bit of a leg to stand on here. It is. I mean, hey, you never know. They streaked in the playoffs last year, just saying. All right.
It starts here, right? They've got 1 on the win streak. If they win this series, that's 2. He's got to take it 1 series at a time. But I think we got to look at what changed, right, in that last series. And it ultimately LTD on exactly the strongest opponent. But I think WWE looked a bit refreshed. And I think a big factor was Beisheng being there in the jungle.
Absolutely, and that's who we want to bring up here because it's specifically that LGD series because it is the series that Beisheng played. It's amazing that he's back. He's back again. And it feels like this could be the resurgence that Team WE need.
Yeah, because I think the thing is, you know, in that previous series view, there was some just questionable moments where he'd be trying to make plays happen. They wouldn't go right, or, you know, they'd have a composition that needed that early agency. It wasn't there. I think the main thing, the positive that I saw was Beisheng was someone who the team could play around. He was someone who was fostering those early aggression. You know, quite a few ganks towards the top lane, setting up Bubu in their wins in this series. Definitely good to see in it, and you know, you can see a repeat of that right here. But I feel like even beyond just the individual ganking, it felt like the team had a lot more coordination when it's like looking for those plays, particularly Leans the side lane, Shanks picking up the Rise quite a few times, and here picking up the TF, another roaming mid. And it felt like they were just going for these plays with their lean to the side lanes that we'd love to see.
Yeah, and it's not even just the enableization that he does, especially, you know, you see the Xin Zhao. He also played the Volley Bear. There's 2 games of Xin Zhao, 1 game of Volley Bear. But it's also the little bit of flash you see in the pan for Beisheng. He does have the mechanics to make his own plays as well. And I think it fits in very well with Team WE.
And it just feels like, particularly that mid jungle has really come online a lot more. Shanks moving to work with Beisheng. So a lot of positives there. And then that mid jungle support. This is what I always love to see when that 3-man moves together. And here it's where they're contesting LTD and they manage to come out ahead in the kill. But it's just all positive stuff coming out from this roster swap where they put Beisheng back in.
It's really impressive. And that's where, you know, tonight is going to be a pretty tall task for Team WE because OMG on the other side are putting the oh my God in team. They are insane. It's so okay, maybe not as insane. They have had a little bit of a rough start, but I will say the most promising thing to me is the fact that we did see OMG stick with this roster, right? And the fact we don't see a lot of turnover, which I feel like is rare in the LPL, and we're starting to see the fruits of their labors, right? We're having Cream have another incredible performance, but as a whole, the team is coming together.
Yeah, I feel like there's multiple members who can carry. Shanji's been really stellar. Abel has had his moments, and particularly in this meta, it's been really important that you're able to carry through AD carry. But I think for me, the one that we should focus on this series is Aki and Cream, because I think they are instrumental in their success. Cream is someone who will reward you massively if you play through him, but Aki has been doing so and has been facilitating this mid laner to pop off.
It has, and I can't get enough of this duo because they are insane, especially the fact that they can both have their own solo moments. You see those solo kills down there, but it's when they come together that it just truly shines. And I feel like you could say that a lot in League of Legends, but this mid-jungle duo specifically gets off the ground running.
Yeah, and I think every mid-jungle duo you have to kind of compare to the best mid-jungle in the league, which is LNG's Tarzan 3G at the moment. But I think Aki and Cream, you know, we had high expectations coming in the split when they got that quick win streak. They have been consistent even in their losses and have been delivering. So really looking at them to sort of step above compared to the likes of WE. But we see moments like this, right? And you got to credit Cold as well. And it's like looping in the team. This was something they did against Rookie, which really punished him in that game 1, where they were just constantly looking to force around mid. And something to talk about as well is Cream. We had concerns coming into the season, right? There was a different meta back summer last year, and we saw him have some champ pool issues. Here he's been picking up a lot of these mages, things like the Orianna, and he's been delivering, right? Shockwave's been really solid, and I think he's shown that even though his laning may not be the most stellar on these mages, his team fighting and his awareness in those moments has been really strong.
Yeah, it's always the strength there, but OMG themselves, right? Not just the Cream show, as you kind of were foreshadowing to earlier, and the fact that we do get to see them utilizing, yes, Cream being extremely good in the team fights, being a late game carry, but having other pieces step up to fight, having other members step up into that position and say, don't worry, Kareem. If something happens, I got your back, bro. And they're going to take it. And I think that's super important going forward, especially for OMG, who I feel like will need to play off of momentum a lot going through the rest of the season as well. But as we focus more on into this game in particular against Team WE, that jungle matchup is where we have to start, because going into this first draft, it's going to dictate a lot of what we see early on, that aggression that we typically see out of the LPL jungle, but especially for Aki and Beishang.
Yeah, and I think its draft is going to be really important, because I think the jungle pick themselves, we have the more proactive picks. We have picks that maybe can lean back a bit more. I want the proactive picks to come through.
Yeah.
And I want mid priority to be contested, right? I don't think Corki is the best call when they have such a pivotal role in setting up the map.
And we do get to see OMG onto the stage there. Always love the camera shots. And can you see the players take the stage in the breathtaking arena as
上单
well.
山鸡
Stage breaking.
打野阿 K
I
中
also
单 Crip
think
下
that,
路 Apple
highlighting
辅助 Cone
that jungle
主教练
pool is
Loner
very interesting. We
再
haven't
次
gotten
欢
to
迎
see a lot of
OMG 战
Beishang,
队
obviously, this year, but we have a little bit of track record for him in the past. And then against Aki, who has been pulling out a plethora of jungles, it does make me question, will we see the tried and true jungles coming into this one? Or will we get a little bit of spice today?
接
Yeah,
下
and that's
来
the
让
thing.
我
I feel
欢
like
迎
since
西
we
安
had
Team WE
the break for Lunar New Year, we've seen a few more junglers come out the woodwork. I think Hecarim is the biggest one, right? We still have the big four, which is Lin Zhao, Lee Sin, Viego, and Jarvan. And obviously 12-3 is when we get the bruisage item changes. We're still on 12-2. I don't expect that to change anytime soon, but we're seeing a lot more Hecarim, right? He's really being a high priority pick. Obviously, quite a lot of impact in terms of ganking, but also skills very well, farms quickly. So it does open the pool up a little bit more. We have seen just a bit more variety, which is always
再
positive.
次欢迎西
Indeed,
安
and we do
WE
get to see Team WE taking the stage. Taking their seats. Both teams in the arena have been having some off and on different arenas being played by different.
OMG
Nice
对
to
阵
see
西安 WE
both
即将开始
sides in there,
LPL
but
五位
excited to get
进
to
巅
it
峰
here. And I know we've been kind of lightly brushing on that jungle matchup and how integral we think it will be early on in the draft, but as well as this mid matchup, right? Like, Shanks is gonna have a very tall task to go up against Kareem. I feel like we're talking all about tall tasks here, but Kareem is that mechanical player, right, in those team fights, but Shanks can try to find something in the laning phase. Maybe him and Beishang can get connected like Aki and Kareem.
Yeah, and I think often we talk about mid jungle, how important it is. Also comes down to support, right? If you
It
can free
does.
up your support to move mid, it's something we saw in those clips before when Cold was constantly able to find opportunities to pressure mid against Rookie. It can really shut things down. And I think this series, the fight for mid, will dictate things quite heavily. Because having that priority, having that ability to move, and particularly Shanks, who has lent heavily on some of these more roaming picks, can really topple things in your favor. So mid priority to be a big thing. Those jungle picks, obviously, we talked about this. There's still like Gwen in the top lane. There's still Jinx in the bot lane. There's still a lot of broken champions across the board that we can talk about and will be prioritized by these teams. But I kind of want to see where things lie when it comes to that mid jungle.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's definitely the main focus. I do also find it interesting that we have Kadaya going as Cold. I know you were kind of mentioning the supports a little bit in terms of how they get involved in the rest of the game. But just that matchup in particular is very interesting to me, right? Because I do feel like both Cold and Kadaya have been silent but crucial to their team's win conditions, but in differing ways. When you look at Cold, got 8 games on the Nautilus, definitely more favored into the engage front heavy supports. And on the other side, Kadaya, yes, he has a lot of engage under his tool belt, but he has also a lot of enchanters, most played champion being Lulu as well. And I wonder how much that differs coming into the day and that kind of strategy, because that will unfold a lot of the strategies being played by Team W.
And that's really an advantage that we can see OMG have, right? Because if you're playing things like the Nautilus, if you do get freed up to roam, you can have a lot more impact compared to the likes of the Lulu. And I feel like you can just match it toe to toe with the side of WE. It's not just the fact that I like when a player is able to bring out these enchanters. I feel like you also have to know and understand when you need to have those more sort of picks with agencies that can engage, right? It's something we see all the time in the LPL is supports picking these sort of hard engaged champions. Some teams really struggle if they don't have the supports on these picks, and I think WE has been struggling. I don't think that's necessarily why, but I think sometimes looking at the composition, it's like if you don't have that tool to go in, it can make things very hard, especially if you fall behind, right?
Yeah.
And the enemy teams got long range carries like the Jinx. If they're ahead of you in gold, it's so hard to deal with that without someone who can just pull the trigger and go.
Yeah, I will say I personally see Kadaya on the Leonas, the Rakans, things like that, and I love it, right? And you see his KP is huge up there as second in the team behind Shanks, and he still is incredible on those engaged champions, and it still is going to be an enchanter world at some point. And I love seeing the duality of that, but it's the consistency with that we want to see, and especially how we've put a lot of emphasis on getting the entire map coming together, right, and making sure all the pieces are falling fluidly together. If you don't really have that going for you, it makes things a lot more difficult for your win conditions here, as both teams, as we've said and stated before, aren't in the best conditions right now.
Yeah, we've talked pretty heavily about every lane apart from top. And then
just leave them up there, all right? It's just an island.
It's Hull Breaker meta, right? Everyone's just building a Hull Breaker. They're not interacting with each other. They're just ignoring the enemy lane opponent and attacking the towers. Kind of expecting we might see some of that today. Depends on the pick, but
yeah,
obviously we've seen some wacky stuff. The other day there was the LCK, a Hull Breaker in the jungle, so I mean, that item just started well, but...
if you say it, it's going to happen. So, Ox, I'm going to cut you off because we're not going to talk about that anymore. OMG are on the blue side. Team WE on the red side. We're in the thick of things for pick and bans of game number 1. Corki, LeBlanc, Rakan, banned away by OMG. Zeri, Akali, Hecarim by Team WE. First pick of the rise for OMG. And we'll see what that hover is going to lead into. And it is the Nautilus. First pickup for Team WE, as well as the Jinx combo.
Yeah, so strong team fighting with that Jinx. Nautilus, typically a good answer to things like the Thresh, things like the Aphelios as well, because of his shorter range, but also it's denial from cold. And I like the Rise as well, because Shanks has been leaning on this quite heavily, but it allows you to have that first agency, right? Rise is so good with that early prio and roaming around. OMG now, gonna lock in their jungler probably, and then an AD carry, I expect, unless a super set on support, but typically would expect an AD carry here. Zinzao, obviously already, this is a great mid-jungle for OMG, and they don't care about the bot lane at all. They're gonna go for this Gwen. So WE, they're in a tough spot, because it's like, do you pick your jungler, or if you don't, you're gonna get banned away, or do you pick an answer to this Gwen, because you can only do one?
Oh, Beishang whipping back out the volley bear. All right, maybe. I mean, we have a little flexibility there, but I'm sure it's going to Beishang. We'll see. But the fact that Gwen is locked in is huge. The fact that Gwen made it through the bans is huge, and OMG knew exactly what they wanted. They went for solo lanes and jungle first.
Yeah, and now for WE, you looked at the bot lane to ban things away. End up going for the Samira in this situation, so concerned about it pairing with a nice dive comp. For OMG, I think you just ban away any matchups Gwen's not going to have a good time with. Things like the Jace is something that's more difficult. Things like the Kennen is something that's often picked into it. Jax as well could be in the cards, but they're actually going to start off with the Orianna. So not wanting to give Shanks a stable mage who can contest that priority.
Yeah, and I think that's huge, because we did talk about, Creed versus Shanks being another integral piece to this, and how they kind of interact with their jungle, and making sure Shanks is not super comfortable can take that away to some extent. We'll see if that actually remains true, but it was true as your big brain comes to fruition. ADC focus from Team WE in the second phase as Aphelios joins that Samira ban. We'll see if OMG change up their style here, and they actually ban away the Jace.
Yeah, so Jace one of the matchups can really actually punish the Gwen, and obviously scales incredibly well. So I'm glad to see OMG taking that one out, especially when it would make WE's composition potentially very long range and threat in the later stages. Now, I expect them here probably just to pick up a mid laner, because it's not going to be as impactful on this sort of team composition. They can kind of leave that top laner to last to see where things will fare out. And it looks like, we talked about the roam potential, the impact these mid laners can have on the map. They're going to go for that Twisted Fate for Shanks here. Now for OMG, it's about locking in a bot lane. A lot of options available. Obviously, the Aphelios Jinx is not a matchup we're going to see here. You can play something like the Ezreal for a more safe bot lane where you can allow Cole to roam, and they're going to commit to that. So I want to see Cole on something that you can impact the map. Leona's still open and available, not something we always see paired up. with the Ezreal, but does provide that engage and obviously a good matchup into the Nautilus.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I feel like they just need some extra CC, some extra lockdown, some extra engage to complement the rest of the team. And honestly, wouldn't mind the Braum, but as you said, kind of would be looking at that Leona. It is just the Braum lock-in, though, for OMG. So they have decided as the Ezreal-Braum combo for the bot lane.
Yeah, so very hard to be aggressive against this lane, hard for Hidayah to go in on the Nautilus, and a lot of auto attackers on the side of OMG to stack that passive. You don't have that great primary engage that Leona provides. Now for WE, you know, Graves wouldn't be too much of a surprise. You build Hullbreaker, you're strong in the 1v1, you scale up pretty well, and it's just going to get locked in here. So for me, both of these teams very much have that strong mid jungle in the early laning phase, right? And at level 6, they have that extra roam potential. So I feel like it's all going to be around finding that impact and spreading it outwards. Obviously, OMG have this super strong scaling top laner with the Gwen, but WE, you know, you have the Jinx in the bot lane. If you can get things rolling there, it's going to be to a great effect.
Yeah, and I guess that's where that early pathing is going to matter so much between Aki and Beishang. But as you had said, we're really waiting for that level 6. Where's that first Realm Warp going? Where's that first Destiny being pulled to? And especially like where all that kind of unfolds. But to that extent, I guess just in the specific matchup between the jungle, Xin Zhao versus Volibear, I do feel like this early game could have a bit of skirmishing depending on the unique pathing we see from both of them, if they want to go for some of that invade style that we typically see.
Yeah, and I think in the longer fights in the early game, we'll see OMG quite comfortable, right? Braum passive does really well, a sort of resetting on targets. Xin Zhao's cooldowns get reduced quite a bit just by using his Q, so he's able to sort of reset in these fights. But on the other side, there's great single target shutdown, right? You have a TF, you have a Nautilus, you have a Volibear. You can very easily burst that single target and lock them down. So I think both teams have strengths there. It really comes down to how they play them. My one big concern for the side of WE is it's this Gwen Xin Zhao combo. I mean, it's so annoying as an AD carry, particularly a Jinx, right? But it's like Gwen is immune, Xin Zhao doesn't take any damage. It's just not fun to play against.
You can hear the not funness in your voice, but you know what's fun? It's LPL time, baby. We got OMG taking on Team WE in our first series of this night. It's gonna be a wonderful one. Game number 1 starts now.
Kicking things off, and a big one for WE. If they can keep getting these wins on the board, it would be so important for them to bounce back from their rough start to the season. OMG definitely within reach, right? There's some teams that you would see WE going against and being like, not sure about that one, but OMG did fall to LGD, remember, right? They have shown that they aren't exactly on 100% form at the moment, and we'll have to see if WE can claim another win and keep their streak going. But for now, both teams pretty defensive starts, level 1, no one going too aggressive. And actually, you can see with the Braum on the side of OMG, WE actually dropped down wards covering entrances just to be really cautious about a potential invade. And I completely respect that when you're up against the Braum.
I was a little sad, no level 1 finickiness from the Braum. Actually, we do get the aggressive lane start from OMG, but I think Xing will be able to guide that one just fine. So nothing too crazy on the early game. We do have both junglers starting on the bottom side of the map, though, Vox.
Yeah, obviously don't actually see a leash coming out from the side of OMG, so they're able to start moving forwards in the bot lane and applying some pressure. It'll be interesting to see with these junglers mirrored what sort of action we see on the top side of the map. To see around that scuttle, could end up seeing them going head to head at that point.
I guess I want to pick your brain a little bit on this speaking of the concussive blows on Hidayah will connect there, so able to get a decent trade back. But I want to dissect this Volibear versus Xin Zhao matchup a little bit from you, Ox, because I do feel like there's strengths for both, but Beishang having a little bit of a different playstyle, I feel like, is not as straightforward as the Xin Zhao.
I think both are strong gankers and both are strong skirmishers. Honestly, I mean, that's kind of why you'd pick Volibear in this situation. I think Xin Zhao scales better because his ultimate is so strong. But the Volibear, you know, if he gets the jump on you, it can make so much of a difference, right? Because the critical thing is Volibear's E is such a strong ability to do the skirmishes. It deals so much damage. It also gives you that shield. So I kind of feel like Aki is ready to go whatever. Beisheng is kind of like you wanna get the stun into the E, and you see the shield there, pretty significant already. If you want to come out favorably in that one, in that 1v1, but for now it's the priority for OMG in the mid lane. So Cream is in a position where he could very easily move over, provide some assistance. But Aki, he's actually going for a gank top. This is huge. This is risky.
This is so risky. Beishong on the Krugs, but BuBu taking a little bit of the bait. Aki on the side. He will get spotted out by the ward, but is it too late? BuBu has flash. He does burn it, but Aki goes in. Win becomes lightning and first blood becomes OMG.
And it's just crazy that works, right? Beishong is right there, and Aki just walks in, gets the kill, and he's happy with it, right? Really unfortunate play for WE, and top was where they had that priority. They've now lost that.
Oh my god, no way.
Yeah,
it's a revolving door in top lane. Shanji takes the step forward and has doomed himself. Beishong flashes, make sure that that Sky Splitter lands, and the response is there from Team WE.
People always talk about top lane being an island, but this island just opened up an airport and it's getting frequent flyer miles, right? They are coming in, picking up a kill. It's like, okay, BuBu, it gets ganged first, but he gets the return.
Your turn.
And
now I get mine.
Yeah, get the kill back. Obviously, Aki is able to pick up the scuttle on the back of that, but bot scuttle is still up and available, and Beishong will reset and head down towards it. Already, Kadaya started to move around, showing up mid lane. Don't think he'll be able to get anything here, but just will be able to help them secure that scuttle and make sure that Aki isn't able to pick up two.
Indeed, we see both supports on those roam timers. Obviously, Cold just briefly showing in mid lane, but not anything too significant. Heading back down towards the bot lane, as we do have a reset coming in from Aki to finally get to buy something, as he's going to be heading back onto the map. More than likely towards the top side, but it leaves Beishong on the map here to have a little bit of tempo. Actually, it looks like Aki's going back down towards bot lane, so maybe some shenanigans getting lined up there.
You're going to pick up his Krugs, and then I feel like it's kind of tricky to gank bot with the Braum. It's kind of conditional on the fact that like WE step up too far forwards, right? You have to be able to land the Braum passive, but it's not quite that same snap engage we see from other champions now. Aki also a ward down on Dragon, making sure that doesn't go on. Volibear pretty good at doing it. Obviously, his W is very good at consistently dealing DPS to those neutral objectives, but Beishong's just happy clearing and has been able to pick up a little bit of a CS advantage just because he went for that full clear first time round.
Yeah, nothing crazy to speak of just yet, though. And we had that kill for each team on the top side, but now we'll see how OMG want to navigate this bottom side of the map, as actually Beishong has turned around his pathing back down here, and we're actually getting a bot lane scuffle beforehand too. Kadaya is taking a decent amount of damage, but this priority in bot lane means that OMG have numbers advantage in this fight for Dragon. As Beishong waiting in the bush there. I don't think he's been spotted yet, but this is an unnumbered fight for Team WEs. They actually want to commit to this. They might have just put themselves in some trouble. Oh no, Shanks is in trouble here too. The Dreadline connects. See Beishong with that shield from the Sky Splitter. They get Aki first, but it is quickly Beishong who joins him in death. Realm Warp from Cream will bring him to the fight. Kadaya has sacrificed his life though for the cause. And now it might be chaos, it might be a kerfuffle, but OMG are up.
Yeah, WE do stop the Dragon. That's one pivotal thing there, but ultimately they were so split in that situation, and against the composition of the Braum, it's so hard because, you get the Braum passive landing, it's stacked up, you get taken out, but there was that big shield that came and really sort of allowed things to turn around, and honestly, Cream did a pretty good job with the phase rush, just making it hard to commit to him. And then here, Shanks is in trouble, Beishong's in trouble, but that Sky Splitter that comes down, with Kadaya's help, they're able to turn around and at least get that one kill onto Aki.
It feels good to at least turn around that moment. It was so interesting they put themselves in that position, right? Because like at the beginning of that, it felt like they had an out. But Team WE sticking around a little bit too long. OMG capitalize on it. Now, we have to turn our eyes to the top side because we have 40 seconds till the first Rift Herald spawns. And with the way that both these teams love to play early game tempo, love to try and get that snowball going, Rift Herald is definitely a priority.
Absolutely. And, we saw the ult used by Cream there, the Realm Warp, to try and reposition things. Tank still has Destiny available, right? We talked about that level 6 point coming in. The chest now can look to use that if you want to try and pick someone off, if you want to try and find a numbers advantage. Definitely a valuable tool. available.
And sitting at 2-0 on Cream ain't too bad either, huh? They are level 6. We'll see if that extra movement comes in. But it's Team WE start up with Gerald under the eyes of OMG and Shanji. But nothing really they can do here. A lot of ping from Team WE to the mid lane. They want to make sure to secure this objective here as they bring all 5 bodies this way. And this is truly the essence of the LPL odds. They're going to fight for this. There's absolutely no way they're not going to. Cream on the back. True shot barrage across it. That's the go signal for OMG. They're using the mist to go forward. The needlework is hitting everybody right now. Yes, the Stormbringer gets you away, but your team is getting dashed in front of you. Shanks trying to make a wall of defense, and it's beautifully done. Mega Death Rocket does not get the damage needed, and OMG pull away with the fight. Now, the Rift Herald.
Yeah, health bars are low, though. I don't think WE going to try and recontest this one. Maybe they are, though. I mean, I think they still could. They're healthy enough, right? OMG have to be a bit cautious on this one.
They realize they've overstayed a little bit. They're grouping heavily. They're trying to bring down Shanji as well. About 3,000 health on the Rift Tower. We're going to get another fight here potentially. As the Sky Splitter comes down, it's not going to claim anything. And the Rift Tower goes over to Aki.
Yeah, unfortunately, BB not having TP means he can't rejoin. And as much as the health bars were low, 3v5 aren't good odds by any means. I feel like their OMG would just ready to pull the trigger, and it's kind of surprising considering the view of the ones with this Nautilus, right? And yet it felt like they were kind of caught off guard, just disengaged instantly. The Gwen was running at them, the Xin Zhao was running at them, and I think this is one of the issues as well, right? Those zones of control where their backline can't really do any damage. So frustrating to go up against.
Now licking their wounds a little bit. We'll start up the first dragon of the game here at about 10 minutes in. Aki is down this way, but Beishang will quickly secure that one. At least maybe not as quickly as I wanted it to. Imagine at least, but it will be secured. The first neutral objective for Team WE and something on the map for themselves.
Yeah, and obviously, you know, early dragons, it's not the biggest tool to play around with, but we're going to replay that fight. We've got to see OMG just ready to move forward, right? Great root from Cream coming out there, and then they just charge forward. Aki's got his ultimate up. Shanji had his W available, and the whole time WE are just running backwards, right? They're not even really look like they want to fight this. They're just disengaging.
Oh, we're back to live though.
Fighting.
And Cold goes gold and barely misses. The True Shot Barrage goes too. The ultis are everywhere. Finally, Cold dies, and Team WE have found something here. Shanks goes golden, but is he gonna die? Crescent Guard comes out and ensures Shanks dies.
And I mean, I feel bad. Shing here right now. Look at the Rise. Already has the Ninja Tabbies in pocket. Aki as well with the Crescent Guard. It's just so hard to really get any damage down. Does end up being a trade in that situation. But again, OMG are finding these aggressive windows to push forwards with. Still have the Herald in pocket. Don't even need it right now. We'll just see Abel pick up a plate here.
You know what I'm just realizing is the team from OMG is going to be such a pain, especially if Abel goes the like tank Ezreal build. This is going to be terrifying. Like, I don't know if I want to watch the rest of that game. Like, I feel bad for seeing, like, the entire team. You have the tank Rise build, you've got the tank Ezreal build, you've got tanks in bot lane, you've got Gwen, you've got, oh my goodness, it's going to be such a pain. But we'll get a replay of that fight and how it all kicked off because we came in the middle of it.
Yeah, Cole's very aggressive here, charging forward, looking Beishang, and nearly see Cole going down. The stopwatch does buy time. Beishang also stopwatching to survive. It's been pretty bad for WE if he went down as well, but I think Shanks maybe a little bit aggressive with his positioning on the Destiny. So kind of going back to your point, right? A big thing to think about is in terms of AP, WE only has Shanks, right? In terms of like damage offer, and a Jeff doesn't offer that much magic damage, especially to like tankier members, considering he will be going right Everfrost into rapid fire cannon, we expect. So Dream has already picked up the Ninja Tabby, and I have no doubt will probably be, you know, picking up a ton of armor as this game goes on. Feels like it's going to be pretty easy for OMG to itemize against WE's damage, and
see, I've got the
means that this Jinx is going to take so long
to
ramp up.
Beishang goes AP Volibear. It's fine. I promise you, it's fine. But in reality, Team W are going to go for a top lane dive. This is how they want to get it going. Stormbringer goes in. The tower is disabled, but Shanji is doing amazing work right here under tower. That was a 1v3. Beishang dies. Oh my God, OMG.
And Aki being there just throws a spanner, right? Shanks wasn't able to stun card Shanji because he used it on the Xin Zhao to keep himself safe. And I mean, as strong as this Volibear is at diving, it just didn't buy them enough time. It went too tanky.
Aki way overextended here, but a beautiful crescent guard, and he's got Shanji. Shanji's looking to clean them up here. Aki's healing away like a menace, and Mew dies. It's inching further and further out of the grasp of Team WE here.
It's just disaster after disaster, and this Gwen Xin Zhao is so annoying to play against, right? Shanks stun cards Aki, but he doesn't start at the same time, so they can't even follow up. They can't do anything. Gwen is immune and doing a ton of damage. It's just really frustrating. The fact that in that passage of play, able to pick up those kills, Kenji is just spiked really hard, and things are quickly getting out of control in this one for the side of WE. 3,000 gold down already.
Yeah, it's the tunnel is getting darker and darker for sure, but I still believe, especially in their target selection and target calling, if you can get into these team fights, because they do have a decent amount of CC, they have a good amount of front-loaded damage as well, as we do take a replay of that. I don't even know what to call it. The attempted dive onto Shanji.
Yeah, so the critical thing, Shank's stun card is forced to be used on Aki, and as a result, Shanji is able to use all his charges with ultimate, get a ton of healing out. More fighting.
We cannot look at replays apparently, as Bei Song is caught. He flashes, but the concussive blows land, and he dies again. Unfortunate circumstance, and Cream comes out on top of it.
It just feels like OMG are snappier on these skirmishes. It feels like Cold is always there, always in position to get maximum value out of this Braum, and it's so hard to fight against, right? The stacking concussive blows are such a pain, and we see once again this mid-jungle support from OMG really delivering. They'll take that first tower for their team mid-tier 1, but I feel like Shanji is quickly going to follow with this top lane tower as well.
Yeah, and all of a sudden you're seeing the gold lead explode here for OMG as well. It gets more terrifying as we go further in. Dubuque here against Shanji, just trying to clear the wave a little bit while the tower does fall. Second tower of the game for OMG.
And now on the other side of the map, they're going to be able to pick up this dragon. WE in no position to contest, so threat of soul is very, very low right now. WE 30 minutes would be the earliest they could get a soul, so can't really look towards that as some sort of safe haven. They need to deal with the threat that is OMG now. The problem is they need a lot of items, right? I talked about sort of AD heavy composition from WE, the fact that Shanks isn't the highest sort of damage output and he's the only AP. When we get the items back up, look at the side of OMG. Ninja Tabi, Ninja Tabi, Ninja Tabi on the top side. That is not what you want to see as an AD carry.
Yeah, it's a little sad for Xing, who just wants to pop rockets into people. Aki taking this opportunity to take the Rift Herald number 2 will be another big secure for OMG, and as they got the resets out on the map for Cream, Abel, and for Cold, they'll be able to utilize that more than likely towards this bottom lane, unless they want to push in this tier 2.
Yeah, I think right now they have such heavy priority in the top lane. Shanji could look to move towards mid, and they can make a play with a numbers advantage.
Cream so really wanted so much trouble. Yeah, he almost got the prison off there too. He was wanting to chase down those concussive blow stacks, but didn't quite have the range.
Yeah, so we see in the top lane, Shanji's pushed in deep. He's now reset, so W has to be respectful in case the ops to turn up on the bottom side of the map. And I feel like they can just, push in mid, lean heavily towards that bot lane tier 1, and look to capitalize on it. Because really, it should be them setting the pace of this game. For now, they're just getting some resets in, picking up some farm. There is a point in this game where, Jinx will start being able to do damage, but we're such a long way away. It's pretty difficult to see that being anytime soon. And again, it's that combo, the Xin Zhao, the Gwen, which is going to make it so difficult to shred down targets. Now, WE are fishing for Cream here.
They are. A yellow card was not available to pull just yet for Shanks, but they cover at least. And you see the ideation of Team WE as they actually keep bodies down here and might have just gotten themselves caught out. Big glacial fissure there. Cream comes in with the realm warp. The prison lands onto Bei Song, and Bei Song dies himself. 4th death for the jungler of Team WE, and now OMG stirred forward with this Rift Herald towards this bottom lane, and they're taking all the outers.
Yeah, what can Kadaya and Shanks do, right? Shanks just needs to realm warp.
Kadaya's like, I'm out, dog, and Kadaya dies too. Oh, he's still surviving for a little bit longer. If he can get out, another dredge line does make him out able. Oh, he goes golden, and he can't get him. Kadaya with the moves. He makes it out, but the Rift Herald has its own moves, and it gets a second charge off.
Yeah, I mean, they don't lose any members, but they still lose the tower. The charge comes in the tier 2, and OMG definitely setting the pace here, right? And I think you should be. You have that deep priority in the top lane, you get priority mid, you lean all your members towards the bot side, and you just go hard. Very easy for them to capitalize on that and punish. And now 4,500 gold lead for the side of OMG. Really scary. You see the Thimble Winter coming in for Cream. Needs a little bit more stacks to finish that up. We got Nash's Tooth for Gwen. It is getting difficult, right? The itemization from OMG is going to make it feel even worse. They're already so far ahead in gold.
It's slowly but surely getting a little bit further away, just about 4.5k here. But that's the thing, though, I would say is OMG, yes, they're winning right now. But they also have a lot of late game assurance, I feel like, on their squad, so it gets even scarier for Team WE.
Gwen's pretty good late
I
game,
would
yeah.
say so. I mean, Rise too. I mean, Ezreal. Like, you have a lot of options. Zhao even to some extent. But the thing is again, I'm still looking for the execution on the side of Team WE, right? Making sure that they can get some catch outs. But at this point, with the pressure that OMG is putting on, they're always on the back foot. There's no possible forward decision making.
And it's so hard as well, because think about the Destiny for the Twisted Fate. Probably highest value Destiny we've seen is that one just before where Shanks ulted out of the fight, right? Yeah. I feel like we haven't seen this TF really been able to do very much. And most of the times where it's found a kill, it's been trading down regardless. So Cream has just been everywhere, right? 4-0-2, able to be present in pretty much every skirmish that's been going down and able to be picking up kills and providing pressure. I feel like this
they're not stopping this.
Just a fate just hasn't worked.
That side lane push is going to get that tower as well, and huge momentum for OMG in the bot lane for Shanji as well, who gets to keep keeping the pressure up down here against Shanks, or transition that to mid, where OMG are keeping the pressure onto the tier 2 themselves. Realm Warp is Cream's actually going to take that one. Okay, he's got the minion in front of him too, and Kitaya can't hit him. Oh no, but he still gets out barely. No, he doesn't. Cream shuts him down. Yes, you have a split push going on. Bew trying his darndest, but a tier 2 falls in the mid lane, and OMG continue to go forward. Oh, Gwen misses with that back to Death Rocket because of the mist. OMG need to get back, actually. They're about to lose an inhib tower off the back of this, and they're picking the dragon. I think they're just going to let this one go, as Shanji is backing and will make it to the pin.
Yeah, they spent a little bit too long, right, trying to make this play, and it's a good ult from that actually stopped Shanti from being able to go back and defend. This is the whole breaker grave. He will deal with towers very quickly. And there is that objective bounty that comes in as well. It's still winning for OMG, but W able to answer back a little bit, right? Able to keep things to an extent alive, but it's now looking... I mean, we talked about the items before. The Thimble Winter's fully stacked for Cream. He's got most of the pieces of a frozen heart right now. It is not looking pleasant. And this is a point where Shanks on the Twisted Fate should be spiking, right? You can't spike great for the Twisted Fate to land those long-range stun cards. I just don't think you have the damage. I don't think it matters, right? And you stun Cream and he just stands there.
Exactly. And the thing is Shing on this Jinx, we've seen Jinxes recently in the LPL. We've seen a lot of them. But the 2-item spike, the 3-item spike particularly is important. He's not even on 2 items yet. And we're getting to that 3-item spike for a lot of the carries here on the side of OMG, which is not a place you want to be in for Team WE, especially as a central damage dealer in the Jinx being there.
So we see OMG pushing fairly deep, not too deep into the red side jungle to get vision. And they are just going to start the Baron. They're concerned about this Graves in the side lane, so no hesitation. TP coming in.
They want to fight for this Baron at about 2.5k. OMG are going for the fight. Big true shot barrage comes across the bow. Green is caught out, though, by the other 4 members of Team WE. It's a trade so far, but Aki gets the Baron, and now OMG can choose to continue to fight. Team WE looks like they wanted to go back in, but OMG make it out with 4 Baron buffs.
No reason for OMG to fight there. They do give over a pretty heavy shutdown from Cream, but I think it's kind of telling, right? Aki and Abel were on the Baron that whole time. They never even came over the wall, and it's still a 1-for-1 trade in terms of the kills, right? So scary trying to deal with this really strong Gwen.
It's on 3 items.
But the thing is, as well, Baron now in favor for OMG, right? You had to teleport, so he's not going to be able to... If he goes for that heavy split push, right, you either end the game or OMG, you're probably going to end your base because you don't have that TP to back off and come and join your team. Does make things a little bit difficult. And now I feel like really OMG can start to fight some pace. But again, look, we watch this. Aki and Abel, they stay on the Baron this whole time, right? And think, look how long it takes them to kill Cream in this situation. There's 4 members hitting him.
Sheik is putting in all the damage onto him. It's just not doing anything.
And look at that. He's finished the Frozen Heart, right? It's getting even worse.
No.
The Zonias for Shanji. Oh,
that was so close. Bew barely making it out, but the push stays strong for OMG towards this bot side. They're also pushing mid, so Team WE need to make a decision.
oh, a lot of damage actually coming on the Abel there. Maybe a little bit overzealous positioning. I like this from OMG, right? Try and match your waves. A little bit scuffed on it, I'll be honest, but they are going to have that mid wave pushing in. Able to get a little bit of chip damage and keep the cannon alive. Now, WE, this arrangement's okay.
Oh,
right?
no.
They've actually found an engage.
Yeah, they actually found the engage on the Cream. He's their focus again, and they get him. Shin gets one. He's excited now. Aki backing away. He doesn't have the Crescent Guard available. There's the collateral damage, but Aki makes it out alive. The Glacial Fissure comes across. Fort Cold. Abel has to get over the wall, and OMG make it out alive, but barely.
Yeah, and WE, you can be happy though, right? You stop the Baron push. You kill Cream again. Cream, you know how we were talking about the Ninja Tabi earlier?
Yep.
He just
switched.
Ninja Tabi and bought Nick Treads, right?
He's like, I got enough armor. It's fine.
Yeah, you're tanky enough, dude. I think the CC is what's killing you. We'll get a replay of that. So probably just going to be a stun card coming from Shanks. That long range stun, obviously pretty strong, but Cream just a little bit overconfident there. And it's the stun card into the Everfrost, into the trap, into the dredge line,
yeah,
and the ultimate as well, the Riptide. So just everything coming in from Kadaya as well to follow up. Not much you can do. You're tanky, but you're not immortal.
You are not. I will say I like this pickup from Abel, picking up the Duskblade. That's his mythic item here. All right, get a little craziness here, a little bit of extra damage to back up the tankiness of his team. And I actually very much like that decision and OMG's decision to prioritize this bottom side of the map.
Yeah, so the Lethality Mythic is the highest damage for the Celestial build, right? We often see the Crown of the Shattered Queen. That's a good defensive tool, but no one's really getting onto Abel. So a lot better to pick up this really strong option. You already have the Sheen effect on the Essence Reaver, and this just means he's really going to hit when he's connecting with those squishies, but even tankier targets is still going to deal a fair bit of damage to.
You can't keep up with him, right? Like, he goes invisible after a kill, Arcade shifts away, and he's like halfway across your screen before you can even see him again. It actually gets a little dirty when you start thinking about the intricacies of it. Now, the intricacies of this game, you pushing in that top side, will have Shanji answering him up there, so no free pushing this time around. But this is what you have to watch for. It's the dance, the back and forth between these two teams as they try to approach the game in different fashions.
We see Dragon picked up then. That's going to be a third for OMG. More stats, more Mountain Dragons. It's going to get even more painful with these bulkier members becoming harder and harder to kill. Obviously, we do have that Lord Dominic from Shing, but I really feel like you need more items to follow up on that to make it cut through the targets.
Yeah, we'll have the items.
Shanji, he has the Zonyas and the stopwatch as well, right? So definitely a pain. Like, think about how long that is in terms of not being able to damage Gwen, right? Between the W, the Zonyas, and the stopwatch, I feel like Shing's just gonna be AFK, just watching the Gwen there, just kind of holding the rocket launcher in hand and doing nothing.
So after getting that Dragon, OMG have turned their attention to the top side up here as Shanji backing now will have the TP available if they want to redeploy up this way. But they're working on this tier 2 tower, try and get a little bit more money.
Yeah, good move. We have the 3-man bot lane and jungle move through the red side jungle to get some control. In the meantime, Cream was bringing up that big wave, strong enough to take down that tier 2 tower. Just solid play coming out from OMG, and also these moves up on that top side, it establishes some deeper vision for when the Baron is up and available. Now, give you a lot of pushing power when he's alone, but he is very scared of Gwen.
They really just want to kill Cream over and over again. They are fully committing here, but they're a little bit late to the party, and Cream can turn it around on him. Shanks is now in trouble, and Shanks doesn't go down just yet, but will now. Shanji's in the backline. The Realm Warp gets canceled, but they have already cleaned house onto Kadaya, and Shanji is looking to snip their lives away. The damage is too much to deal with, and Shanji's keeping house with them. Pew Pew tries to get away, but he does indeed. Shanji does too. OMG win out on that fight, and they will continue to push.
Yeah, they're going to try and get some more damage done to the base here. Some low health bars means they're not willing to go for Baron right now. Especially with members of WE respawning soon, but they'll take the extra kills and they'll take that mid inhibitor as well.
Finally break the base here. 2 inhibs taken for OMG. As now, pings onto the Baronox.
Yeah, I think they'd be ready to turn off this right. 5 members of WE. Bayshang doesn't have the way in the pit actually, but WE have to be able to fight this one, right? So OMG should be ready for this. Look at Shanks on the flank.
They have them surrounded here, but Colt maybe a little bit caught out. You gotta be careful of OMG's commit, and they are committing onto Pew Pew here as well. The side lane by the triple Everfrost, and that's a huge setup from Crib, and they're knocking him down.
Oh my
Abel
lord.
goes through, and that's almost everybody for nobody. Shank's the only one. He's backing now, but this game is done and dusted, and OMG are gonna claim the victory.
Cream just walks at them, and he's so tanky, right? They can't deal with him. Lands a huge Everfrost, and they're just able to close this one out. OMG, pretty clean on this one. A couple of mistakes, a couple of picks, but for the most part, they were completely in control, and a convincing 1-0 so far.
That is incredible stuff from OMG. We set them up. That mid-jungle duo proved to be so important. But as well, what we were talking about, the rest of the team stepping up to the plate when they needed to. It's Shanxi up there with the Gwyn. There's a reason why it needs to be banned away.
Yeah, I mean, I think, like, I've seen this a fair few times in the LPL where one team gets Jinx, and it's like, great, we have this super hyper carry, most high priority carry in the league. She gets resets, you can pop off. Enemy team gets, like, Gwen Xin Zhao, and it's like, what can you do, right? How are you going to get a reset when you can't even deal damage to them? And they're just standing there in your face, taking no damage. Gwen is immune, Xin Zhao takes no damage for such a long time, and it's a frustrating combo to go against. So I think when it comes to draft, if that's going to be your late game insurance, you kind of need to deny some of these things that really counter it quite heavily. So
yeah,
we'll see if them come in with a potentially different plan. I think, honestly, the fact that they had that strong mid-jungle and the Volibear Twist of Fate was fine, but they just never really were able to match or get it rolling, right? It was the Rise, it was Cream who was setting things up, it was Aki who was the one who had more agency in the city game.
That's what I was going to say. Going to game 2, I've got to see Beishang be more proactive, especially in that early game. Because we know Beishang can be proactive, right? We know that it is possible. And I think against Aki, it's even more important to be that proactiveness in the team. And you could see they had the idea with that, you know, getting that mobility in the mid lane to match Cream on the other side. But it just never came to fruition. I loved Bew on the Graves. That was terrifying. They even got the inhib in topside because of the split pushing. But it was pulling the team all together that it never quite came together.
Yeah, I mean, like, the Graves works well, scales pretty solidly, is a threat, but again, the damage profile was a problem too, right?
Yeah,
the fact
absolutely.
Cream could build full armor, the fact Janji and Aki both had ninja tabbies, the Zonyas from Janji getting so much value as well, it just felt like it was going to be so long before the Jinx could do damage, and even when Jinx can do damage, right, it's so hard to deal damage against the Gwen and the Xin Zhao.
Yeah.
Shanks and the Twisted Fate doesn't offer enough. It's like, it's kind of similar, right? Because on the other side, they have Cream on this tank Rise. He's not exactly doing tons of AP damage, but they have the Gwen, right? They had the AP insurance in the top side to give a better damage profile. And I think OMG had some advantages in draft, but the execution was definitely such a big factor. It just felt like they knew what they wanted to do. They set up the plays, and even went ahead. They did a pretty good job of moving their resources around to snowball to pick up some more structures.
Yeah, and I think the flexibility in the comp too stands out to me because you could see at every moment in that game they were switching out. Okay, Cream was switching out an item, but the fact that they had the multiple different build paths available to them in the game is also so important. You can have the flexibility coming into the game, not just through the draft, but through the gameplay itself. I find it so interesting. So we got to sit it away to take a little break while we get ready for the second game of the day and see if Team WE can push us the distance. Don't go anywhere.
Realizing it's not something that they can guarantee a play on, they have time to work with. But Rookie makes a package play. Finally, we see a good package today. And down goes Abel. Rookie making it happen for B5. This PP god saves Caster and Shanji. That was so generous, giving PP god away out of the fight.
Shallow, who's getting chunked pretty low. SOFM, I think he can find
I mean, the
this.
poke's coming through. Shallow, who goes forward. The Shy doesn't care about that break. SOFM wasn't spotted until
Flit's
now.
here.
Flit predicting a level difference between him and SOFM. I wonder how the duel goes. Is Sonic Wave being held onto? Waiting for the resonating strike. SOFM again holding, but the Shy there. TP might be too late. Flushed away from the Lucian. He's in, but the Shy actually taking way too much. Wavo Gaming have given a double to their opponent.
That's the thing, at this point, Tank Rise falling off, not doing that much damage, and Betty has the range advantage once more, just able to hammer away at these towers. What can they do?
And he's going to get excited as well. And off the back of that, they're just going to snowball this big final chapter coming up from Yu Yanja, though. CDC goes golden. It's on the back line, though. Oh, no. Strive can't get it done. Can iBoy, though? This is the moment to shine. This is iBoy's chance. And he does it. iBoy and Cube. They get the ace on the return.
LWX does still have his flash, can look to reposition.
That dude's
Trying to
deep.
find the angle.
That dude literally went so deep into the jungle. I don't know if he knows his way back. Cleared it around Fog of War. This is the flank with a Sonic Wave kick over the wall. FPX jump on in. Cleared on Lee Sin, man. That's what you expect. And again, Red Line connects onto Jack Love the kick. He's in the bounce house. Leave Jackie alone. He'll heal up though with the 7 multi. The Garlic goes on in. Not enough range. Xiao getting stunned up as well. Double kill goes through top east. Hang on a minute. This looks great with Ming running out of mana, but Xiao is the real problem. Tian again pokes him against the wall, but Xiao is doing his own little spell casting. Flash again. Mark responds with his own. Tian slowed down, but Xiao with the chillings right to hammer shot down. Xiao still grabbing him there. Jackie Love dies. Xiao freaking who rises his own.
If I can make you. I'm the type of guy who's leaving things to chance. I've been such a fool for letting this one pass. What if this time we will not meet twice? Are we gonna end up in different lives? And I was just a word away. If I could, I'd make you stay. I'm the one to blame for the things I didn't say. If I can make you stay. If I can make you stay. Maybe someone's waiting till you come back home. I don't even wanna know what's on your phone. Oh. They say good things happen along the road. Till I met you, I thought that mine was closed. Till I met you, I thought that mine was closed. And I was just a word away. If I could, I'd make you stay. I'm the one to blame for the things I didn't say. If I can make you stay. 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 I'm the type of guy who's leaving things to chance. I've been such a fool for letting this one pass. What if this time we will not meet twice? Are we gonna end up in different lives?
I am waiting for love. 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 I don't know what's wrong. I'm waiting for some time so long ago. I just need somebody to call my own, yeah, yeah. Lying in my bed, I feel your hands on me, they're everywhere. But it's just a dream, it's all in my head. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I need to lose the demons from the past. Why can't I recover? I am waiting for love. 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 My friends, they telling me, go out and lose control, just let it be. Instead, I'd rather meet you in my fantasies. More and more I get, I wanna feel alive and not regret. Even though it hurts, I can't go back. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I want.
As you see the beauty of the Shanghai skyline unfold in front of you, it is also where the toughest of competition takes hold. We have Team WE taking on OMG in our first series of the night here in the Week 5 Super Week. We are Mazel and Ox. We're going to be taking you through this next game where Team WE want to come back into the series. But before we get to that second game, Cream rightfully takes the MVP for game 1.
Yeah, I think Cream was pretty monstrous on the rise. Super bulky, but able to make that impact across the map, able to turn things in their favor.
That's
and
not
have some
able.
clutch.
Is that too far? Did I just break Ox? I think I just broke Ox.
I'm gonna be honest with you, dude. I can hear you twice, and I don't know why, and it's really throwing me off. Like,
that's not good. But it is Cream, who we set up at the beginning of the night, or the fact that he is how they win, but it's also the enableization of the rest of the team itself, and finding the way to kind of hone that a little bit more and make sure that Aki and Cream are finding ways to be successful.
oh my. Okay, it's fixed, right? I love you, Mazel, but honestly, hearing you twice, slightly out of
You
sync,
don't want to hear
man,
me twice? Come on.
it was a bit much, I'll be honest. It was so hard to keep up with what you were saying. But yeah, pretty solid plays coming out. Cream really present and making these proactive plays. Some clutch moments as Big Everfrost. And it was the difference, right? We talked about this mid-jungle matchup being really significant. Cream was the one who was able to move around and make an impact. The TF was pretty much a non-factor. And as a result, OMG set the pace of this game.
Yeah, they did. And did so beautifully, right? And we saw that consistent, like, 1K lead at the beginning, bolstered it to 4K, then had some troubles happen in the mid-game, some catch-outs there, especially looking at Cream, our MVP. But the fact that they're able to turn that around and still secure the victory in dominant fashion the way they did, the objective control that they had, that is something we have to look forward to in game number 2. But something else I want to look forward to is Beishang being more proactive.
Yeah, I think the mid-jungle didn't really work out too well, right? We saw that early gang from Aki. Beishang was able to match it, but then it felt like this TF just wasn't able to make things happen really anywhere, right? And I think cold was a big aspect of that, because even though he's on the Braum, which isn't as sort of hard engage focused as things like Leon and the Nautilus, he was moving around the map, showing up in these skirmishes, providing that extra threat with the concussive blows, and it just felt like OMG really had that mid jungle support synergy nailed down, and for W it's just still lacking a bit.
Yeah, exactly. Now going into the picks and bans for game number 2, it's where I wonder if we get any of that variation. Do we see the Gwyn ban? As we do get a little bit of a variation. Team WE here on the blue side this time around, OMG on the red. We do get the Akali Nautilus banned by Team WE, the Zeri and the Rakan banned away by OMG. Xin Zhao, the final ban for Team WE.
Yeah, so really trimming some of the tools. You know, the Xin Zhao's gone, so no more Xin Zhao Gwen combo. We see the Nautilus just banned away. Obviously, last time W denied it from Cold, one of his big picks. We see the Corki banned again, and the Rakan by OMG for being on red side. They're the ones to pick up the Zeri ban, but that's the thing left open this time round is that Hecarim. Now, let's just see what OMG answer into this in terms of the jungle pickup. But it looks like they are really heavily potentially prioritizing this Gwen, and it is technically a flex. It can go in the jungle as well.
It can, and we rightfully the priority there, because that last game from Shanji was despicable, and you do not want to be going against that Gwen again. But they are going to be going against that Gwen again, as the Hecarim took that priority. It didn't make it through the first game because it was banned away by Team WE, but this time making it through, very high priority for themselves, making sure that Big Shang is set up. Now the Jinx priority for OMG.
Yeah, so Hecarim obviously a jungler who can threaten that Jinx, but the fact that you don't have that Gwen Xin Zhao means Abel should have a much more enjoyable time than Jing did have in that last game. Now, we do see the Ryze come in, so has that ability to lean to the side lanes for Shanks. You know, he has the agency that Cream had in the last one, and also we then get the Jace coming in to match up well into the Gwen. LeBlanc will come through. That was something that was banned away in the first rotation last time, so Cream on a very potent pick to make things happen. OMG, no surprise, ban away 80 carries here. WE, it's a little bit trickier, right? You can look at the support role. You could look for jungle. The Gwen is still technically a flex, but I think maybe you just end up targeting the jungle here and kind of force the Gwen into the Jace matchup.
And especially, you know, getting the better end of that matchup would be a boon if you're on the blue side there. But that second series or second half focus in the picks and bans is going to be very interesting to watch and keep hold of, as the Trundle was the first ban of the second phase from Team WE. The Aphelios actually the target from OMG, as well as the Senna.
Interesting. We haven't seen too much Senna. Obviously, it has risen in priority. Things like Senna Tom, Senna Seraphine. There's been whispers of them, but we haven't seen an awfully large amount coming out. But they are thin in the pool of those 80 carries. Particularly, Senna is something that's quite long ranged to go up against Jinx. Now, Jarvan will be banned away. There's still Viego open available. Still Lee Sin open available. And Lee Sin, LeBlanc, a pretty strong combo. Kind of crazy that with this many jungle bans, the Lee Sin's kind of just been overlooked, but we'll see if Aki wants to go in a bit of a different direction.
Oh, you know he wants to go for the Lee Sin. It's all about the flavor there. I actually appreciate it. I mean, like you were kind of mentioning, that Lee Sin LeBlanc combo is so deadly when they get off the ground rolling. It's just funny to me that, you know, top two priorities for Aki were banned away in that Jarvan and the Xin Zhao. They know that Aki is the functioning piece here to make everybody else work out, and they want to target that a little bit more. Here, though, the Jhin locked in for Team WE, and maybe try to pair with a little bit more engage in the Leona.
Yeah, so pretty threatening lane, strong combo, a lot of lockdown. I feel like, honestly, Thresh could be the play here from OMG. Might be difficult to keep Abel safe on this Jinx otherwise, and obviously there's a lot of pick potential already between that mid jungle. You could definitely provide a bit more by following up on that. We'll see what they opt to go for. Instead, potentially leaning towards the Tom Kent. So less safety in the laning phase, but arguably more in the later stages, right? The eat from Tom Kent, really powerful at getting an 80 carry out of a sticky situation. Hecarim dives in, you solo your 80 carry. Not only do you keep them safe, but they end up popping out with this huge shield as well. So seeing that one come out, and honestly, I think WE have got a lot more tools, right? In terms of having this. Well, I mean, I feel like they had tools last time, they just weren't able to execute, but they got a good lane matchup top, they got a good lane matchup bot lane. They have the Hecarim, who's going to scale well, clear fast, and the Rise, who can roam. But my concern is this mid jungle. Aki and Cream were on point last game, and now they have LeBlanc, Lee Sin, a staple combination we've seen countless times over many different years, many different metas, because it's so simple, right? You dash forward, you land the root, guaranteed Sonic Wave connecting for the Lee Sin, huge amount of pressure from level 3 onwards, huge amount of burst damage and mobility. So for me, it's all about that mid jungle for OMG.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I will say there's a little side spotlight on Cold now that he picked the Tom Kench for himself, because those late game gobble ups are going to be so important for poor Abel to navigate the team fights. But again, if Aki and Cream get ahead, that's not going to really matter. On the flip side of things, though, for Team WE, I still do feel like it's centered around Beishang on this Hecarim, right? A little bit more mobile, a little bit more quicker of a clear speed itself. But do we see the focus towards his bot lane? Now that the Jhin is locked in, do they try to force the bot lane of OMG's hand, or do they still focus towards these solo lanes?
Yeah, I think they have options, right? I think top lane, you're going to have a Jace who's going to be finding priority, who's going to be favorable in the matchup, who obviously benefits massively if you can play towards him. But also, bot lane just has fantastic setup, right? That at WE, it's so easy with the Leona Jhin just to lock down a target. And remember, Tom Kench isn't that same safety net he was like about a year ago, when it was kind of like you could eat out of anything, right? You had the W as your gobble. Now, because it's locked into your ult, you don't have as much safety pre-6. If you end up engaging bot lane onto Abel, all Cold can do is kind of pop his W to disrupt, but there's not really much else, right?
Exactly. And so that's where it becomes more important as the game goes on, but still the first early segments of the game are going to be dictated by Aki and Beishang. And we saw last game they started both on the bottom side of the map. We'll see if that differs at all this time around, because we do have Beishang hovering towards that top side, and that leads more towards trying to get Xing and Kadaya ahead towards this bottom side.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be against an early gank towards the bot lane now. He's Shanji moving in. Actually saw a bit of this from the Shide of the Day. The Gwen's level 1 really strong. It's so hard to deal with.
It really is. It pushes Beishang right out of the blue buff. He goes to the Wolves, takes the consolation prize. Will be set back a little bit on his clear, though. Shanji himself needed to get back to the lane, but it's perfectly timed.
Yeah, they get the information, it's not actually set Beishang back too much, because you can very easily do the Wolves, but you just force him away from the blue, slow him down a little bit, and kind of annoy him.
That means a lot, though.
This is the most frustrating thing.
That means a lot. Like, even seconds against a Lee Sin in the LPL means so much. Like, the fact that you see all these unique paths from Lee Sins, Aki himself being very aggressive, like, that does matter. We'll see if it ends up actually mattering, right? But I feel like those little intricacies are so important.
I mean, you take any window you can, and Shanji lost absolutely nothing from it, especially as in this match with the top lane, you kind of might end up just being forced to kind of hide away from the harass from the Jace unless you're able to get on him. You see some light trading in the bot lane. The big thing for me, though, is Shanks is going to have that early priority in the mid lane, so he's going to be able to move to Beishang for these scuttles. It looks like it's just going to end up be a trade between them. Now, my concern is that I talked about before, right? Jace is going to be the one who's pushing in this lane for the most part, right? And your jungler's on the opposite side of the map. So if the wave state ends up in a bad position, it is going to be very rough for BU, right? Potential opportunity for Aki to come in on a gank. We saw an early gank from him in that game 1 to great effect.
And he is hovering up that way. We'll just go for the Scuttle Crab first. Luckily, BU does have the ward up there just to help out a tiny bit for a little bit longer. But it is something to keep our eyes out on, as we do have pings from Beishang towards this bottom side, but not really a moment to do anything, as both lanes in an awkward position.
You know, we do actually see Shanks reset, but no real contest going to come in the Scuttle. Patient picks it up, and they'll just get some vision down and continue playing things out. Nothing too crazy happened so far. Aki is finishing his first clear, and I kind of want to see he's going to reset, probably head towards the bot side I would be quite happy to see a play towards mid, right? If you get Shanks in a position where you can't pressure, if you put him behind, it makes it a lot more difficult. And that's the thing, right? As a Rise, you can push the wave in, you can move quite comfortably. It is scary against a LeBlanc, though, because as much as you can out-prior quite comfortably, if you're walking into the fog, right, to move to a side lane and LeBlanc is waiting, so easy for it to set up a pick onto you.
Yeah, we put a lot of that priority on the jungles and see where that early path is going to be, but still, the main focus is still back towards this mid lane, and especially like how that level 6 comes across. Do we see Shanks get the Realm Warp off first? Do we see that mobility help Cream get into a gank position or at least a side lane position? I think that is kind of what we're hedging our bets on.
Absolutely. And you know, as of now, things been pretty slow, and I think honestly WE kind of happy with that one. As much as there's a lot of scaling elements on the side of OMG, I think really getting the Shanks to level 6 comfortably, and honestly, just compared to last game, not falling massively behind early, definitely a positive, right, for the side of WE.
I would
The
say
longer the
so.
game goes, the longer it is until you lose.
That's some good thought process there, Alex. Is that how you're so big brain? Is that just the approach you take to everything?
Yeah, that's my game style.
There
No,
we
I think
go.
that's more of an LCK play style.
Oh, gotta appreciate it. We do see the TP used by BLG towards the top side to answer that crashing wave. Beishang taking the Raptors here, but Aki is in wait. Abyssal dive on the trigger pull for Cold if he gets into trouble. See if they can. Priority in the bot lane does enable this. Kadaya walks straight into the tongue lash, but it gets Aki out just in time because collapse was coming from Team WE.
Yeah, it's good moves though from Kadaya to be there, just to provide that cover for Beishang.
Oh,
And
no,
now Abel's actually isolated.
Abel! The flash gets away. The devastating charge pushes him away because of the flash.
Honestly, I think he could have taken a different path there for Beishang. He could have actually gone past the traps. There was a little gap between them. You keep running, and then Abel, you know, has to flash maybe beforehand.
Ooh.
Able to catch him out. Oh, Cole
There
might
we
be in
go.
trouble.
Oh no!
Flashes for days. Flashes for days.
Oh, that feels bad to have that happen twice in a row. But hey,
Yeah,
at least
not
they're
much you
getting
can
the
do there.
flashes, okay?
Yeah, Summoner's been for the bot lane. A lot of safety eliminated, and it is going to mean they can just quickly move on to this dragon. Good plays coming out from Beishang, and it's that proactivity we talked about. We wanted to see
Look
it.
at
We
this,
wanted to see him.
though.
make
Oh
his
my
presence.
god, they're
Beishang
gonna
already
go
smited.
for it. There's no way. Okay, Aki can't get to it. He's just trying to get to his teammates. They might have just gotten overextended here. The dragon goes down, and so does OMG. This is a 4v3 now with Cream on the back end. He gets one for himself. Cold trying to get out, has the thick skin, pops it. He has no health under that thick skin, and Shanks claims the kill.
Good play coming up from WE in their first group. The critical thing, right? We talked about the Rise Realm Warp. Shanks gets there first. Cream is able to trade a kill on the back end, but WE are able to respond first and secure 2 kills, secure the dragon, able to steal away a little bit from the jungle as well. And in the meantime, this is that matchup we were talking about, right? BLG having a fine time in the top lane up against Shanji, applying that pressure. May have overstepped though. No, I think he's okay.
It's been such boisterous trades up there at the top side. Both of them just putting all the damage in, but we'll get a replay of that last fight.
The critical thing to remember, flash is down for both the bot laners for OMG, and they just end up bursting out Aki. Shanks is instantly there, and you see Cream comes in, does manage to find a kill on Kadaya, but like the fight has already gone heavily in favor of WE, right? Cold is just running away. There's nothing that Abel can do in this situation. Aki's already dead, and now they're looking for more.
Beishang is quick on the trigger here. Aki gets out with the ward on drop, but the onslaught of shadows follows it up. Aki too swift.
Beishang is just banning flashes for days, right? And it feels like constantly flash, flash, flash. 3 in the passage of play recently coming out just to try and avoid him. But at the end of the day, it just means more opportunities to punish, right? His ghost is coming up pretty soon. And it's going to be a while before Abel, Cold, and Aki have their summoners available. Now, you have to be a little bit careful with the great health.
The flash out gets away from the abyssal dive, and you needed to have that happen, or the flame chomp was going to come right down on you. Cold in some trouble now for Kadaya collapsing back to
Look
his
at
lane.
Shanks is
And
collapsing
Shanks
now.
is coming too. Cold needs to find a way out of here. I don't know if it's going to be possible. He's going to play a little bit of trickiness here. Kadaya will walk into the bush and see him eventually around that corner, and this will continue to be some yakety sacks here. Where's Papa Smithy when you need him? Cold.
Yeah, I think Cold wants
Support
to give
all
the kill to Leona.
combat. Dun, 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 dun. We'll see. Okay, Cold dies to Kadaya. There we go.
Yeah, I mean, it's better giving it to Leona than anyone else. You have to be quick as well, because if Xing lands a deadly flourish from long range, you don't want to give the kill to the AD carry. But yeah, Cold, a little bit out of position. Went for the dive, burns Xing's flash, but isn't really able to do any more on the back of it.
Actually, get a little replay.
And we didn't actually get to see this as we were following the Tom Kench.
Oh, okay. All right. That's pretty painful. All the hard work for Beisheng. Put it into the Aki's pocket.
This nearly happened to the dragon because he smited the dragon early, so he'd have a second smite towards the end. But like there was a brief window where potentially could have been stolen. He didn't have his smite available there, so Beisheng plays with fire and gets bit a little bit. And now OMG looking to potentially capitalize in this top lane. If they find a gank onto BU and translate into a herald, definitely a way to get themselves back in favor in this game.
Yeah, just trying to bait out BU a little bit. Aki pulling the trigger on the Sonic Wave and the resonance there, but not going to use the Rift Herald just yet. It's not the time yet. As both supports do get onto the roams here, nothing really going to come of it just yet. As Shanks in the mid lane, keeping that priority up. Cream on that reset now. But we'll see if we get any more shenanigans in the next little bit. But for now, I think both teams are pretty fine with the game state and kind of taking it slow.
And kind of looking at OMG where they will look to use this Herald, because I think that's a big way they can sort of find favor. Using it on the Jinx, definitely a lot of value, giving that gold over to Abel. But also to be able to translate into as many places as possible. You can see top lane, it's not a fun matchup for the Gwen. And, you know, the phase rush here for BB as well means anytime Gwen thinks, okay, I can find a good trade, BB just procs phase rush and just runs away, right? And you can't really stick to a target super well as a Gwen. Like, you could use Ghost to help you. That's why Gwen takes Ghost, right? One of the biggest issues with Gwen is sticking to a target to get your sustained damage out. And the fact that BB can just knock her away with a hammer form and then sprint with phase rush makes it very difficult to do much in this matchup.
Absolutely does. But I do want to turn back our attention to this mid lane as we still do have our main stars. 2-0 for Shanks, 1-0 for Cream. That was still very integral to getting the mid to late game win conditions off for both teams. But it's not been the primary focus. It's been out of lane focus that we've seen from these mid laners. And Cream already in position here towards the bottom side will hinder a little bit of the transition from Team WE, but they've got everybody coming down here at OMG. Need to be real careful. The squad is here, and the fight ensues. Team WE kill Cold, kill Abel, and what a squad goal.
Man, just all four of them packed in the Realm Warp like it's a small car, all flying in. The Clown Core, all four members coming out, and they just easily pick up those 2 kills, right? Nothing that OMG could really do there. They do manage to get the tower though, right? A lot of gold onto Abel on the back of that, and actually 600 gold lead over Xing. But the fact that there's that backlash instantly pretty painful. Now WE able to pick up the dragon as well. That will be the second off the game, and it will. Ooh,
nah.
yeah.
Almost kills Beisheng though. Aki goes for it. It flashes. Doesn't get the Dragon Rage kick into Cream. Will secure that kill. And now WE in some trouble here. Solar Flare comes down. The Abyssal Dive is available soon for Cold. Aki follows up Kadaya. He's going for the kills here. He wants it so bad. And they don't get it just yet. As Kadaya goes golden, the Abyssal Dive will ensure it happens. Cold gets locked out by the Deadly Flourish, though. They need to get out of dodge. Shanks is putting in some work, but it's a 2v4, and Team WE back away.
Bit messy from WE, and you know what? I'm pretty sure Beisheng had his ult available throughout the entire passage to play. Just ult over the wall, right? Don't be greedy. Get out. You're like 10 HP, but they end up overstaying. They end up being a little bit overconfident, and OMG can pick up 2 kills and actually pull ahead in terms of gold. We'll see that again, and yeah, he has ultimate. So Beisheng, right? Here's the play. I am 10 HP. I will ult over the wall, but instead he gets so greedy, right? Ends up getting kicked, and the follow-up's there. And now WE committed to defend their jungler. So now Kadaya is in an uncomfortable spot as well. This was just unnecessary. Just, you got the dragon, get out, don't flip it. They end up risking it, and they end up backfiring. Giving over a couple of kills is not what you want to do in this situation.
Definitely not. And they tried to turn it around, right? But it's just the numbers advantage at that point. Team WE do take the time.
And he died.
Yeah.
In the replay.
Apparently.
We don't get replays this series. Every time we go to a replay, something happens or someone dies.
Apparently, as Shaji takes his first death, they also get 4 plates on the top side as well, and that's the lead you're asking for there for BuBu.
What will happen now is we'll get another replay to show what happened during the last replay, and then during that other replay, someone else will die, and we'll just keep the whole game will just be replays constantly.
I can't wait. Bring it on. We'll just delay the storytelling as we go further into the game. But in all actuality, it feels a lot better here on for Team WE than it did last time, where we saw the incremental gold leads start stacking up for OMG, where this time we got some of that proactivity we wanted from Beishang. We got some of that early fluid movement from Team WE, and they're going to continue to do so here. Aki bit off a little bit more than he could chew. He kicks back Beishang. Beishang survives. Aki gets out with a nice one, but he dies anyways. The Mega Death Rocket on the side. Abel gets the snipe.
Ends up being a 1-for-1, right? After all of that, Beishang not able to avoid the Super Mega Death Rocket. Ultimately, feels like WE again looking for that agency, making things happen. But OMG able to answer. I'm still concerned though, right? This mid jungle, this Lee Sin, LeBlanc, we wanted to see them have that early impact. It hasn't really come to fruition. They have started to find a bit of headway in this mid game. But it still feels like it's WE who is setting the pace in this one.
Yeah, and it's also a lot of the factor being Shanji not in the same powerful position that he was in game number 1, right? Like, nobody could deal with Shanji, it felt like. They tried. They put a ton of resources up there, but he was able to deflect them almost every time. And this time, they have made sure to put down Shanji. Yes, you still have the late game scaling of the Gwen, but the side lane pressure isn't as much, and it doesn't enable Aki as much. And you see it fluidly here in this game, how Aki hasn't had the same complete momentum takeover that he had in that first game.
Yeah, the Rise picks have been pretty instrumental, right? The priority, the Realm Orbs, and I think WE've done a good job playing around them because you can have the tools, but tools don't mean anything if you don't use them effectively. Now, OMG, the second Herald should be able to take that mid-tier 1, pretty solid structure to get in terms of opening the map up, and WE will respectfully back away, not wanting to get caught out, not wanting to contest, because for the time being, Shanks pushing top, DB was applying pressure bot lane. Will they get this second tower?
More comes in for Shanks. The minions are getting few and far between, and now Abel gets caught by the deadly flourish. Here's the gobble up, though. Is it enough? Abel turns it around. Look at the damage there on a Kadaya. BuBu on the backside, though. They can't kill OMG just yet, and they're completely split. Now BuBu goes in for the damage. Kadaya is the focus for some reason, and he makes it out. OMG flub the target focus, and BuBu shuts down cold.
Super messy there. And honestly, WE, I have to say, they're engaged. A little bit suspect, right? Their game plan was let's focus the Tahm Kench. The fear from Beishang pulls them backwards. But at the end of the day, the Tahm Kench is fine to soak all of these abilities to get Abel out. The turnaround is nearly there, but BuBu comes in, and this Jace is strong enough to really solidify things in WE's favor. Definitely not the best engage, but they managed to limp out of it successfully. And this dragon spawning in 10 seconds, they are there first. Might look Shanji there.
Oh, he made it.
Oh, so close. It's just their dragon, though. If WE can get this one, a pretty big one.
Shanji.
And we see some poke coming out. Yeah, BuBu getting poked down here is critical.
It absolutely is. TP utilized from BuBu towards this mid lane. Needs to get in his fight. Just complete the Rift Maker. So that's a big power spike, it feels like. And as well as all the mythics available here. Kadaya is going to be there in front line, but Xing opens up, has to cancel because Cream is on the side. And I feel like that's huge for OMG. Shanji going to the mid. Use is the mist. Cream looking for Xing on the side. Flashes for him, but Xing flashes himself. This is Flash Game 5000 here. And BuBu still firing away with those accelerated shock blasts. Team WE now just starting up the dragon. As Xing will catch out Cream on the side with one of those traps. Oh my god, Aki's into the pit a little bit early. He's back to the team. It's all over the place. This is so scary. But BuBu is winning this out. And there's the onslaught of shadows into the combo. But can Shanji turn it around? He's in the mist. He dies. Cream goes in. But Cream is eliminated. Aki is making something happen. Cream dies to the dragon. And Aki, and that's it. He's still alive somehow. Cream makes it out. And it's blood everywhere around the dragon pit.
What a messy fight. Now, Aki might be looking for a little bit more here. I think he'll just back away.
They're TPing.
TP comes in. Yeah, this should be Dragon for OMG, right? They have the smite still on the map.
How did that
we'll
happen?
just start up, man.
I need a replay,
this is chaotic,
man.
right? This was you know what this needs? This needs a replay. Another one to look over. I think the critical thing is, right, Jing is constantly being pressured by this LeBlanc, so WE have to pull the trigger. They have the tools to, and they just go. Big disruptive AoE. The CC layering isn't the best, and there's a lot of turnaround damage from Abel and the Gwen. But then that's when Cream arrives on the backline, able to do so much work. Aki cleans up the tanks, and in the meantime, BBU, they were looking for Cream. Cream's already gone back to his distortion, right? So it ended up being pretty messy overall, but ultimately, I think WE made the right call given the circumstances, because Jing's time on this earth was limited. You just saw Cream constantly looking for him on this flank.
Yeah. I love that he opened up the curtain call and just immediately canceled it because Kareem was right. He got one shot off. He's like, nope, 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 nope. I'm backing away. And then they both double flash on the backside of the Dragon Pit. This game has been chaotic. And it's actually working in favor of Team WE until that last fight, where it felt like they were winning. They had the Wombo combo, but the damage didn't get layered down. And now they lose that Dragon, and they lose a little bit of that strength they had in the game.
Yeah, I mean, the threat of the soul was really big, especially being that it would be that hectic soul to make sure engaged so much threatening when you have the AoE slow. But I think one of the issues was the CC layering wasn't too flawless, right?
Yeah.
You had the onslaught shadows come in, they were feared, and the solar flare from the Leona was right on top, and it just meant like you were wasting so much. If they layered them a bit better, and it's hard to do when you're going for those snap engages, because if you leave it too late, they'll just flash out, right? But they didn't really get the value. They weren't able to capitalize on that situation, because I think honestly, if the layering was good, they would have just steamrolled them. It was a really solid engage coming out from Beisheng there.
It was. I did get an update from production. Xing apparently had a device problem, so we're working through that right now. We'll get right back to the game as soon as possible. But until then, I want to continue breaking this early part down, right? And the fact that it is a much different performance from Team WE. Feels like they finally found a little bit of a foothold against OMG. But that's nowhere near assuring anything, right? Like, we just saw that fight go down. We just saw the first Dragon for OMG go down. And that means that they are finding resurgence in their own right. That Lee Sin LeBlanc combo, the double L's, are working out towards the W.
Yeah, but it's a lot more difficult in the team fights for OMG to play things out, because for WE, they have such strong engage tools. They just charge at OMG, whereas it's kind of like Cream finding the flank angles to threaten the backliners, right? It's about Shanji able to be able to get his damage off. It's about Abel staying safe and being able to kite backwards, whereas WE is just, oh, we see target, we charge them, we kill target. It's that simple.
Speaking of, the target might be Abel here. It's smited away by Beisheng. As Abel will not be getting the red buff today. Kadaya caught up by the root. I think a decent amount of damage. The second root going down. They have Aki coming here too, and WE might have stayed a little bit too long. They are caught out in between a rock and a hard place. The kick comes back. The onslaught of shadows trying to separate the damage a little bit here, though. OMG Shanji is back in it, though, and the mist is huge. The Realm Warp gets them all out. They still get Beisheng. The Mega Death Rocket misses. What a play, but OMG turned right onto the Baron.
Yeah, and they can't reset despite the low health bars. If Cream kills BBU, it's going to be massive.
They have the curtain call opened up here, doing some decent damage onto Cold. They go for it. They get it. BBU on the side with the accelerated shock blast. The Baron is so low. The smite comes in for Aki. Now the fight afterwards for OMG. They've got it all day long, baby, as Baron comes across and OMG take a firm hold.
Massive overstay by WE in the enemy jungle, right? They don't have their top lane there. They don't have the super strong Jace. They end up getting caught out. And in the resulting play, Beisheng goes down. The Realm Warp was slick, but the fact that they left that member behind.
I gotta see how
this actually panned out. Yeah, the Sonic Wave means they can kick Shanks in this situation. The ult onto the Jinx means nothing with the Tahm Kench. And then the Realm Warp comes in, and Beisheng just isn't able to get back in this time. This is kind of similar to the Fnatic situation. There was a bit of confusion about the mechanics of the Realm Warp. If you end up pathing out of it, if you click out of it at the last second when you're on the edge, you can end up not getting teleported. So perhaps something like that ended up happening. Either way, Beisheng gets left behind, not saved. They did leave a man behind, and then as a result, lose the Baron.
And this poor Beisheng just sitting there like, guys, why didn't I get the ticket? Please. I just wanted to join you. But in that case, it was not so, and Beishang died, which lent to a big objective take from OMG, and snowballing that even further is OMG towards this bot side as they bring 4 members to bear.
You know what? I gotta say, Cold, not a KDA player in this one. 0-6-2, but doing a good job, right? The engaged threat's being shut down by this Tom Kench now. You see WE is just grouping up mid and just trying to force, right? They do have a wave top, so on the back of this, they can very easily move there.
They're gonna keep Abel down at bot lane though with the excited procs. Can burn through those towers pretty quickly. Actually, he's gonna go ahead and back, but the focus would be back towards the top side for Team WE. They walk away with a tier 2 in mid though.
Yeah, it's great, right? You're down a Baron and you're trading. A lot of gold will go over to Abel, right? The tier 2s in the side lane offer a lot of money, so definitely a nice scenario, a nice payday for him. And if you look between AD carries, it's basically a whole item lead between them.
Yeah.
So still not super positive for WE. The fact they're trading, given that they have a Baron, is pretty nice, but they will end up just losing this mid 2-2. It's already too low from that Herald charge earlier. And now it feels like WE, once again, right, setting up, looking for those good engages. Dragon in a minute, and it would be their 3rd. So see if they're going to be able to get in a good position to contest that. But for now, OMG, with the pressure from the Baron, have pretty solid vision control in the area.
Yeah, I was hoping. Yeah, okay, he did finish it. I was going to say Shink needs that Doms, and he did just purchase the lower Dom. So he will have a little bit of clear against the tankier members of OMG, and I think that's super integral because we have seen how much of a menace it can be when Cold gets onto the backline, when LeBlanc gets a little bit onto the backline, and having some damage to peel through some of those bigger targets, I feel like for Shink is super important. But surviving, I guess, comes first and foremost.
And that's the thing, is it's been really hard. When your whole team's diving forwards, as a Jhin, it's like, you know, you can obviously pop your ult and follow up, but when there's LeBlancs flying around, it's so scary, especially when the vision control isn't perfect. And now this is a situation where you're pushing into enemy territory. You can see Cream already looking to move one of those flank angles and be in just a scary position.
See, this is what they need, though. BB needs to be getting those accelerated shock blasts onto the right members here. Cream spotted out on the side. Curtain call comes away. Aki's in the pit. The dragon almost dead. Beishang goes in, but the dragon dies to Shanji. Shanji almost died immediately after, though. And now you've got the startup from Abel. He's getting excited, and everybody from OMG is joining the party. Look at Creep. He predicted Shanks trying to get up, but he doesn't get the kill on him. And everybody dies except for Shanks, who got out with a Realm Warp VIP. But does it matter if you're the VIP? If you still lose the game, Shanji is on to the inhib tower in topside. They're TPing. They want to snowball this.
Yeah, there should be enough time for W to respawn and defend, but they're going to lose a lot of their base in this situation. You see, Aki's pushing up a wave mid. They may end up taking 2 inhibitors off the back of this.
No, they didn't get it. No.
The little minion.
No.
What? They just left it.
All right, well, we'll come back. The next wave will get it. Don't worry.
Yeah.
And so that is huge.
There we go. There we go. Okay, top inhibitor down. Mid still up and available. But a massive lead now for OMG. 5,000 gold up. That second dragon is secured. Really strong, by the way, having Hex Tech dragons on a Gwen. Attack speed and ability haste. Super high value. Oh, Cream. Plenty fishing. Won't find anything, but yeah. It just felt like in that fight, WE weren't able to find a really convincing engage, and OMG just absolutely crushed them. Shanji's so strong right now. We'll get the replay. And yeah, the curtain call comes out. Look at this engage coming out from the Hecarim, right? There just isn't really the follow-up on the backline. So they're shredding the Hecarim. And then Aki gets this beautiful kick on the Jace. And as soon as the Jace dies, it feels like the fight is kind of just over.
Look at Cream, who's backing in the bush, is like, oh, Shanks, you're coming to me? Oh, okay. Doesn't end up getting a little bit of an overextension there. But I like the idea of OMG not letting anything go from Team W, right? Like they trounced them by surrounding them and executing the team fight faster than Team WE could. Where Team WE, if they have that trigger pull, we've seen it time and time again, the onslaught of shadows into the solar flare, into the wombo combos, but that's where the strength of OMG comes, if they can catch them off kilter, just like in game number 1.
Yeah, and it just feels like Cream and Aki have been playing these fights so well, using the mobility to cause problems, because this is what WE want. They want to charge forward, but look at Cream.
Shake, go away! Cream was just looking for it, immediately pulled everybody back from Team WE. And it will be a quick turnaround from Team OMG, as they will look at the Baron.
And now Cream is just playing Disruption. It's a lot of ground to cover to get over to this Baron. And they're just doing so much damage to it already. So I'm sure if they'll even get there in time.
All right, Cold
They are
is
trying
the
to
front
force
man.
through.
Oh, no. I was going to say, Shing, no. Shing is the trouble. Okay, he gets away, but now he's in the jaws of Aki. As Aki goes gold and Beishang getting so low. Shanji trying to put in work. Already Beishang down, and the rest of Team WE will fall shortly after. Aki's going crazy, Abel's going crazy, and that's a double kill, triple kill rather, for Abel, making a quadra. Is he gonna finish it off? He steps in melee range, fish bones to the face, and OMG will secure the win. A 2-0 victory for the squad, and Team WE will lose their winning streak.
WE definitely doing a better job in this game too, but they just couldn't find it. Abel fully online on this Jinx. The team fighting is stellar and able to pick up a quadra kill to finish this one out. OMG, it's been a bit hit or miss this season. This is definitely a convincing one.
That is huge, and in terms of bolstering themselves, absolutely gigantic. The first game easily in their control. Second game, they had to work for it. They had to rip it from the grass of Team WE, and it was through that excellent execution. It was through that tag team duo we set up from the beginning of the day that is an integral part to OMG in Aki and Cream.
100%. I mean, again, this game too, it felt like the Lee Sin LeBlanc didn't have as much early agency as we'd hoped, but when it came later in the game, Aki was so on point in the team fights. Cream was so annoying. I'm just gonna say it, man. It was frustrating for the other team. Like, have to constantly deal with the threat. This LeBlanc. The reason he was banned in that game one. And imagine playing a Jin. You're trying to press R, and every time you do, you can't focus on where you're firing because you have to look around your character to see if there's a LeBlanc flying over the wall. It's constant pressure.
It's very hard to deal with, especially. And on the other side, right? You still had not just the LeBlanc, but a lot of backline access anyways for the Jin. But it was Team W who opted into that Jin matchup and wanted to try and keep that priority in bot lane a little bit more, which worked out earlier on for them, but it didn't transition to that mid game we would have wanted it to be. And those big engages, those big target calls, the shot calls from Beishang, they kind of faded away as the game got further.
Yeah, it felt like they made a couple of mistakes, right? Some not ideal layering of the CC in one of the fights, the over aggressive push in the top side that gave over the Baron, and I feel like OMG, you can only make a couple of mistakes, right? And they will look to capitalize. But you see, for a time, like compared to that game one, there was a lot more competitive for a much longer period. It's kind of fell apart towards the end. It felt like BBU and Xing just weren't able to position well in team fights. The engage became much less threatening. And honestly, I want to give credit to Cold, right? This guy's KDA took a heavy beating in this one. But the Tahm Kench was so powerful, right? Every time Beishang flew in, Abel gets gobbled, Abel's fine. And it just felt like there was so much less threat. So really heads up to take that one. I was talking a little bit about the Thresh, but really the Tahm Kench delivered and more in terms of protecting the AD carry here.
Delivered and devoured the teammates there. It was huge. And that's one thing we kind of looked at in the draft, right? Is like, this Tahm Kench is so clutch for the team, right? You know what Team WE want to accomplish with the Hecarim. We've seen it, rising and competitive, but especially it's always known for the instant turnaround, the onslaught of shadows into an ADC, into a kill. And in the end, you eliminate that with Tahm Kench. And I think that's so important to look at in the whole of this win for OMG, because yes, Cream, yes, Aki, even Shanji for 2 games in a row on the Gwyn, even in the second one where he wasn't having the best matchup against the Jace, it was a whole team effort, man. And that is what I find so important for this OMG squad is like their losses, yes, they look rough. They look a little discombobulated, but when this team is together, they look like they could contend for the top spots.
And I think they're exciting, right? I love watching Shanji. I love watching Aki and Cream. The bot lane has definitely had some pop-off moments. I think that it's good seeing this roster that's for the most part stuck together and seeing them develop. And like you look at Cream, right? Was this huge rookie coming in last year. The issues with the champ pool, but he's really sort of broadened and grown in that regard. Still able to deliver on things like the LeBlanc, the Akali, but adding things to the repertoire, being able to play these mages that are so suited to this current meta. So, as much as they sort of had that really big upswing at the start of the split, everyone was like, oh my God, OMG are insane. And then they kind of have been struggling to sort of recreate that. I feel like they're in a good spot, right?
Yeah.
For the most part, they can beat the lower ranked teams. LGD was kind of like an exception, and obviously still struggling against some of the stronger rosters. But I feel like there's room to grow. Right, we're still very
Yeah.
early in the year.
I hope that they're able to kind of reclaim that moniker of the dark horse in the LPL, because I do feel like they have a little bit of that going for them. I do hear we are also ready for our interview, so let's go ahead and send it over to Wendy.
Hello everyone, welcome to the interview, and now I'm standing by with Cream from Team OMG. Congratulations on this 2-0 victory, and you were able to get 2 consecutive MVPs. So how do you feel at this moment, and do you satisfied with the team's performance right now? 首先，恭喜小奶油2-0获得了本场比赛的胜利，而且同时也是2场 MVP 都给到了我们的小奶油。所以说，能问一下你现在感觉怎么样？觉得队伍目前的一个状态还有表现，你觉得满意吗？
感觉挺好的吧，就目前状态还是起伏比较大的，我感觉我们就之前输了很多不该输的局，就兄弟们心态都出现了点问题，就最近调整过来了。
So I feel super good, and also it feels like in terms of our momentum for today is quite well. But I really feels like for our momentum we are not that stable, because in the previous matchup, we made so many mistakes, or some team fights, or in the some decisions we should not make, or we should not make so many mistakes. But we didn't manage to do them so well, and especially this may affect our mentality as well, our mindset. But except this, we feels like there's still some parts that we still need to make some improvements on. But I feels like today's you guys were able to perform so good, have shown us so many gorgeous team fights. So tell us more about the changes and adjustments made by the team before this best of 3. 但是我们感觉好像今天你们很多波的团战都配合的非常默契嘛，所以说也想问一下，在这个 BO3 开始之前，可能队内有进行哪些方面的一些调整呢？
调整就调整了中期的问题吧，中期边线处理的问题。就大部分都是集中在这上面，其他地方都还好。
So for the adjustments we made, we mainly make some changes in the macro around the side lane in the mid game, because we feels like for other parts it's still okay, but we should focus more on the mid lane, especially on the mid game, especially some parts around the side lane pushes. Yeah, and we can see in today's game you guys really handle the side lane issues so good. And let's talk a bit more about game 1, because in game 1, the mid game, the opponent's team, they will like make so many hard engages to target on you guys, but we feel like for all the engage from the opponent's team, but we're able to end it up with a perfect team fights from OMG. So tell us more about the team's communication in the mid game in game 1. 那其实我们感觉到第一局比赛，对面的中期是来势汹汹，一直想要找你们找机会来打团，但是感觉每一波团战最后都以你们很漂亮的团战告终。所以说，能问一下，可能你们中期的一些交流啊，或者说沟通的重点是什么呢？
沟通重点就是卡牌的大招吧，就尽量不要在他们人多的时候打，就我们少人的时候就尽量不要被他们抓单，多走一起。
So for the mid-game strategy, we would like to target more on the opponent's Twisted Fist ultimate, because we try to avoid some team fights, like the opponent's team can have the number differential. So we try to gather all together around the mid-game to try not to let the opponent's team find a very good angle to make the hard engage through the Twisted Fist ultimate. And definitely you guys definitely do that. And I want to talk a bit more about game 2, because in game 2 the opponent's team were able to get some leads from the very early game. They got so many kills and also try to control 2 drakes. So what's the reaction from you guys to handle with the opponent's very aggressive playstyle in game 2? 那其实说到第二局，感觉对面的前期是打得非常的主动的，他们拿到了不少人头，也控下了前2条的小龙。所以说能问一下，可能你们前中期是怎么应对他们的这种很进攻性的一个打法的呢？
我们前期主要就看能不能打吧，就主要是听野辅指挥，他们觉得这波可以打的话，我们就会去接。但这样，所以前期就打的太多了，就有点劣势感觉前期。
So in game 2, we mainly follow the short calls made by our jungler and also the support 2 players. If they feels like it's okay, we can seek these opportunities to make a hard engage. We'll try to do the team fights. But I feels like after so many team fights around the early game, we were the one that in a disadvantage. So this maybe is a mistakes made by the team. But still, congratulations on this 2-0 victory, and thank you for the sharing. 那再次的恭喜你们，也希望你们接下来能越打越好。And back to you guys. Bye bye.
拜拜。
Thank you so much, Wendy. Always love hearing from Cream and hearing a little bit of the dissection of that series, especially how they approach it, right? And this guy, sky's the limit, man. Cream, I'm very, very excited for the growth of this guy just over this last year, right? And coming into 2022 and still having a lot of that same semblance is huge.
Yeah, and I think it was interesting to hear talking about the growth as a team, talking about sort of their approach to the mid game, how they handled side lanes. I think that was something that we saw that was a positive, right? How they used that pressure and lent into it. So good stuff to see. And we just spoke to Cream. Cream is our MVP again. So credit to him for that one.
Rightfully so. We'll be picking up both MVPs on the night, increasing his total to that 5 number. Not too shabby. The percentages, not his typical and crazy numbers, but very, very good, especially with the way that the early game played out and how crucial he was to navigating these team fights.
Yeah, I don't think the raw numbers really tell the story, but it was those moments in the team fights, it just felt frustrating to play against, in all honesty. I remember that really extended play where Xing was just permanently on like low HP. I mean, I think that's the story of this game, right? Xing is on low HP because it felt like Cream was constantly landing poke, threatening him, being this frustrating pick on the side who was just so hard to deal with. And that's the thing, is I love the positioning when you're playing the LeBlanc, is always coming in from this sort of flank angle. It means they just don't have the tools to deal with you.
Yeah, at all. And you could see like Xing was trying, man. As you could see, like in those fights, the early curtain calls, sometimes the late curtain calls, sometimes they were just like, oh, we got to find out how to make this work. But it doesn't. And I love it because, we've already highlighted on it, but the fact that you get to see LeBlanc, Lee Sin piloted by Cream, Aki, respectively, in the way that they did the late game meant the most. And that's what's so important here, as OMG do take the 2-0 victory over Team WE. We're done for the day, Ox. We got to send everyone on their way to the second series of the day, as me and you will be stepping away. Munchables and Dagda will be taking our place to take you to BLG versus Anyone's Legend. You're not going to want to miss it. We'll be back.
To the fallen, leave me to be with the broken one. Last time before I go, hold the last burning ember, let us never surrender. May we rise up to the call for the glory and the glory and the broken.
like there's no tomorrow. I'm not saying leave what's holding you back. You're spinning round and round. You've lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? 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 I'm not saying that life must be hollow. I'm just saying some things won't last. I'm not saying that there's no one to follow. I'm just saying there's more than just one path. You're spinning round and round, and you've lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? Why don't you live a little? Why don't you live a little? Why don't you live a You're spinning round and round, and you have lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? 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 Why don't you live a little?
面对 Forge 的话，我不会特别准备什么，但是他的对线跟资源都打得挺好的，就得调整好自己的状态去应对吧。我觉得一个队伍的状态有起伏是很正常的，但是找到问题一直往前走才是最重要的，不能放弃。
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. My name is Munchables, and today I'm joined by the caster formerly known as Dagda. He's recently renamed to the Robster this morning. Robster, how are you doing, mate?
Thanks. I actually thought you were going back to the old school one of Gosu Dreams. I thought we were like moving on.
We only look forward. We only move forward.
So does that mean I'm the Robotron or Rob whatever?
No,
it
you're
is?
the Robster. You're the Robster.
Okay,
you're not
yeah.
listening. Okay. Well, it's a complete failure of a rebrand apparently, but you know what? We'll move forward. We'll move forward. Let's talk about the matchups that we've got coming up today, Rob. Because obviously we've had one series already today. The second series we're going to be jumping into is AL versus BLG. And as such, we need to look at what happened with BLG in the last series. You could say it's about time that we have a bit of a review-z. That's Rob's pun, by the way. I'm just if you want to blame the pun, blame Rob.
I love the way I get to come up with these stupid ideas and you have to say them. So in our reviews here today, we're going to be looking at Uzi. And honestly, I think there was a lot of things that propped up that were kind of to our expectations, right? A ton of resource being played down towards that bottom side of the map. Wei playing quite heavily, trying to set up Uzi for success. And as you can see, like, it paid off, right? Like, his CSD of 15 and goal difference of 15 over the course of the two games we saw him was really, really high. But it did feel like there was no real kind of, like, massive change to the team. Like, Uzi wasn't really set up to succeed. It felt like a lot of the equation was kind of going a bit wrong in team fights, where you'd see them play compositions for BLG that wanted to kite back, but Wei would end up like launching himself into the team fights and not being able to protect them. And we definitely, as you can see in this clip, saw a bit of mistakes coming through from Uzi. Definitely, you know, overstepping at some points and causing mistakes. But I think overall, his performance was quite well, and we kind of had the global taunt for Uzi coming through in a lot of situations as well, as you'll see in this next clip, where Uzi's out of this team fight. Like, there's no reason for IG to try and go to him. They could easily just all dive onto Fofo, pick off Fofo, win the fight. Instead, you get flash from Lucas, realm warp from Yuikai, Zika flashing over the wall, and because everyone has decided that they have to kill Uzi, Shun actually dies at the back of this fight as well. But we could see that as the game went on, when Uzi had moments to pop off, he could definitely shine. So certainly the mechanics are still there. Uzi's still looking good, but I don't think it made that big of a difference to the team, right? In the grand scheme of things, it didn't really look like, oh my god, Uzi was hard carrying this game. So I think coming back in today, we are seeing Doggo in. So I'm not surprised that Doggo's coming back in, because honestly, it feels like part and parcel, like you can mix and match these guys regardless.
It does feel a little bit plug and play, doesn't it? Because ultimately, Uzi individually looked really good, especially in the team fights. I think he looked really, really good. And like you're saying, bit of a global taunt, somewhat of a Teemo of the LPL coming through for Uzi. But at the same time, they didn't win. It didn't actually change the fate of BLG. It didn't change how BLG looks fundamentally as a team, aside from Wei ganking bot a whole bunch extra compared to usual. So I don't know. They've gone back to Doggo at least to start off today. And now the big question on the topic for me is not about which one do they stick with. It's whether or not they run with a 280 carry roster, regularly change which 80 carry is playing, go for that style instead. We'll have to see as the weeks go on. But let's talk about their opponents as well, because Anyone's Legend have got real spicy recently, Dagda. It feels like all they want to do is fight, which I don't know if you guys remember. Last year, Rogue Warriors, like, that's kind of the reputation Rogue Warriors built for themselves. Anyone's Legend didn't feel like they had that same mojo, but I don't know. It seems to be coming back. This is a team that wants to scrap, and it's starting to really work out for them.
This is a team that kind of lives or dies by their early skirmishes, right? And you can see there at the top the top kind of four stats, right? Their first blood percent in their last two series, 100%. Their kills and assists of 15 was insanely high, averaging a kill every 2 minutes. This team really liked to try and take those fights to you. And the big thing to note as well is, like, nearly 70% kill participation on the team, right? They were doing it as a squad, looking for skirmishes, moving around as a group. But the big problem that we saw was that oftentimes they'd go for these skirmishes and they might win the skirmish, but they're either too late for a lot of these objectives or wouldn't get anything more off them, right? Like their Dragon percent kind of middling at 40, nearly 48%, but like their Rift Tower percent was super low. Their first tower percent were super low. The only objective that was crazy high was their Baron because they were winning a ton of these early skirmishes that set themselves up going into the mid game to continue finding these picks and keep powering through their team fights.
Yeah, it does feel like these early game moments are where anyone's Legends have been able to find those leads, as you're saying, but whether or not they can convert it. But these messy scraps, it feels like it's their comfort zone, right? Even against teams like LNG, anyone's Legend taking a win. That's not something anyone should have expected coming into the series, but they're able to find these scraps, find these skirmishes, and it feels like they're all on the same page.
Yeah, and I feel like a huge part of that, like being able to find these fights that are starting off, does come down to Chocho. I think Chocho has been instrumental to this team, looking insane on picks like the Nautilus, where he can just very quickly start off these fights. And he might go down for his troubles, but he knows it's for the good of the cause, right? And I think that that's where you're kind of getting this definitive shot calling coming through of, hey, we are going to take these fights. And whenever, look, even if it doesn't always look the best, if everyone's on the same page, it has a much better chance of working out. And it really does feel like anyone's Legend are all reading from the same playbook.
Yeah, I mean, if you think all the way back to like 2020, the difference between Chocho and Yuyanja on that top esports roster was Chocho wanted to go in. That's not changed. Chocho still wants to go in. This time, he's got a team that wants to go in with him. So I'm excited to see what they're going to be able to do up today against BLG, because BLG, generally speaking, has been a relatively passive squad in the early game. But with that said, if we take a closer look at the two junglers, it feels like Weiwei changed his style in that last series. And the difference between these two junglers, like statistically, they're actually not that different, realistically. But when you look at the clips of them, a lot of early ganks coming out from both.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit more going towards Xiaohao, right? Like, Xiaohao definitely wants to be more aggressive. At the start of the split, we were seeing Xiaohao kind of play a little bit more passively, but now he's been far more assertive, where he's actually getting involved in the lanes, getting involved in these early skirmishes, particularly down towards Betty and Chocho in that bot side of the map. And you can see there, both these junglers willing to give up their gold difference of 15, give up their CSD of 15 in trying to enable their lanes. I've got to say though, for Weiwei, like, we've started to see him play a little bit more aggressive down towards that bot side, whether it's Uzi or Doggo, right? I just feel like there's times where Weiwei can be a bit separated from the team on his decision making when it comes in towards team fights. And we saw it specifically in their last series against IG, where Weiwei kind of not sticking to the idea of what the composition wants to do, where it's like, hey, I'm on a poppy, I want to try and kite back. Well, we're not really getting those moments particularly often, where he's kind of launching himself into the fray and leaving his backline exposed. So certainly I want to see kind of BLG and Weiwei in particular starting to kind of link up and work together a little bit better when it comes to those mid to late game team fights.
Yeah, we'll see if they can make that happen and find their way towards those late game team fights. And these are the clips of Weiwei, who very suspiciously changed his style a little bit with Uzi in that bottom lane, and suddenly really wanted to gank the bottom lane. Let's head over to the stage though, where the players are stepping up. And once again, it is going to be Doggo starting off for BLG today. Will not be Uzi on the stage, at least to begin with. But that's what we thought in the last series. Uzi subbed in partway through. So who knows at this point which player will be playing throughout the series for the side of BLG. And again, curious to see how that style changes, but I feel like it can be somewhat disruptive as well if you have to dramatically change your style when playing things.
Yeah, I mean, but that's what we expected when Uzi came in, right? Like, we know that he's a very vocal person on the team, and especially when he likes to shove in his lane incredibly aggressively at pretty much at all points in time and play for turret plates. You need to have the jungler there trying to support him, whether it be like actually playing into the lane or just getting a deep vision, so then he's able to continue pushing in without getting picked off. But on the upside here, you've seen anyone's Legend take to the stage. I think a team that is starting to surprise people as of late, especially when you look towards like them taking a game off of BLG and looking pretty damn competitive the whole series long. Able to beat Ore, Ultra Prime as well. This is a team that, even against Ore, like they're 16-0 in game one, like, they are really starting to come together, and it's exciting to see if we still have that kind of Rogue Warriors power behind these guys.
Yeah, that dare I say it, behind them, Rogue Warriors always brought to the table. And it has to be said that, you know, a lot of that always stemmed from the jungler. Xiaohao does feel like the guy that can step into that, can be early game. As you're saying, we've seen that ramping up over the course of this split. I'm hoping today against BLG, especially the Doggo variant of BLG, feels like this is a very slow team. This is not a team that's necessarily that proactive in the early game. And so if anyone's Legend can get a decent draft, get an aggressive jungler, you can easily see the scenario where they enter the mid game with a lead. It's just whether or not they can hold on to that, whether or not they can survive the BLG team fight later on.
Yeah, I think it's we're kind of looking at two opposite ends of the spectrum here, right? As you say, like Billy liked to play this incredibly slow early game, not a huge amount of action in the early stages of the game, much more playing for those mid to late team fights where they're trying to rely on the raw skill of like Fofo, Breathe, Doggo and or Uzi in that bot side of the map. But when you look across at anyone's Legend, as we said, they kind of live and die by these early skirmishes. If they can get them going their way, phenomenal. They can very quickly step in, get deep vision, start looking for picks, and make it really hard to actually play the game against them because they're so up in your face at all points in time. So I think we're going to have to see if Billy can kind of contend with that raw aggression.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. But you know what, Dagda? I'm just excited. You see ZDZ on your screen right there. I just want to let everyone know a little tidbit. His top 4 picks right now, he has played 4 times. He has played Camille, Jace, Gwen, and Graves 4 times. That's 4 4s. So, I don't know about you, Dagda, but I'm hoping that we get to see the Jhin top team. And now, I don't think it's necessarily that likely. I do think it is, in fact, a coincidence. But if he is some kind of mastermind that has purposely picked 4 picks 4 times, I mean, it would be.
I am just saying it's a bit unfortunate that he's played like as many games as he had. If he had one less game, there is a potential for him to have 4 picks that he's played 4 times, 2 picks that he's played 2 times, and 1 pick that he's played once, and that would be his entire schematic look at what he's able to play. But unfortunately that's not the case. But yeah, I still think coming into today we're probably going to look and see a good amount of these massive picks for the AD carry roles taken away. Caitlyn obviously still a fairly sizable pick regardless of what way you look at it, but Betty has been a phenomenal carry coming through for anyone's Legend and really stepped up over the course of this split. Like really has kind of surprised people. And when you're going up against Doggo in that bot side of the map as well, we've seen Caitlyn just banned away every time, Zeri going banned away every time, and as I say that, they're literally coming through now.
Do you know, the funny thing is, when I think of Doggo, I don't really think of these AD carries. I think it's Ziggs, but that's because of last year, you know.
Yeah.
He seemed to just completely spam Ziggs when we got to the World Championship.
Also
but
a massive Draven player, so I'm hoping that we get Draven out of this.
Yeah, it would be nice to see, wouldn't it? Would be nice to see. Betty, on the other hand, 13 games of Jinx so far this split. This guy likes Jinx. His next most played is Aphelios with 3 games. There is literally 10 more games on Jinx than anything else right now. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, he has played 2 more games of Jinx than all of his other picks combined. I did not do well on the sentencing there. But you know what I mean. Hecarim's going to be the first pick.
Yeah, going to be locked in there. It's actually interesting to see how Hecarim has risen in priority, right? Like, great engage, good early game, nice ganks, great clear. Like, he kind of just hits everything that you want to in the jungler at the moment. And, like, it's not like we've seen massive changes, right? We're still on patch 12.2. We're not on to 12.3 like the rest of the world. So, it's kind of interesting to see how Hecarim has just kind of sidled on into to being a really top pick. Aphelios though hovered here for Betty in that top side. Again, I prefer the Jinx matchup in this situation because I think Jinx has a little bit more that she can bring to the table, but we are going to see that locked in. And for Xiaohao, I want to try and see these early aggressive junglers like the Xinjiao come through. I think this is where Xiaohao's found his best success, is having that strong impact in the early game. Maybe even something like the Jarvan wouldn't be the worst thing.
Yeah, something like the Jarvan. Certainly, you could be proactive, right? You can happen, but Hecarim not so great at the old duels in the early games. So the Xin Zhao going to be locked in here to try and get invading, try and get some damage down onto Weiwei in his early pathing. See if we can cause some damage. And also on the red side of the draft, it's very likely that they can get good solo lane picks for anyone's Legend to get priority, so that Xiaohao can make things happen.
I also think that one of the big picks for me was going to be that Rise, but unfortunately for Forge, that's been taken off the board. Forge had a huge amount of play coming through with actually getting out to side lanes and impacting the map early. I think his lane phase looked pretty good on the rise as well. So I like that BLG are targeting it, but it does make me feel now, right, do we go for a third pick here in the mid lane, like a LeBlanc or something for Forge, and then try and like ban away picks for him? So then you can have a comfortable matchup against Fofo, because Fofo pretty lane dominant and likes to kind of go for these more focus on the lane matchup and like the 1v1 than a lot of our other mid laners, so we'll have to see. But nothing surprising coming through for BLG. Jinx locked in, and the Gwen going to be taken for Breathe on that top side. So maybe anyone's legend, instead of going for that mid lane, just take the Jace here for ZDZ.
And it's Breathes Gwen as well. This is a scary one up towards that top side, but straight away looking towards a ranged top laner from the side of anyone's legend. They really don't want to go up against that Gwen without a solid matchup to work with. Something like the Jace as well, another pick that we've seen locked in regularly against the Gwen, but it is going to be that Kenna for CDC.
Yeah, so still a decent matchup in the top side for against the Gwen. And as well, now you've got the ability to kind of sit on top of Aphelios and try and keep him safe, especially when the Hecarim tries to launch himself into the equation. So now we're going to be looking at Imagine. Yeah, there we go, at mid lane bans. Orianna taken off the board. So maybe Forge is eyeing up something like a Twisted Fate ban if you're going to start like taking away things like the Orianna Rise gone as well. Maybe you go towards like a Galio or a Silas pick and you try and go for that Twisted Fate early.
Let's see, Orianna banned away. And I am curious how the second half of this draft goes. I feel like the mid lane counter pick is going to be the name of the game, right? Because it's much easier to blind that support. LeBlanc taken off the board away from Forge. Remember Forge? His Akali, kind of the signature in my mind. With the Rise and LeBlanc gone, we are moving towards the edges of what Forge has played across the course of this split. Rise and LeBlanc being those top two. And then Akali tied with the LeBlanc. If the Akali was to be taken away, then we're starting to step into new territory for Forge this split.
Yeah, and Forge traditionally has looked a lot better on these kind of like melee assassins, like the Akali that actually just gets banned away. Like, I know he's kind of looked more comfortable on the Silas, but honestly, it kind of looks like a Twisted Fate pick could be the way here. Like, try and play down towards that bottom side, set up Betty for yourself, especially with all the bans. The other one is just go towards Victor, and Victor, the other big one that's left open. But yeah, I think the TF will work wonders here.
Spears' first game, TF all split long if he were to lock it in. Interesting to see as well, still running Forge on this roster, right? In fact, the old bait and switch, they go for the Leona, the support pick. This is what we talked about before though, right? Very safe to just blind your support.
Yeah, it feels like Forge is kind of like, look, maybe we go towards the Twisted Fate, but uncomfortable to just pull the trigger on that. On BLG side, it feels like just rounding out your team fighting composition is probably your best bet, right? Like, you have a ton of setup for this. Jinx, Gwen going to be wonderful on the front line and dealing damage as well. So maybe taking something like the Nautilus here for Crisp into that answer for the Leon. Actually going to go full defensive, actually, though. And then the question is, what do you do for Fofo? I mean, Syndra could be an option. Zoe could be there as well. We know that Fofo also plays the Veigar the other day, which actually could go pretty well, I feel, here against anyone's legend, because this is definitely a composition that wants to like go in on top of you. So always have the opportunity to try and like kite back now with the Tam Kench picked up. But Fofo just going to go back towards the Zoe, the lane dominant champion that he likes to go towards.
Yeah, this is actually only his, believe it or not, only his second Zoe game this split, which for Fofo, that seems crazy. He's a big old Zoe player, traditionally speaking. But what you mentioned earlier, the Victor, still available, has a great matchup into the Zoe. This is not a fun mid lane for Fofo. Forge, certainly with the pick advantage. But that said, when you look at the names stepping into that mid lane, I'd still lean the way of Fofo. And I'm curious how Fofo will play this matchup out.
Yeah, you can still get the push, at least in the early levels here, which should help out way a bit, right? Like, Hecarim, not the strongest when it comes towards the early skirmishes, so for trying to deny Xiaohao access to the jungle as Hecarim looks for those quick, or at least that first clear, is going to be pretty helpful. And the big question for me, though, is as we start to go forward, is like, anyone's legend, you need to start getting these big engages off, right? Because you look at the range advantage that's now on BLG's side. If they can post themselves up on towards these objectives, there's a ton of poke that can come through. The bubbles can make it really hard for you to operate in. And at least on Forge's side, right, you've got the Victor here for when BLG pull the trigger and try to engage with Weiwei. Maybe you can try and set out the team, but there's no real pressure on BLG's side to really force those engages because of the range advantage that they have over it.
See, I have to say, a lot of scaling on the side of Anyone's Legend, which Dagda, we came into this saying, we need to see aggression from Anyone's Legend. We need to see an impressive early game and a lead going into the mid game. While that is possible with this composition, it doesn't feel like what this composition was designed to do, right? A lot of scaling, a lot of team fight on the side of Anyone's Legend. Whether or not they can out team fight BLG, I mean, I guess we're just going to have to wait and see.
Yeah, it's kind of weird because I thought that we'd end up seeing a lot more, you know, mid-jungle focus for Xiaohao and Forge, trying to see if they can play through that, trying to set up Betty and Chocho on this bot side. Because Betty's opted in towards the Aphelios, means that you're going to get pushed in pretty substantially in this bot lane. So I'm curious now to see if we still get that same attention from Xiaohao. At least the Leona should help out a little bit in, like, if Xiaohao goes bot, Chocho can look to try and set up some plays there. But, you know, Cleanse for Doggo, Crisp when he hits 6 should be able to keep the Jinx relatively safe as well. Will be a little bit of a difficult lane to gank if Xiaohao doesn't get down here early.
Yeah, we'll see if Xiaohao is going to be able to find us though, because, you know, as you're saying, if he can get there early, Kent only has that Devour from level 6 at this point. But I'm not going to lie, my eyes are looking towards this top lane because Breathe going for a hop, skip, and a jump through the enemy jungle. Does get spotted towards the end, moving back into his own lane. As Weiwei managed to get a ward in onto those chickens. So full information will be available for BLG in this early game. The same cannot be said for Anyone's Legend, as an aggressive trade right off of the bat here from Breathe.
Yeah, just trying to get control of the bush. Double wards placed in the spot side for ZDZ. Just like, hey, look, I want to be able to auto-attack Breathe, try and get control of this lane. ZDZ, you can see there, just trying to get as much damage as possible down, running the electrocute as well. So these quick auto attacks could end up hurting Breathe quite a bit as he tries to fight that level.
Check out the summoner spells in that top side for Breathe as well.
Yeah.
TP Exhaust for Conqueror. So definitely looking towards those team fights, looking to not let the cannon one-shot everyone. If you can exhaust the cannon as he goes in, I mean, he basically doesn't exist as a champion anymore. That's kind of the one thing that Kennen brings to the table. So, does mean no flash, but realistically, we see Gwen's without flash pretty often.
Yeah, I mean, Gwen's totally fine, right? She's able to get the snip, or the E anyway, can dash her around fairly handily. She's going to be all right. Plus, the Hollowed Mist makes it really difficult to lock her down. So, people have just opted away from going towards any sort of flash. And sometimes you still need it, like if you're worried about early dives and that, but not going to be the case this time around. And actually, the double exhaust coming through, right? You've got Breathe on the top side, Crisp on the bot side as well. So, they are very much focused on, hey, look, we need to keep ZDZ's attention, or at least keep his damage out of the equation. Because as we said, right, BLG, they've got a ton of range. Let's just play around that, and BLG already kind of realized it.
Yeah. So, a lot of counterplay coming out from BLG. A lot of ways to shut down what Anyone's Legend wants to do, which feels like that's becoming the thing for BLG, right? Is playing this style where you're just trying to suffocate your opponents out. You're trying to deny everything they want to do. Much less about proactive play, much more about playing slow, playing steady, waiting for that mistake, and then punishing. And we've seen that they are able to punish very effectively. But that said, up against IG, they actually lost the series 2-1. And I think that was a surprise to a lot of people. It was certainly a surprise to me watching that one. But a huge amount of that was due to IG being willing to push the envelope a little bit, being willing to try and force the hand of BLG. And I do have a big concern here that Anyone's Legend, we're almost 4 minutes into the game. Not much has happened. They've drafted all scaling. Xiaohao's just going for a full clear on Xin, which realistically, you're not going to be able to outfarm a Hecarim. But maybe things change, Dagda. Xiaohao moving into the top side here. Perhaps finally we get an opportunity as Breathe going to go in. ZDZ trying to stack up that stun. Does find it, and the flash forward. Just as I say, they're not doing enough. Xiaohao makes it happen.
A great lane gank from Xiaohao, just playing off the fact that the wave was pushing it onto ZDZ. Waiting for the reset, counting down at his head. 3, 2, 1 as Breed starts to TP in as well. They're looking to answer.
Waiting in that Tri-Brush, waiting a long old time as well. Minion wave now about to arrive. ZDZ low on HP as Breathe. Forward with the skip and slash, but ZDZ looks like he's going to be okay. I'm a little surprised that Weiwei didn't pull the trigger.
Yeah, not willing to go for it. No, knew that ZDZ had the flash, so was kind of hoping that ZDZ might try and take an aggressive trade before he reset. Like, one of the things you'll see from top laners a lot is if they're about to go for a reset and have TP, they'll try and take a big chunk of health off of their opposition, so they reset, get full health, and come back into lane. But ZDZ kind of aware that something might be going awry, but I love that the fact that this worked out for anyone's legend, right? Because you can see with the way Chris was pathing, right? He moved up towards that top side, placed that pink ward in his own jungle just beside the blue buff. You were very much aware on BLG's side that this sort of play might come up towards the top side, but Xiaohu just does a good job of playing off the wave state, getting into the bush, and still getting that lane gank to work.
Job by Xiaohu to find that opportunity, and again, it's going to be crucial that he consistently find ways into these lanes. But Breathe now, no summoner spells, and remember, he never had a flash in the first place. There's always the opportunity to just rinse and repeat up towards that top side for Xiaohu. With that said, Drake on the map should play towards this bottom side instead, but BLG, they're the ones to start this one off.
Yeah, BLG are investing a ton of resources into trying to check Xiaohu, right? Like we talked about the pink that was there, they had just put a ward on towards the Raptors as well. The Xiaohu got spotted out on, so at least Breathe will be aware that Xiaohu's on that top side of the map, which is why the Dragon started. Now we'll spot out Xiaohu as well, so knows exactly where the anyone's legend jungler is.
And Xiaohu did not see Breathe there. He's going to be gutted as he watches his control ward get wrecked, but actually replaces it to deny the 75 gold. And Wei gets the dragon in the meantime. So just a couple of shenanigans. You saw Fofo drifting over on the minimap as well, just in case Xiaohu committed to try and take that control ward back once again. Huge wave stacking up in this bottom lane. And Wei is in this bottom side of the jungle right now. There's the potential for a dive.
Yeah, got spotted as he went through, though. There is a ward just the entrance to that camp. So, BLG now moving across. Wei will steal the blue. Probably will get a counter invade coming through. You can already see the pings coming down from Xiaohu, knowing that his own blue has been taken, so he's just going to trade sides of the map. But, I mean, for anyone's legend, right, you're not really in any trouble of getting dove at the moment. Whereas now you've got to play insanely safe as Breathe. And ZDZ actually was behind about 10 CS in the top lane, but because of all the pressure top, Breathe's now starting to fall behind.
I feel like Breathe really wanted to contest this blue. He was desperate to deny that invade from Xiaohu, but realistically, 2v1, I'm not sure that would be a sensible play to make. There is no vision of Xiaohu right now, but Breathe will spot him. No, just going to go for the ward. Clears that vision away, and will return to his top lane once more. And so, Dagda, we have a very quiet early game in a BLG series. Who could have seen this coming?
In a BLG series, yes. But you forget that there's Rift Herald in things. And anyone's legend will take any objective that they can to fight, unless...
An Ignite flash forward, looking for the kill on this one. One more hit will do the job. Fofo. That is how you play Zoe.
That was so much damage that came out. I mean, hasn't even really got any sort of damage items there. Merc Threads, a Dark Seal, and that's enough to take down Forge. Nice job from Fofo. And all right, there goes your fight at Rift Herald. Sorry for you, folks. We're going back to the passive farming as Wei should just be able to pick up that objective on the top side of the map. Actually looking to invade onto the Raptors instead.
Or looking to dive bottom lane. Doggo's in trouble. He's used the cleanse. That's going to be a Moonlight Vigil. And too many tower shots. Unfortunately, Betty almost goes down as well. As Crisp able to get the kill onto Chocho. Bit of a botch dive from the side of anyone's legend. Fofo starts to make his way down, but he's changed his mind and will return to the net.
Yeah, I think Chocho should have just accepted his fate there. I mean, 1 for 1. It's obviously not great, but the kill was going towards Chris, as well as the fact that you're losing that wave on the bot side. It would have worked out in your favor, but you're just going to get a replay here of Fofo, just with the quick hop forward, manages to get the bubble, Ignite going down quickly as well to get the maximum amount of damage. So he actually gets doesn't end up layering the Ignite, because he gets the initial Ignite down, then gets the second follow-up Ignite. So a ton of damage coming through from the double summoner spell there.
And great to see Fofo acknowledging the opportunity that he had. Forge was out of mana, recalling very greedily. Fofo gets the Ignite off of the floor. You know, that is just Zoe thing. That's how the champion works. But when you find that opportunity, he just takes full advantage of it, jumping forward, finds that bubble, and then the maximum damage out of that cube, the distance that he traveled as well. Really nice.
Anyone's Legend have rotated Chocho towards his top side, though Betty means that he's on his own. So he's actually not been able to contest this wave as it pushes in the bot side. So that's going to be 2 plates going over towards Doggo and basically answering for that Rift Herald play already. So nice job, at least at the moment, from BLG to respond to the pressure that we saw on that top side.
Yeah, Doggo getting relatively large, has that cull working away as well, 28 stacks remaining. Until that one finishes off, he's about 600, 500 gold ahead of his enemy AD carry. Kind of a similar story up on the top side as well, where we've got ZDZ with a bit of a gold lead, thanks to the fact that he got that assist earlier. He's also got a cull stacking up, so that'll cash in a moment's time. But really, the biggest lead is in that jungle, right? We've got Xiao Hao with an 800 gold lead. He's found such an advantage for himself. To see him continue to be proactive in that way. He has that Rift Herald to work with, and I'm curious where he'll go on the map to put that advantage in a laner's hands instead of just in the jungle.
I mean, it feels like it has to go into the bot lane, right? Like, try and get Betty up and ahead. But again, like, you're trying to enable Betty in the hopes that you can actually find these team fights. But if the game state stays the way it is, this is perfect for BLG. And it's kind of one of the reasons why I'm a big fan of, like, the Jinx into the Aphelios matchup, right? Like, you mentioned the code there. One of the big things that we see Jinx is doing this matchup, if you have the favorable support matchup as well, is, like, shove in, crash 4th wave at the start. You can get a quick reset. You've got enough gold for full. And then you come back into the lane, and already you're starting to accelerate your scaling, right? And one of the reasons that teams do prefer Aphelios in the early stages over the Jinx is the fact that he's got better skirmishing power and better objective fights, like Anyone's Legend are trying to set up here on Dragon. But if you're able to go for like the quick cull, you're now got a lane advantage, you can push in and get plates. The Jinx will just accelerate beyond the point where the Aphelios is really relevant. And then you've got the
all in the top side from Breathe here is ZDZ is exhausted, forced to flash away there. So ultimate used by Breathe. Both top laners still have TP. ZDZ has his ult if a dragon fight were to start out, but I don't think Weiwei's fighting for the dragon. I think he wants to try and find ZDZ in this top side. Kicks him away, and it means Breathe has solo time on the town.
Yeah, Weiwei's been doing a pretty good job of being able to answer Xiao Hao on a lot of these plays, right? Xiao Hao, they know that he's on the dragon, so he's going to go and steal away his topside camps. And you can see that has opened up a little bit of a CS lead for himself over that, but it does mean that they know that Weiwei's on that top side, so Rift Herald is going to go towards Betty, trying to set up the AD carry, as we always see for Anyone's Legend. But if he can get going in these team fights, Betty can take over.
But he won't quite get that last plate, unfortunately, as the call procs for Doggo. So you can see the AD carry gold still in Doggo's favor despite that. And now Forge, good flash, pulls the Hecarim underneath the Tower of the Fear. Not going to be enough. And I'm not sure Chaos Storm missed there. It didn't look like it did any damage. This Hecarim already real tanky.
I'm not entirely sure. I mean, Weiwei taking a good brunt of damage off those turrets regardless, so he has to back away. At least with the flash investment before she managed to survive. Both of Weiwei incredibly low though, so looks like it'll be more a case of like hand off this blue, maybe get a quick push in mid for Fofo. Actually, he's just going to reset, so I'm handing that blue off as soon as possible to the mid lane.
Yep, just heading back to base, getting back onto the map once again. And you know, Weiwei, he's playing jungle, so you never really need to be effective of your jungle item. You just have infinite sustain so long as you're doing camps. But I'm sure we'll head back to base shortly because he's kind of out of mana. And Hecarim, you do need to mash that Q, so you'd expect to reset. But with Dragon down, we've got Herald coming up in 2 minutes' time. That's potentially the next moment of contention. But so far, both teams have been pretty reluctant to actually contest anything. They're just like, okay, what are you doing? I'm going to go to the other side of the map and do something else.
Yeah, it feels more so like Anyone's Legend would like to find these fights, but BLG just aren't really giving them that opportunity. Like, you see Xiao Hao going for plays on the top side, and it's responded with the dragon from BLG. Anyone's Legend are doing the dragon number 2. It's responded by BLG by stealing away camps on the top side, right? Like, it's BLG trying to cross-map and stay even, because they know once they get to the later portion of the game, that's where they're going to be stronger. So, like, the idea here from BLG is like, right, when we get to these team fights, water flanks correctly, right? Make sure that ZDZ can't find flanks. Because if he can't get in onto, like, Doggo and Fofo, Anyone's Legend kind of then relying on Chocho to be that big engage tool. There's cleanses, there's Crisp to try and deny that as well. So you have the opportunity then to continue playing at range. And when you get a decent amount of poke down, then Weiwei can look for the engages. As long as like BLG are kind of setting up correctly, that's going to be all good. And even then, if ZDZ gets through, you still have the exhaust to try and shut him down.
Breathe and ZDZ trading pretty effectively, or pretty heavily, sorry, in that top side. And I'm just having a look back on some of these previous games from Anyone's Legend. There's an attempt on this bottom side. This tower should go down, actually. BLG just going to brute force, and maybe Weiwei goes for a little bit more. Onslaught Shadow's available if he wants to pull the trigger. In classic BLG fashion, he will not. We return to the standard back row play. But I've been looking at the previous games from Anyone, right? Trying to figure out who this team is and how this team came out of nowhere, right? Because at the start of the split, they were basically just on a lose. Kick things off, right? I mean, they beat LGD to start off. A lot of people have beaten LGD since that point. But they lost to OMG. They lost to FX. They lost to RNG. They lost to Weibo. They lost to TT. It was like, okay, this is just going to be a team at the bottom of the standings for the rest of the split. It is what it is. But then they went on a bit of a streak. They managed to beat Ultra Prime. They managed to beat RA. And then they took a singular game off of LNG, which, for me, I consider that a win for any of the teams towards the lower end of the table. But it feels like a lot of it isn't just down to the early advantages, right? They generally have needed an early advantage in these games that they've won, but they have run a bit of scale. And I'm hoping we do get to see a bit of good team fighting from Anyone's Legend in this series, because BLG, they're really good team fighters. In fact, I would say that's their biggest strength as a team. So it's bold, to say the very least, for Anyone's Legend to draft a composition that wants to scale as well. But maybe in the late game, maybe we do see some great stuff out from Anyone's Legend. Maybe we do see some good 5v fights.
Yeah, I mean, one of the big things that Anyone's Legend have kind of leaned on is like working through the early advantages into looking for picks and jumps, right? And they make it really difficult for you to actually fight them. And unfortunately, the lead is actually in favor of BLG when it comes to the map. Like, they have bot lane turret down. You can see Weiwei getting good vision on this bottom half of the map, enabling Greed to shove in. It becomes really difficult to look for picks in this situation. Actually, might have a fight event to kick off. Dragon is up, so with Anyone's Legend, not quite in position here to look for the push into River. We're just going to look to try and maybe trade this for mid lane turret, draw BLG out of River, and potentially look for an engage after that.
Mofo just had his flash force down. That's quite big. And, you know, Zoe does get other flashes, so it's not as big as some champions, but that was her real flash. So in the meantime, though, BLG managing to contest that Herald in the mid lane. It did get the charge. It means the Drake goes the way of BLG. So posturing for that fight, but doesn't end up happening for the time being at very least. BLG kind of A-ramming it a little bit, but I think we're just going to disperse, go back to the side lanes, and return to the status quo.
Yeah, this is something that Anyone's Legend struggle with, though, is like trying to actually set up their side lanes correctly for objectives. And I think BLG did a really good job of, on the opposite side, actually setting up for that Dragon, right? You get Breathe pushing in on that bot side up to that tier 2. Someone has to go and defend, so you can then move back in, get vision on the bot side, and make sure that you're in a good spot. And then Anyone's Legend, right, well, the only way that we can try and fight for priority is if we try and use this Rift Herald mid, but because BLG have great engagement with Weiwei, the potential for Fofo with bubbles over the wall, they can't even fully commit to that mid lane turret, so you end up winning out pretty substantially kind of across the board there for BLG. Get the Rift Herald out, doesn't really do too much damage to the map state, and you get the Dragon out of the equation as well. So for Anyone's Legend, they need to try and like change their game plan here. Make sure they're getting onto objectives earlier, or at least setting up some pink wards in their own side of the jungle so they can enable ZDZ to figure out how he wants to try and approach these fights.
All about getting creative on the flanks with that cannon, and whether that's about trying to get behind the opponent, whether that's about just trying to come from a different angle than they'll be expecting, especially with that rocket belt finished off, with his flash available, there's plenty of opportunity for a cannon to make his way into a team fight. But oh hang on,
God.
Betty going for the 1v1 on Doggo, but Crisp is there to save the day. Now an exhaust comes down, a rocket to finish the kill. And you know what? I'm excited that Betty's got the gumption to make that play, but when the Tom catch there, it's just not doable.
Oh, that was so close, though. I actually really like the idea from Betty, like, trying to see if he can get the quick kill on towards Doggo, who's just a little bit overextended, but unfortunately, Crisp was just in the wings. One more auto would have been enough, but Crisp with the hero play, the flash in, able to save Doggo.
Yeah, the double flash. Doggo flashes, Crisp also flashes to to get to the opportunity. And Weiwei was there as well. So it was like, you know, even if Bait gets the kill here, he sacrifices himself for it. But I love that. I love that he's being proactive, being aggressive. The auto was literally on the way as Crisp gets that foul.
And he might have actually been relatively all right if the Chompers weren't behind him, right? Like, stepped directly into them. May have been able to get back to his turret, but, oh, Forge against Fofo in that top lane.
Yeah, I don't
Fofo's
think
having a great time.
Fofo, I mean, he's played Zoe, right? This is Fofo Zoe. We all know what Fofo could do on Zoe. Football is going to land again. That's going to be a stopwatch. Oh, the timing! Oh, Fofo, that is just... Oh, it's dirty.
Yeah, Weiwei's just there for moral support as Fofo picks up another solo kill for himself. 2 now onto Forge. And we were actually kind of praising Forge coming out of the IG series. We're saying, hey, look, you know what? Forge's laning phase is looking a lot better. It's looking a little bit cleaner. But unfortunately, this time around, with Fofo being able to take that Zoe into the Victor, it's looking pretty good now for the little... I don't know. I was going to say she's an old woman, but a little girl. I never know quite what to call Zoe.
Do you know what? I'm just going to steer clear of this entire conversation. I don't think this ends
You're better
well
off.
for us.
Let's move on. Let's move on.
I don't think this is a good one. Yeah, I have to say, though, Fofo as well, this is not a good matchup for Zoe. And he's got 2 solo kills against the Victor. It feels unfair for Forge to have to play against this guy. Well, that's not unfair. That's just competition, isn't it? But I will say, it kind of surprises me that Anyone's Legend are running Forge this split with Maple available on the roster. They kind of ran Maple for a few series, but then when you actually look at it, Forge coming in is the moment where Anyone's Legend started winning series. So you have to wonder if Forge facilitates some kind of shot calling role within the team.
Maybe to a certain extent, but I know, at least from their interviews, I think it was Chocha was saying that Xiaohao takes a lot of the early game shot calling. So I don't know. I feel like it's kind of a case of like the ability to play these like more assassin oriented champions has worked out well for them, because as Xiaohao takes a rock to the face. But Forge has kind of been known for like the LeBlancs, the Silas's, these kind of things in the past, and the Akali, and we're starting to see like LeBlanc and Akali certainly more so creep into the meta. So it could just be a case of, hey, look, this is the kind of like early game skirmishing we want to take, and LeBlancs and Akalis can facilitate or do well in that scenario. But unfortunately, this time around, Anyone's Legend just haven't quite found it.
Yeah, certainly not. But Anyone's Legend currently vision control of that Baron, but BLG are like, okay, we can have Baron vision control. We'll take Drake. That seems like a pretty good trade to me. I'll trade vision control for a Drake any day of the week. Good attempt on the bubble there, but Betty, he's seen that one before.
So now, BLG just going to hop back in towards side lanes. Third Dragon going to go their way with Test. As you can see, Anyone's Legend just not able to keep control of the mid priority. And now we're starting to get into the point on where just deep vision being set up for BLG. Make sure that you're not able to try and answer for Anyone's Legend. And again, if you try to face check into BLG, it's just not going to be a fun time, right? And as long as BLG move in as this kind of squatted up unit and make sure that you're not able to actually get your flanks or kind of get corralled into situations you don't want, you should be totally fine here to keep putting pressure on towards mid, rotate up towards top to help out Breathe as well, and just make this game obnoxious for Anyone's Legend to play, especially with Fofo having these bubbles. Like, denial of vision in this sort of scenario against Zoe is so hard to play against.
Yeah, it really is. Like, Zoe's one of these champions. When you're ahead, it's insane. When you're behind, you're absolutely useless. But right now, Fofo is ahead. Right now, as you're saying, the vision control in favor of BLG. They can play with that fog of war. The Super Mega Death Rocket just used his poke there from Doggo. And, you know, with the way that this game is going, I feel like it's more efficient than just holding it when we're never, ever fighting. But on the topic of fighting factor, we started to see items coming on through. 2 items for each AD carry. We've got 2 items on this Gwen in the top side as well. ZDZ will be able to finish his second item relatively shortly. Are we getting towards the point now where we start to see these two teams duking it out? Please say yes.
Maybe. I want to say yes.
Just say yes.
Honestly,
forget analysis. Just tell me yes. Just whisper sweet nothing.
You know what, Bud? For you, I will lie directly to your face and say yes. Because honestly, I just feel like what's actually going to happen is Anyone's Legend kind of like, they're trying to get vision control of River, right? But I think what's more likely to happen is that BLG, you know, keep pressure in lane, continue to get vision control, play the slow, and then just look for picks. Like, use Zoe, use the fact that you've got, like, Weiwei as well. Like, if you pick off, like, and no one on Anyone's Legend is particularly tanky, right? So anyone you find will go down, or you force it the present card from shout out.
Bubble onto Doggo. Oh, onto Betty, sorry. Just saw the Aphelios, assumed Doggo. It's gonna
here we
be
go,
tier
though.
2, chunk down, TP coming on through. Maybe BLG have been caught out. Look at Breathe on the minimap right now, pushing onto the inhib tower. He is just using this time. BLG, they're playing with their food right now. Doggo, Breathe, sorry. Everyone is Doggo. Breathe gets himself an inhib tower, and BLG walk away scot-free. It was all a cunning ruse.
Everyone's a doggo, and every doggo is a good doggo. Remember those. But BLG, nice play. I mean, you get to trade the TP. Chocho tried desperately to get into a position to look for the flank, but again, this is the value of that vision control that BLG had set up, and you can see the issues with the composition Anyone's Legend have, right? Like, yes, you have Chocho who can try and set up, but if I set up an engagement for you, but if ZDZ has a decent flank, or doesn't have a decent flank, he's not really able to get into position. And yes, that pink ward is nice and all for Anyone's Legend, as BLG walked directly over it. I was about to say, I don't think it'll last very long. All right, Crisp is going back to get it. There you go. I was going to say that ward isn't going to last long enough for ZDZ's TP to come back up, so it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things.
Well, Dagda, I have some fantastic news. Not just for you, not just for me, but for the entire audience. We've got a Drake coming up in 1 minute and 30 seconds. In total, that's 90 seconds. In fact, at this point, Dagda, it's 80 seconds. I feel like this is the point where AL actually have to fight. They have run out of time. It'll be an infernal solve for BLG if they don't contest this.
So Anyone's Legend have to go for Drake. My question is, do BLG have to go? Because the thing is, they have control over the Baron area. They have a ton of damage that can rip through this Baron. They can honestly just trade it. Now, I love this from Anyone's Legend, though. They really want to make it work. ZDZ! Doggo! Doggo!
Doggo, you're doomed, mate! It's a lightning storm in the jungle. ZDZ, the secret agent, makes it after for his team, and now the rest of the team can come in as well. Weiwei locked up and taken down. That's 2 for Anyone's Legend. Fofo, he's going to be stuck underneath, but Crisp saves the day. Anyone's Legend barreled down the mid lane, though. That'll be the mid lane tier 2 going down. Dragon available, Baron available if they want it.
Yeah, they're going to go towards Baron. Breathe is pushing in this top side, but I don't think they care. Trade the tier 2 for the Baron, and it's going to give Anyone's Legend so much control and well orchestrated from AL as well. Like, you see them for so long, like, trying to maneuver Chocho into place. We talked about ZDZ needing to have those flanks, and he managed to sneak into the back line, and that nets the Baron for Anyone's Legend. TP's coming through for BLG. They're trying to rush the Dragon, but Anyone's Legend are on their way. Never mind, the reset.
This will be solved. It'll be solved for BLG if they can get it. The reset comes on through from Anyone's Legend. I can't believe they're not even going to try for this one, but either way, it's a Baron for an Infernal Soul. Honestly, back to Anyone's Legend, they've made a proactive play. They've got a couple of picks. They got Baron. It's still not actually worth it. I don't think
they traded down.
Infernal Soul.
They traded down. This is a terrible idea. I was like, you know what? Get your Baron, run over and contest the Dragon. When they looked for the resets, I knew it was doomed. Like, the Infernal Soul with what BLG have is going to be so hard to play against. Like, Fofo enabled so much more with the burst potential. Doggo going to be able to take pop shots with the rapid fire cannon, even as the Infinity Edge now completed as well. Like, this becomes really difficult for Anyone's Legend to push in against. And yes, you've got 2 minutes on this Baron, but Infernal Soul, that stays for the rest of the game.
And it does a lot of damage, especially on champions like Zoe, for example, where the rocket can follow up on the bubble, the zap can follow up on the bubble. It's very difficult to play against, speaking from experience. Chocho low on HP, but with this Baron, Anyone's Legend are determined to get something. And tier 2 goes down in that top side. There's only 1 tier 2 remaining on the map for BLG here. Anyone's Legend trying to find some semblance of control. They're going to go for a reset. Go down towards this bottom side instead.
Yeah, and that's pretty much the Baron push now done, right? They only had the one wave in their favor on that top side that they managed to get the tier 2 with, but now BLG drive back out onto the map. Top is pushing out as Fofo is making his way up there, but maybe the pick.
Hang on. Wei wanted to go for the Wolves, but instead there's a whole bunch of BLG players here. Anyone's Legend, I don't think this is a fight you can take. There's Breathe is already on to Xiao Hao. There goes the support. I mean, it's already over before it began. Betty just gets cut to pieces. ZDZ goes in, but he's exhausted once more, and Breathe finishes him off. What
that's
on
2
earth was
quick
that damage
kills.
from Breathe?
BLG just sweep away the support in the top laner, and now they can start to push in. I mean, Breathe, as he said, 3 items on the Gwen. Betty feeling the brunt of that, and now starting to push in again. Fofo just playing off on the side, making sure that he can stop anyone's Legend from trying to contest this push. Oh, wait!
We like Vigil, but Crisp, once again. I mean, Crisp has been on point with the Tahm Kench. I know Tahm Kench not the most complex champion to play, but every single time Doggo's in trouble, Crisp is there.
And this is unfortunate for anyone's Legend here, right? They try and go for the engage, but look at where their carries are, right? Betty has to walk the full way around to try and get in behind his tank line. Forge as well trying to move through, but he's not able to really contest anything because of where BLG are positioned. And even Betty forced to flash away pretty much instantly as Breathe goes golden there, almost able to kill out the anyone's Legend lane carry.
Really nicely done by BLG. And again, anyone's Legend, I think, just misunderstanding the situation, not realizing that they were the ones being outnumbered. They thought they had a pick onto Wei, but never usually the case against BLG. They play it very, very safe, especially in the late stages of the game. Breathe with the sweeper. Spots out that he is definitely not alone on that one. He wanted to make an attempt onto Betty, but Betty had his bodyguard in that Xiao Hao.
And now for BLG, they are pretty much in control of this game once more, right? You've got 3 items complete on both the Zoe and the Jinx. The poke is coming through, and I mean, we've seen that combo between the Jinx and the Zoe now a couple of times where you just land that little bit of poke with Zoe. Doggo tries to look for the finisher, even with the zap as well, being able to follow up. So the range just being obnoxious for anyone's Legend to deal with. And anyone's Legend are trying to group up, right? They're trying to go, look, if we... These rockets are hilarious. But I mean, basically anyone's Legend are trying to group up and be like, hey, look, we got to try and contest Vision to deny BLG the opportunity to like get that established top side, especially with like Baron in 2 minutes. That would kind of be the end game, but it means that Breathe is pretty much free to push in on the bot side and knows that at this stage he beats out ZDZ in a 1v1, and there's no terror on that bot side as well, so your bot inhibitor exposed and anyone's Legend are trying to juggle so many things at once.
Yeah, and you know, that rocket is not actually as silly as it looks, because we've got such a long time between each fight, and the rocket, it's not actually that long of a cooldown anyway. So, you know, an attempt on the enemy red buff, I think it's fine, but yeah, it just looks so silly to see the ulti used in that way. And it would be a damn good pickup if you could get it. Xiao Hao barely dodges away from the paddle start on Fofo. He can just do whatever he wants at this point. 3 items on the Zoe with a death cap and a void staff. That is massive damage. He's level 16 at this point. Breathe is level 18, by the way. A full level above anyone else in the game. And it does feel like, you know, dare I say it, BLG, they're basically an LCK team. They really don't want to take any risks.
Do you know
they
what's
really don't want
hilarious?
to push too hard. They just want to play it slow and steady and win this game.
When we joined back in 2020, that was their identity as well. Because I'm pretty sure they had him at the time had come across from P1, or who was their coach at the time?
I think it was me.
Yeah, and it was just like, oh yeah, they're gonna play this crazy slow game, play for scaling, and that was back when it was like Hingin, Meteor, these lads, and that team kind of imploded. Then it came over to like a team really struggling to kind of find an identity for themselves, and now that they've got this like mega team coming back into the roster, I mean, why not play for scaling when you've basically got some of the best team fighting carries in the league?
Yeah. Wrong, Dagda. I just don't like the words that you're saying. Philosophically disagree with the idea of playing League of Legends slowly. ZDZ's got a flank again. Maybe a chance. Elder Dragon onto the map here as we finish our little conversation. Wei gonna find himself in a 1v1 against the Kennen, but that's fine. They found the Kennen. They found the flank. It's BLG have control once more. Elder Dragon, whoever wins this smite, pretty much wins the game, I think. The rest of this fight will depend on it. Look at ZDZ. Look for his flash, his rocket belt, his ult.
His flash is so close to coming up that anyone's legend trying to see if they can delay, but there's no chance.
Chocho survives. Weiwei dives across the entire team, but his people drop it on both sides. Xiaohao falls. Both junglers dead. It's a proper burger flip on this one, but it's Breathe to pick it up. BLG get themselves to the Elder Dragon, and they want a little bit more on top of it. ZDZ exhausted again, but he uses the Lightning Surge to try and escape. Rocket Belt as well. He's desperate to get out of this one. Hasn't used his ult yet. Now drops it onto Doggo, but it's too little too late.
And you'll see there Forge taking off their screen on the bottom left-hand side. And now BLG will rock on forward to the base. Only Bessie remains as Chocho will on as well to try and stand beside him. But Elder Dragon, Infernal Soul, the numbers advantage for BLG. They will look likely to take game one.
Oh, are they going to back away? Surely not. This Breathe goes back in onto Chocho once more. The needle work. He hit the wrong target. He couldn't finish the Chocho there. 2 flashes going to be used. And BLG, you know, they've got Elder Dragon. They've got Infernal Soul. They've got another wave coming. But they don't
have Baron.
Want to take the risk.
Look, we need the Thanos fist, you know? You need every buff in the game. You need to get the red buff, the blue buff, the Baron buff, the Elder buff, the Infernal Soul. Make yourself look all sorts of pretty as you go and, like, kill the Nexus, all right?
Halfway between Thanos and a TNT, because they go for that dual gauntlet in every single knuckle. It's going to be the Baron taken here by BLG, and for all intents and purposes, it's the game.
For all intents and purposes, the game for the last like 15 minutes for BLG, to be perfectly honest. Like, you can see here, right? This fight isn't really fair. Like, Doggo's just able to do so much work, has Chris there to protect him, both free firing over the wall. And ZDZ doesn't even get into this fight, right? Like, he spends his whole time trying to find that flank, trying to see if he can wait for his flash to come up. Doesn't end up getting it. He also invests it after the fact as well. So now once more, if we end up by some miracle, anyone's legend delaying this game out for another 2.5 minutes, ZDZ will be in the same predicament where he needs to wait for his flash to come up before that fight can really kick off with Elder Dragon.
Yeah, just like Chocho getting a little bit far out. It's for the very long range battle stars. So far, ZDZ not spotted. No flash available this time. Exhaust in the hands of Crisp. He needs to be looking for ZDZ. As Weiwei once again goes to try and sweep
Oh
out
my
the jungle.
god!
I didn't think
ZDZ!
he got spotted. Oh, he's just that ward.
He walked onto the ward, I'm pretty sure, and that's why BLG are backing away. I mean, they are on comms. It could just be a vocal.
It could be. It could be. We usually see things. I don't know. ZDZ. He's trying to buy time. He's trying to do something. He's trying to find his way, but it's not happening. Oh, it's a heartbreak. Good effort, ZDZ. But again, we've seen a lot of posturing on the flank. We've not seen much actual flanking.
Yeah, I mean, they're really trying here from anyone's legend. And ZDZ, like, to give him his due, found one earlier on with the secret agent play, but now you're kind of running out of steps. ZDZ has the TP. I don't know if there's a ward behind him. Oh, there it is.
Solar Flare onto Mofo, but no follow-up for the time being. AL start the fight before ZDZ is there. Now the slicing Maelstrom, but it's too little too late. Crisp gets a good exhaust, and in the meantime, Breathe is just diving through everyone with Weiwei. It's basically a 2v3 on the backline under a tower, and Breathe and Weiwei could not have cared less. 15-5. It was brutal, honestly, as BLG smashed it.
A very slow-paced game, but one that was dictated a lot by BLG the whole time, right? Like, consistently getting vision control down, trying to spot out where Xiaohao is, denying him the ability to really, like, start off fights in favor of anyone's legend. And then as it got to the mid-game, BLG were perfectly happy to just play the map better. Like, work through the fact that Breathe was going to be stronger on the side lane, be able to play against this Kennen. And unfortunately, coming through for anyone's legend, they just couldn't find access in these team fights. Like, they were consistently trying to see if they could get the flanks for ZDZ, but it wasn't working. And then the range advantage for BLG was just too much.
Yeah, it certainly was. And, you know, I feel like when you look at the way that BLG plays the game, it's like, you know, there's the dream for many people at home that they too could play video games professionally. And the dream of just playing video games all day. Well, BLG have managed to turn that into a chore. The players look so bored. Like, leaving this stage, they're like, oh, another game done. It takes so long. Like, they just farm all the time.
You know what? It just depends on what you're looking for, right? Like, if you want your high octane gameplay, maybe this isn't the team for you. But if you want to sit back, stick on a little bit of lo-fi, you know, just kind of like chill out. It's like a nice pace, you know. Oh, it's like I gotta go get some cooking done. I'll pop back in 3 minutes time and kind of like work off of when the team fights are going to be every 5 minutes of tracking or so. You know, you can get a lot done in your day and not really miss much in these games. So it kind of depends on like what you're looking for from your LPL. We like to cater to multiple different audiences. You know, we like to be an inclusive league.
BLG are the TFT of the LPL, if you will. You can, you know, go cook between the team fights and all of that kind of stuff. Yeah. Either way, they are very good at it. Even if I like teams that just fight like crazy, BLG, even if they don't do that, they are still an exceptional team. Their team fighting, when it does happen, is absolutely beautiful to witness. And the way that they just control the map is almost always just exquisite.
Yeah, and I have to say, I definitely prefer Weiwei on these more engage-oriented champions. I've seen the Poppy a couple of times. It's been a little bit hit or miss for me. So definitely having something like the Hecarim, even first picking the Hecarim in this draft, I think really works out well for them. Like the fact that he can kind of play that more, hey, I'm gonna like fly myself into the middle of the team and try and set up, especially when you got Breathe paired with them. Like this Gwen silently just amassing an insane gold lead in that top side and just destroying people.
I mean, Breathe was over 100 CS up by the end of that game. Fantastic performance from him. Fantastic performance in those team fights as well. With that said, we're going to jump into game 2 right after the break.
Dear Mother, I'm writing to tell you about this absolute Chad in the LPL. Where do I even start? Well, when both teams are even in gold, Hung feels that FPX is at a great advantage, and thus he does not hesitate to start a team fight. When FPX is 3k behind in gold, Hung thinks that FPX is at a small advantage, and so he starts a team fight to secure their lead. When FPX is behind 7k in gold, Hung thinks that FPX is at a disadvantage, and so he looks for a team fight to regain control of the game. When FPX is 10k behind in gold, well then Hung just thinks that the team has reached a desperate situation, and they're only waiting passively for their death if he does not start a team fight. I know you love statistics, Mother, but in this situation, you can keep your statistics, because I prefer the magic.
Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. Taken as much as
因为比赛里我一直都在开团嘛，但其实生活中我其实也算是一个开团的角色，就队伍有什么需求啊，或者说我们吃什么我都会占比较大的决策吧，就因为大家都 OK 的那种，然后我就会去判断去主导这个。
He starts the team fights in game. He also starts the team's fights in real life. This guy is an absolute Chad. Just goes to bars and just starts cracking knuckles,
Just
cracking
starts
heads.
going, swinging as he goes through.
Jojo is not messing about, apparently, on Munchables. I'm joined by the Robster as we head towards the second series here. Second game, sorry. And our MVP, gonna be Fofo. As we... I think we all knew that his Zoe performance was kind of disgusting. 2 solo kills across the course of the game into a matchup that's not favorable for Zoe anyway. That was a toughie.
I mean, Fofo just absolutely teared apart Forge, right? 2 solo kills in that situation for himself, like picking up one in lane, picking up one on the top side. And then again, like once you get ahead with the Zoe, it becomes obnoxious to deal with her, right? Because she just got so many walls that she can try and play around. You've got great siege potential on this BLG lineup, and they're able to use it to great success.
Do you know, I never noticed that Forge didn't flash in that play. In fact, he didn't flash in either of these plays.
Yeah. I don't know, to be honest. Yeah, Forge not having the greatest times, especially like I wanted to come in and go, you know what? We're seeing improvement from Forge. Because in that IG series, he looked actually pretty all right in lane, but it looks like kind of Rise was more of a plaster there. Kind of filling over the cracks that were in his laning phase. But especially when you look towards like the draft, it looks like BLG kind of copped that, banning the Rise away. denying that access and denying a lot of the early game skirmish that Anyone's Legend were able to go for. Maybe we do actually see in this game now, coming into game 2, Forge going back over towards something like the Twisted Fate. You kind of called for it in the early stages, and with a lot of the counters already banned away, I think you could have looked for these early plays and kind of taken the game away from BLG at those early moments.
And that's what we've got to hope for in game number 2 here, because, you know, game number 1, we're essentially podcasters rather than casters. I'm hoping game number 2, Anyone's Legend basically acknowledged the fact that you're not going to beat BLG in the late game. Your macro isn't as good as BLG. Your team fight isn't as good as BLG. As far as I'm concerned, it's not going to happen. It's certainly not 2 games in a row. So change the tact, right? Give Xiaohao something. I mean, Xiaohao had something that he can impact the game on, right? He had that since Zhao. But we needed to see him working with the solo laners, finding priority, or not even necessarily finding a more aggressive pick in that mid lane, but like you're saying, the Twisted Fate where you can leave the mid lane, like abandon the mid lane, play through Xiaohao, play through the bottom lane, play through the top lane, find opportunities to make things happen on the map. Because otherwise, I don't see the universe where Anyone's Legend beats BLG in the late stages of the game unless BLG really fumbles their own draft.
Yeah, especially since I kind of put like Fofo and Nice in kind of the same category with like the style that they want to play from the mid lane, right? Like insanely lane focused. They want to try and beat you in the 1v1. Like, don't get me wrong, like we've seen Knight, we've seen Fofo, we've seen them both kind of roaming around on picks like the Rise. They have had side lane impacts. But when they get champions like Oriana's, the Zoes, the Syndras, we know that they're just going to try and stick in that mid lane and 1v1 you. And with Forge, kind of, we thought maybe getting back onto the horse where his laning was concerned. Not quite the case then when you go up against Fofo, the kind of the first real test he's had. I just want to see him kind of go, right, hands off, I'm hopping out of lane, play the crying Yuikai style, like just move away from actually opting into that 1v1 whatsoever. But obviously that's going to be the case. I think as well, something that can give a good amount of strength to the mid jungle is going to be key here for Anyone's Legend. It felt like in the last game, they just couldn't really try and link up at all between that, and there was no plays that were really happening down towards Betty and Chocho. Xiaohao tried to have some impact up towards ZDZ in the top side, but it wasn't really doing anything. So I'd rather just kind of see Anyone's Legend go back to what has been their game plan since the get-go, right? Like, set up Betty and Chocho, play through this bot lane, and make sure that you're setting yourself up nicely for these early skirmishes.
Well, we're into game number 2. Let's see if we're going to ban that set up. A Karma ban is not something I was expecting to see. The LeBlanc and the Bali being banned away. I feel like these are bans that would usually be levied towards Forge. I was not expecting to see Forge banning the Akali, I will say.
I think Akali just an insanely strong pick, and I don't even know if it's towards Fofo, right? Like, Breathe has played that as well on the top side and looked pretty damn clean on it, so definitely opportunities here to kind of mix and match what you're going for. Caitlyn has been left open though, and that's going to be the first pick straight away for Betty, so this is a champion that never ever gets through any draft. So the fact that Betty and Chocho now got their hands on it, we know that Anyone's Legend are going to be playing down towards this bot lane.
Yeah, and you could expect maybe something like a Jhin or even the Jinx or the... I mean, Aphelios has a pretty rough time because that early pressure that you mentioned in the last game that you can get with the Aphelios kind of mitigated by the Caitlyn, but Jinx can still just kind of farm up. And similar story for the Jhin, where you just can outpush the Caitlyn, but it's going to be the Xin Zhao locked in here for Wei Wei. I wouldn't be surprised to see just something like a support locked in as well, maybe. Just try and find yourself a priority or something that you think will do well into Caitlyn and what's likely to be something like a Lux.
Yeah, I imagine they'll go towards an Nautilus in that case, right? Like, there's so much escape away from the Caitlyn, especially because we tend to see her go for something like the Gale Force and also having just the net. So I like when we oftentimes see a Nautilus answer, because either you are able to pick off the Lux very quickly, right? Not a huge amount of escape away from her. Or you can just try and lock up that Caitlyn. But Gwen going to be locked in for ZDZ in that top side, and it looks like Anyone's Legend hovering a support here means that you're going to be on the back foot for Xiaohao when it comes to that jungle war.
It is going to be the Lux in the end, so very, very strong start to the draft here for Anyone's Legend, right? Caitlyn looks bottom lane, Gwen top. Like, we have dominance locked in. And while BLG will have the opportunity to counter pick up on that top side and get maybe something like a Jace before the second ban phase, they might just go bot lane instead. I'm not super convinced by this because now anyone's legend, they could just ban away the Jace, ban away the Kennen. Suddenly ZDZ has a really good matchup.
Yeah, ZDZ should have a relatively good time if they want to go towards that. The big question though is if BLG start banning with mid laners, right? And suddenly Fofo gets a good matchup. So there's kind of a lot of back and forth here. Where maybe
let's be honest, Rob. Let's hang on a second. Fofo will have a good matchup. He played a counter matchup last game. He got 2 solo kills. The draft doesn't matter as far as I'm concerned when it comes to the mid lane.
So here's the thing, right? Like, you can ban away the Jace. I think you leave open the Kennen for Breed. I think ZDZ, like, it's a bit of a difficult matchup in the early stages, but when you get to the late game, you should be relatively okay. And you have a lot of ways of denying the Kennen access to team fights as well, with the looks and exhaust and the traps. So I like that BLG are banning junglers though on the opposite side, because I think for Lee Sin and Jarvan, 2 picks that could do relatively well. Specifically, Jarvan could engage. For anyone legend, I'm not sure exactly. I think they're actually just going to go for more of these top lane bans. So yeah, leaving the Kennen open, I think, is relatively okay here, just because you've got so many tools to deal with. Fofo, this could actually be pretty big, just because it means that it's really difficult for Betty and Chocho to fully enact their plan on bot side if you've got to worry about a Destiny coming in at any point.
Yeah, and I mean, this is what we were asking for out of Forge, but instead it's going to be BLG. Although I say that, Fofo actually goes with the Orianna instead. So lots of scaling, lots of team fight on the side of BLG once more.
Yeah, and looks like we're just going to have the boring matchup in the mid lane with potentially Corki. Don't go TF. Do not go TF when the Orianna's been picked up. Forge, you're going to have a terrible time against that Orianna, especially when Fofo already has the better of you. It would have been nice if you could have got some of these bans going over towards the Orianna and things like this to give Forge a better time, but without that being the case, I don't know if I want to see this. It's so hard to get out of lane as TF against an Ori. The Volibear locked in here though. Oh god. Okay, Volibear locked in here for Xiaohao is going to do pretty good. I'm very worried about Forge here in the mid lane. So with the Orianna taking the summon area, you push in the TF super well. You're to trade highly effectively. Really difficult for the Twisted Fate to kind of get any sort of damage back on you. And as well, once you hit that level 6, you've just got a far stronger mid jungle on BLG side, so it becomes even more difficult for Xiao and Forge to get the vision control that TF kind of needs to make these roams happen.
The Graves is the final lock in there to go up towards the top side against this Gwen. Yeah, we'll have to see how this composition is going to work out for anyone's legend. I will say they have a lot of strength in the side lanes, right? They have lanes that Forge theoretically can gank, and let's be honest, this is the LPL. We have plenty of mid laners that are more willing to sacrifice a wave or two to make something happen elsewhere on the map. So maybe Forge leaning into that style. We did say, you know, Cryan and Yuakai, maybe a bit of do and be. That's what we wanted to see from Forge. Abandoning your wave, that is definitely within that style. So we'll see if that's going to work out for them. But very stock and standard out from BLG.
Yeah, I mean, nothing too surprising, right? Great team fight coming through with the Orianna and the Jinx. You've got a strong front line in the Zinzao and also the Engage and Crisp. Decent side lane pressure as well with Breathe, who can also provide some answer in team fights. And the big thing as well is for BLG, if they can try and use the fact they've got this really potent mid jungle at 6, try and get some control over the map, look towards Rift Heralds and these kind of things, it becomes very difficult for anyone's legend to operate if they start to fall behind, because they are playing this more pick style composition that relies heavily on Betty and Chocho pushing towers, getting pressure in side lanes, and opening up the map for Forge.
So I'll have to see how this one's going to go down. Whether or not anyone's legend have more that they can work with, just come back. Let's see if it is. After game number 1, I won't lie to you, I don't have massive amounts of faith that anyone's legend can get themselves a game on this one. But with that said, I've been surprised before, and anyone's legend, I feel have been that team that have been consistently surprising people. They have been able to find wins that people didn't expect. They took a game off of LNG. So I don't see why not against BLG.
I mean, look, at least this time around, they can have some decent tools, right? Xiaohao going for the press the attack in the matchup against Weiwei should give him a little bit of an easier time to try and duel out Weiwei. You've also got Forge, at least if he has the Destiny, and you don't have Fofo able to roam across, maybe they can try and find picks onto Weiwei, but, you know, pressure on bot side for Betty and Chocho, it feels like a huge amount of anyone's Legends kind of tools are going to be situated on like getting control of this bot side, pushing in for vision in the jungle. It's just going to be hard to do that with Fofo having push himself in that mid lane.
Yeah, Fofo should be able to grab push with the Orianna. And, you know, Orianna, a champion that very much within Fofo's wheelhouse, that the control mages in the mid lane is something that he's very comfortable using. So we'll see how Forge is going to do in that 1v1. I'm looking at the junglers though, Dagda, as Weiwei starting on that bottom side, or Xiaohao starting on the top side. So opposite pathing to start us off. It could mean there's an opportunity on that top side for Weiwei to try and catch out ZDZ.
Yeah, and I feel like that might be the the plan here for BLG, is like try and get Breathe ahead in the top lane. If that is the case, then Breathe should be able to take over against Gwen, and it kind of leaves your top side in a safe space with like Fofo and Breathe having full control, and then you can try and lean in towards bot side with that pressure. But as you can see here, Weiwei getting a nice time with the summon area against Forge in the mid lane, getting that push. This is going to continue for a pretty substantial portion of time.
Yeah, already in the top side, wave being crashed here as well, so back towards Breathe now. So maybe can set it up for ZZZ to have to overextend. We'll have to wait and see as the next couple of minutes go by. I'm looking towards Xiaohao though. This Volibear, it's a champion that can be used to very aggressively gank, find opportunities. If you want to flash on someone with your Q, you can find that instant stun, and there's a lot of follow-up, especially in this bottom lane. But gold card in the mid lane could be a call as well. Fofo, the target here, instantly flashes away with the dissonance, and no flashes used by anyone's Legend. They're going to be happy with that.
Yeah, they're just going to look to rinse and repeat when they have the chance, right? Like, Fofo needs to try and crash this wave. They're just kind of backing up at the moment because they assume Weiwei's kind of moved in to protect Fofo in this mid lane. But, I mean, in the next minute or two, I wouldn't be surprised to see, again, another gank from Xiaohao towards that mid. So, nice gank from Xiaohao, right? Like, just finding that moment where Fofo that bit overextended. And now they can kind of keep him a little bit honest and help Forge enact his power on the map.
Invading, getting some deep vision onto the Gromp there, so he'll know if Xiaohao goes back up towards the top side of the map. But Weiwei will return to his own jungle, go back to his Krugs here. See if a rinse-repeat gank does happen in that mid lane onto Fofo while his flash is down. So keep your eyes, everyone, on that flash timer from Fofo, because that's a window of opportunity for anyone's Legend. Once again, even when they don't run necessarily an aggressive composition that wants to be massively winning the early game, anyone's Legend has been the kind of team that if they're not behind, if they're not ahead after the early game, they really struggle to get a win. So feels like it's going to be crucial to see Xiaohao punishing these kind of windows.
And this composition, like, even doubled down on that, right? Like, if you start to fall behind, Forge can't really look for picks down with the Destiny, and Benny and Chocho, like, if they're not kind of snowballing out of this lane phase, Doggo and Crisp are going to, like, match and kind of pull ahead when it comes towards their team fighting prowess as well. Weiwei?
Yeah, we've got an opportunity on Xiaohao here. Weiwei just wants a 1v1 between the junglers, forces the smite out, and that means he can quite happily just take this Gromp away. Nicely done by Weiwei. Forge wants to answer though. Gold card comes out onto Breathe, and now ZDZ over the wall with the skip and slash. Weiwei the target for the time being. But Gwen is immune, so no damage going to be returned. They're now trying to sprint away. Flash comes out. Gold card is there. Sky Splitter down, but it doesn't quite land. The damage isn't there. And they can't finish off Weiwei. The wild cards go wild, but the crowd will not.
And that's 3 summoner spells burnt by anyone's Legend. 2 flashes, 1 ghost, a TP for Forge to get back to the mid lane as well to try and help out on that one. So that was so unfortunate. That Sky Splitter just about missing Weiwei thanks to speed up from Fofo. And they get nothing. Anyone's Legend as well. Remember we were talking about, hey, look, one of the things they can try and do is punish Fofo having no flash in the mid lane because they still have both flashes in Xiaohao Forge. Well, that's no longer an option. A huge amount of the kind of advantages that anyone's Legend have were blown in this fight. Deep Breathe ends up tanking it up. He manages to flash away to get himself out of the equation. But watch here, you can see as Weiwei just about getting that speed up from the dissonance, which forces Forge to use his flash, and just not quite able to connect. Honestly, Jesus, I mean, that had to be like a pixel. Like, yeah.
That is really lucky for BLG. That is Absolutely heartbreaking for the side of anyone's legend. And the thing is, the net result of all of that is a bunch of flashes and Gromp going the way of Weiwei. That was all a fight for Gromp, remember? But it is BLG that come out ever so slightly ahead. Weiwei in the bottom side. Now just jumps onto Xiaohao once more. No flashes, remember. But there is for Crisp, who jumps in and shuts the bear down. There's one for the Jinx, but 3 members strong here as Forge entered the fray. And Crisp will go down for his trouble. So it turns positive for the side of anyone's legend.
Great answer coming through from Forge, right? The Destiny just hit in that mid lane and BLG didn't respect it. So Forge able to get down to the bot side. He will end up doing, as you called out rightfully at the start of this game, Lunch, like lose more than likely a wave here, although will actually move across. Very low on mana though, so needs to be careful he's not getting punished too heavily by Fofo, but still, great play here, right? You can see Fofo trying to push in the wave, but right as they get spotted on that bot side, look at Forge in mid, runs right the way out of the zone for Fofo, so Fofo can't get that command shockwave to try and interrupt the call, and then Forge makes his way down, so 2 kills going the way of anyone's Legends bot lane, and that means that a ton of pressure now for Betty and Chocho here. They can start to punish the fact that they've got that kill and keep pushing the spot lane turret.
Certainly just keep hammering away all day long there. Betty with a substantial CS lead. He's about 300 gold up currently. You can expect that to balloon a little bit. There's a similar lead in the mid lane for Forge as well. Whereas on the other side, BLG ahead in the top lane in the jungle. Although slightly smaller leads, it's still very close in terms of total gold. But those individual lane advantages will start to add up.
Yeah, and for BLG, it's a little unfortunate, right? Because as you said, if they can get ahead in this game, it's kind of donezo for anyone's legend, but just not respecting the tools that anyone's legend have to, counteract a lot of what BLG wants to do. And Weiwei was in a nice spot to try and go for the counter gang, trying to protect his bot lane because he knew Destiny was coming up, but just didn't respect it. Now, anyone's legend again, moving down towards the spot side. Xiaohao has camps up on his top end, but he just doesn't care. All he wants to do is try and punish Doggo on this bot side and see if they can get this control back in the lane for anyone's legend and keep pushing with Betty and Chocho.
Crisp actually going for a reset there while he has the opportunity, while there's no wave in the lane at the time. Clear it up before Xiaohao can make his way into that lane. But, this is a Caitlyn Lux lane, and as such, priority pretty much all game long. Should mean if he wanted to, Xiaohao could go for the Drake, but instead, he's not going for the Drake. He's going back up towards that top side because he will not let this Herald go down without a fight.
Yeah, Xiaohao giving control to the bot side for Betty means that now you can move Chocho and Betty up. So anyone's legend know that they have the numbers advantage because Chris reunited with Doggo on that bot lane in case Xiaohao went for some sort of dive when he was spotting the ward. So anyone's legend getting control here.
Xiaohao's been abandoned by the rest of his squad here. He doesn't have the improved smite, does get the Herald in the end, but my goodness, that was close. And now the all-in, they're not going to be able to get the Eye of the Herald unless Forge uses Destiny for it, or ZDZ right-clicks on it. ZDZ, yeah, okay, he got it. Anyone's legend, they do get the Herald. It was not easy, not clean, but they get the Herald.
Yeah, the problem though is that Betty would have loved to get that, right? Like, get that bot lane turret, start to rotate this Caitlyn around the map, but unfortunately that would no longer be the case. Shockwave?
Forge is in trouble. Had the summoner healed though, thanks to his spell book. Does mean he walks away with his life.
Still though, Rift Herald now will need to be used on top. AL want to try and get down into this bot side to help Betty, but not going to be the case. 2 turret plates answered by Doggo as well. For the rotation, anyone's legend used up towards the Rift Herald, so answers kind of across the board here for BLG. Unfortunately, just weren't able to deny the Rift Herald in the manner that they were hoping.
I wouldn't have been surprised. I don't know. Maybe this is completely in. Dagda, what do you reckon? I think ZDZ should have just slammed the Herald in the base towards the bottom lane and just let that walk over. You know that Lux and Caitlyn will be able to get themselves priority. And just look for the tower in the bottom lane on the very, very long play.
So the problem with that is that, like, you can see Fofo already got the advantage in the mid lane, right? Uses the shockwave to get Forge in a lane. If he just does that and then walks bot, you don't have the pressure because you've got a numbers advantage then for BLG in the bot lane, and Forge can't really answer. So I think it would have just given BLG too much time to get all their resources in play, especially with like push top and mid. So instead, we're looking at this Mega Deck Rocket, blocked by Forge. Nice little pickup of the dragon there for anyone's legend. and now they can go back to pushing. But this Caitlyn Lux lane hasn't really paid much in the course of dividends. One plate picked up so far, a second is close by, and shout out down here again to try and help out, but you can see once more BLG getting control of River, denying anyone's legend these plays on the bottom side, and this game hasn't picked up steam in the way anyone's legend would have liked it to.
Yeah, and I feel like Xiaohao has been in these lanes a lot, right? He's consistently trying to find ganks in these lanes, but just able to. Chocho having a bit of a giggle to himself as he casually sidesteps the solar flare. Bit of a whiff from Crisp there, but it happens. And now red card in the mid lane.
Forge?
Not ideal for Forge. Shockwave available to go for it. Fofo holds the trigger at least for now.
That might have been the worst trade deal I've ever seen in the mid lane. Fofo was just like, hey, look, if you want to trade with me, like, that's one red card that you were able to get now. Forge at least will TP back into lane after picking up the Everfrost, but Fofo still going to have a good chunk of mana here as well. Breathe, getting the Rift Scuttler on the top side. For BLG, again, like, they don't need to try and rush this, right? Like, as long as we're able to play this out nice and slow, they're going to be totally fine. For anyone's legend, with all the time invested onto the bot side, they still haven't got this Rift Tower to use properly in the top lane. So, Xiaohao may be trying to route up there at the moment, but I mean, you've got Breathe who's going to be able to push things out. Wei who's up on this top lane as well, aware that that timer's ticking away for the Rift Herald.
He tried to move around the Scuttle Crab there, but he did get spotted in the second half of it. As it looks like he might just slam it in the mid lane here. Just try and get it. Forge, I don't think he's going to be able to be close enough to deal with this one. No smite available though, so this should get the charge down. There it is. Yeah,
oh, ZDZ.
ZDZ is going to be punished for it. The smoke bomb comes in. It'll be okay. Lots of surprise bloom and everyone from AL getting out. And actually, AL, they're doing fine in this early game. They are fine. But I feel like fine isn't good enough, you know? They are ever so slightly down in gold right now. We talked about how this comp needs to be ahead. This Twisted Fate is not going to scale well, you know? The rest of the comp not going to be able to deal with an Orianna and a Jinx in the late stages of the game. It does feel like AL is slowly but surely losing control of the map. Is Xiaohao, you're a crazy person. You're an absolute lunatic. He goes in 1v4, doesn't even get the blue. Now Rocket across the team. He jumps in for this one. Shockwave comes on through though. Xiaohao's already down. Laser across the team. Maybe this is it from AL. The ZDZ's there, but no, they can't even find a kill.
They can't even get the return, and Xiaohao launched himself into that. Now again, with the reset coming through from Betty, Doggo's getting the plates on this bottom side. But we'll just get this last one. It looks like not quite, as it's just going to tick over to 14 minutes, so the turret plates will drop. But, I mean, when you look at the gold, right, Doggo is actually ahead on that bottom side. And BLG are finding the picks that they need. Like, this is nothing working for anyone's legend so far in this game. Like, you say it's fine, but look at the scaling that's on BLG's side. Look at the stronger team fighting that's on BLG's side. They can start to run rings around you when we get to the late point, unless anyone's legend are able to crack open some of these towers.
Oh, you've misrepresented me. I didn't say it's fine. I said they've been doing fine, but it's not fine. was actually my sentence.
Sorry, I apologize. I didn't realize you were the dog.
I'll be speaking to my lawyer, okay? You can see me.
Here, after the photo that you proceeded to put around on our internal comms, you know what? I'm allowed to slander you a little bit, all right?
Listen. You sent me that photo. This is on you. I hold no responsibility. I'm just doing God's work. Okay?
For context, folks, I sent. We tried to color coordinate ourselves.
Do you want me to tweet it for you, mate?
No, I'm all good. We try to color coordinate ourselves in the morning and be like, hey, you know, are you wearing a shirt? Are you wearing a suit? What kind of thing are you going for? Like, what's the outfit of the day? And then I sent Joe one with a funny face, which he proceeded to screen grab and then make it a sticker on WeChat and send it to all of our internal community.
That's what friends do. That's what good friends do.
Frick.
If you can't... Whoa! Fine. Somebody fire this man. That is unacceptable. Unbelievable. I'm gonna be speaking to Mr. TJ about you.
My second lawyer. I'm gonna get two on the case.
It'll be my solicitor this time. Yeah. Now you're in trouble. Now you're in trouble. Oh dear. Well, Xiaohao continues to try and make attempts on lane. fail miserably. I'm trying my best not to be too harsh, not to be too negative, but I feel like I'm just running out of positive things to say, man. This is like, I'm getting to the point where I might start boycotting BLG because like nothing happens in BLG games, man. It just doesn't. They just are so good at denying everything the enemy wants to do.
See, I'll trade you BLG games for LG because, like, I quietly know that BLG, with the way this game is going, are probably going to win, right? And you're like, well, Dagta, it's only a 2k goal. Yes, but, like, they've got a great team fighting composition, pick comp for AL that just doesn't have control of the map. Vision control for BLG has been great in denying pretty much everything that AL want to do. So I think BLG are going to be fine with this. But, like, whenever I watch an LGD game, I get false hope. I watch LGD go like 2-3k up and I'm like, oh my god, the boys are here. LGD, are you actually going to be a good team? And then I just watch them throw it away and it hurts me every single time. And it's so frustrating. I have no problem talking absolute nonsense over a game like this. If you give me false hope, that just makes me sad because I want to believe in you and then you just hurt me.
See, I assume that I'm correct in all things first until I'm wrong, right? So I go into this assuming that BLG are going to have a really slow, clean 2-0 against AL. And I go into LGD games assuming there's going to be some chaos. They're going to look kind of okay in the early game, and then they're going to find a way to lose that game no matter what. And so I'm okay with the games going the way that they go, but I live for those upsets, you know. So with LGD, I'm never disappointed when it all goes wrong because that's my expectation from the word go. That's what I'm expecting to see. And then when it finally goes right, then I get to have that moment of, oh my, it's finally happening. And it's happening onto Chocho in this jungle. He dies before the rocket can even hit him, and Everfrost onto Weiwei. Maybe a chance. Dissonance for a movement speed. And he's gone. He's out of there in a flash. Literally. Weiwei gets out. It's a pick for the side of BLG.
Anyone's Legend just falling behind in tempo on the map. Doggo and Crisp get bot tower, reset, rotate top, take the top tower, and with that BLG are just maneuvering around the map too quick for AL to keep up with. Now Breathe, because he didn't have to invest his TP onto that top side, now to move back into this bot lane and get that push in on towards the bot lane turret. So again, you're getting quicker resets coming through from BLG, and they're getting the control of the map alongside that dragon as well. So you can see here, right, like, you've got so many members of BLG utilizing the fact that they've got push in mid, bring Fofo across, catch anyone's Legend out of position, and because of the quicker resets between the AD carry and support, you just have the control for BLG on this top side. And now again, quicker reset, you've got Doggo and Chris moving in towards the mid lane. That tower isn't going to be long for the world. As soon as Forge pushes in this top side, he's just going to group with the mid, also off the reset from Weiwei, and they should be able to just get the last two pop shots onto the mid lane.
Hopefully be able to. CBC moves in the bottom lane turret instead for the time being. As our AD carries have moved to the mid lane. BLG, they don't want to let ZDZ get away with this though. Weiwei and Chris both have moved down. As Breed even gets the wave on the way to trying to make this play. Ghost was popped by ZDZ. And with the skip and slash, he's going to get away comfortably. Herald goes down in that mid lane. Betty to get some local gold for that one. And actually, in terms of towers, BLG still currently ahead, but at least there's a window inside of AL.
Yeah, I mean, it's about to kind of close out, though. I mean, BLG now establishing vision in the spot side. Breed moving in, pushing mid. Fofo coming across here in a second as well. And now you got the numbers advantage for this tower, so 3 towers down, and again, anyone's Legend is a... Oh, hang on.
Doggo, Gale Force is out. Going to be okay. Now everyone jumps at Forge, just completely missed. It's a shockwave onto 2. Forge Everfrosted the wrong direction. And that's going to be a double kill for Fofo as another rocket goes wide. AL just wiped off of the face of Summoner's Rift. And everybody piles up to protect Fofo after his triple kill.
You get nothing, AL. They want to make sure that you are... Oh, wait, hang on. Breathe. Nothing. Nothing.
Not a thing.
As they move across to get the tower. And the Baron has just spawned as well. BLG. I mean, look, I said it maybe 2 minutes ago. Quietly confident that BLG are going to be able to play at the map and bring it to victory. Well, we're seeing it now, right? Baron already in their hands, playing well off their tempo advantages. and BLG are just running the map. And for AL, right, you need to try and control the map. You want to be outnumbering BLG at these team fights with the Destiny, but very hard to do so when you're behind in the play. Xiaohao tries to make the play happen. Great pressing card from Weiwei to like reset the fight alongside Doggo's Gale Force to find space. And from that shockwave then coming through from Fofo, it's just clean up proof for BLG.
Yeah, I'm just, I mean, the rest of the fight was kind of sad. The dissonance along with the collateral damage there. ZDZ, he's got teammates nearby. Xiaohao should be able to keep him safe on that one. Baron was taken during that replay. BLG certainly not messing about. Weiwei will get himself a Hextech Drake as well on top of everything. And when the scoreboard comes back up, Dagda, I want to get your opinion. Oh my god, the scoreboard's gone again.
Chemtech Putrefier?
Chemtech Putrefier on Fofo instead of Morel and Omicron. What do you reckon? That seems odd.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised to see it picked up. Like, the Chemtech, like, especially because the Chemtech Putrefier works. Oh, hang on. Oftentimes the upgrade is from the Oblivion Orbs aren't really worth it in the grand scheme of things, just because you end up like spending a lot of gold to get the value, not a huge amount of value out of it. As well, like this only works through healing or shielding. So this just seems like Doggo basically getting like the shield from Fofo and trying to enable Doggo. But Fofo's huge, right? So I don't understand why you wouldn't just try and shield yourself. If you're looking to try and snowball off it, a Shadow Flame probably would have done more here than the actual Chemtech feature.
Well, that's certainly an interesting one. I have no opinion. I am not the items guy. So we'll see. I might tweet it out at Shakaris and see what he reckons. Because I know there's a few people on Twitter that love the items, really into the items. I have to say, that's part of the League of Legends stuff that just does not bother me like it does. Like, you see people that really, really get wound up about item builds, like, within reason.
Unless it's the Infinity Edge without 60% crit. That's the only one where I'm like,
yeah. I mean, that. I mean, that. We all know who did it at Worlds. We all do. We'll not mention any names because sort of a big event for him at the minute. So we'll pretend that we never mentioned it. But yeah, certainly a thing that happened. Breathe now, trying to make a thing happen onto ZDZ, but he will not be able to do so. Return to whatever this is.
The LPL radio. Brought to you on FM 98.7.
By Munchables and the Robster.
Where does the Robster come from? Like, I understand my name is Rob, but like, I don't know why today you just decided that I am no longer Dagda or the Dagda.
I was in the shower,
or whatever.
And I was like, I'm gonna call Rob Robster today. That's it. That's the extent of thought that went into this incredibly witty segment. But BLG, now that's a team that is putting forward into their incredibly witty segments. And Chris getting really witty with it. Shockwave under the tower off the back of Chris. Xiaohao jumps onto the back line, but he is a bear alone. And he ain't no Yogi. Now into the bottom lane, they continue as Chris dives forward, sets it all up. Betty with a mark on top of him. Breathe just dives into the tower, flashes forward, and sets up Doggo for another double. It's too easy for BLG.
And Breathe doesn't even care. He's got the whole breaker, and it doesn't matter if he's not even getting the resistances because everyone's around him. BLG are just taking over a 12,000 gold lead at the 25-minute mark. I mean, how do you try and fight back here as anyone's Legends? It's all gone. It's all gone wrong. Great engage here from Chris. A little bit janky, I will say, that Xenoblade looking, but curving that bullet right the way over to set up this engage. The shockwave and the follow-up is all there for BLG.
I just love that they managed to find 2 extra kills off the back of this. Like, it looks like the fight is over, and then they just don't stop. Doggo happy to chase that one down. Doggo still had flash if he needed it as well. 11-2, and it feels like anyone's Legend, they haven't had a look in everything that Xiaohao tried to do in the early game. Weiwei did such a good job of just answering, being wherever he was. There are 2 wards here. I'm real scared for Forge. Fofo and Breathe both have TP. Oh god. Are they just gonna... I feel like they just make a play onto Forge here, right? Doesn't look like they're gonna go for it.
It's gonna back away. I mean, at this stage, right? Like, why try... Fortunately for you, Why
Why
try
make
and risk
any
it?
risky plays ever,
Yeah.
right?
Why not just just take the nice 80-20 play that basically means you're gonna win the game, unless something goes drastically wrong. You've got 5 kills on towards Fofo, 3 kills on towards Doggo, and honestly, there's just no way that anyone's legend can come back in. They don't team fight better than BLG. You're not getting pick opportunities because you don't have the vision control for anyone's legend. It's just kind of a slow burn here as anyone legends kind of pass away. I would say peace. Well, actually, honestly, yeah, they pass away peacefully because they're not doing anything.
Oh dear, here we go. Time for a play. Forge comes on in. They are doing something. Crisp the target. They found a pick. Would you look at that? And now, time to be punished for it. Still 5 strong, but BLG do not care. They're just going to charge on Forge. Way, the target start things off. Xiaohao goes down. ZDZ buying space for his team, but Doggo is free firing this entire time. Now it's Forge. Gale Force forwards. Those traps, though, doing work from Betty, stopping the follow-up. Now he looks for Fofo himself. Let's find it. Forge with gold card. And AL's, they want it. They really want it. I just don't know if they can even win this at this point.
Breathe.
Forge, they've got behind now. They've flanked it. Breathe trying to make the play. And the collateral damage finishes that one off. Fofo with the flash shockwave. It was nice, but Betty out flashes him. And now Doggo chasing down with the red buff. The zap goes ever so slightly wide. That is the messiest fight that we've seen in the last hour. And BLG still somehow win out.
Honestly, it feels like the only fight we've seen in the last hour. As Betty on the wrong side of town, Crisp trying to see if he can find X flash over the wall to get through. Where you go, Betty? Where you going?
I know where he's gone. I know where he's gone. He's searching for Maple. He's trying to figure out where Maple went. He's like, he's got to be on this side of the map because he certainly ain't over here.
Maybe coming in fairly soon for AL after the Fortune having the best of series here today against Fofo. The snipe will do nothing, Chocho. All you've got is that Forbidden Idol. As BLG now, once more, will take the Baron. Number 2 of the game at the 28-minute mark. Push in these waves. Maybe the Hex Flash to find.
Chocho kind of get out of range of the Zenith Blade. Goes for the finding, but gets caught himself. Crisp now onto Forge. Chocho has fallen. And Forge, unfortunately for him, his support gave Crisp a way in to punish him. That'll be the top lane blown apart. And I'm pretty sure that's an opportunity to finish the game inside of BLG. They've got a reset going on through the TP immediately. Back to join the rest of the team once more. ZDZ, Xiaohao, Betty, 3v5 to try and save the game, but immediately just dived upon. And there's no way they could win this fight. Not even with the fountain to help them can they win. The Nexus towers will fall, and BLG show us why this is a team towards the top of the table.
I mean, look, it was a slow burner, but was there any moments in time that we doubted BLG in this series? Like, the slow, kind of methodical play that we've kind of come to expect from this team, just absolutely tearing apart anyone's legend. And again, a lot of that was coming down to shutting down everything that anyone's legend wanted to do. You know, getting vision control set up for BLG, Fofo having the good push in mid. We kind of highlighted coming from the draft that, like, when you look towards both the fact that you've got push for Fofo and the Orianna in the mid lane, you got the push for Breathe in that top side of the map as well. It becomes very difficult for you to control enough of the game to actually enable Forge on anyone's legend side. And without the Caitlyn and the Lux getting ahead, they just don't do as much as a Leona and a Jinx in the team.
Yeah, I mean, not super surprising that the Jinx and the Orianna are going to be able to outscale, right? That is pretty typical, but at the same time, really nice to see that BLG, I mean, they consistently draft towards this, and they just play so immaculately. It's to the point where, you know, I've been whinging away on this broadcast. Realistically, I don't want BLG to change what they're doing, because realistically, what I want is for the teams to play what they think is going to win them games. And for BLG, what's going to win them games is playing this slow style and going for late game team fights. They consistently win out macro trades. They consistently win out team fights in the late game. I don't actually want them to change. I'm kind of just trying to inject some fun into the cast, because ultimately we need to have different style teams. And when we get to playoffs, it's going to be fun watching a team that wants to just play late game be challenged by a team like LNG, for example, that will force things early on.
It's almost like they've taken the same path as like top esports, but gone different roads, right? Because like when you look at like top esports in 2021, it was like insane laners all right, cool. Carson's going to play like to massively support these laners and they're going to look to dominate a lane. And BLG have taken like absolutely insane laners and gone, cool, we're not going to lose lane. So we're just going to like play super slow and play for team fights. Like top esports went with, we are good, we win more. BLG have gone with the, we are good, therefore we don't actually have to do anything because we'll just be fine anyway and we can play for team fights. It's like the diverging thought process from the same start point.
Yeah, and it feels like on the opposite side as well for anyone's legend, like we have seen some minor improvements for them. Like, for example, the fact that we've seen Xiaohao trying to be proactive in this series. One of the big issues we've had with Xiaohao is that actually he's not been proactive. He's been just happy to farm up and wait and see what happens in the game. I do feel like we saw Xiaohao trying to make things happen in this game. And, you know, unfortunately for him, Wei knew exactly what he was doing at every single moment of the game and outplayed him. But at least we got to see him trying to make things happen. It does feel like anyone's legend are learning from previous losses and are improving over time. Unfortunately, on this one, I feel like, obviously, pound for pound, they're outmatched in terms of just raw talent on the field. But I think stylistically, they've gone against the team that is the best at shutting down early aggression, and they're better than anyone's legend at the late game. It feels like this result was almost inevitable for the team.
Yeah, especially when you see like the amount of control that was invested by BLG in those early games, right? Like we looked at the game one of the day and it was like, cool, you're getting like quick pinks into the opposite side of the jungle, like making sure that you go push from Fofo in the mid lane, ward the Raptors. Like they wanted to spot out Xiaohao at all points in time. In game number 2, they didn't really worry too much about getting the deep vision. All they needed to do was control River to deny Forge access, right? So it was much more kind of playing towards that shallow vision, but that was still sufficient to keep Forge in check. So, and even Xiaohao as well to the same extent. So I think, yeah, as you say, like BLG doing a really good job in kind of dictating the pace of the early game. And as well, you can see like once BLG see the advantage, they're very quick to jump on it, right? Like it kind of goes from 0 to no, like to 100 very fast in these BLG games. And that's because they're like, okay, we now have like, in this case, the Jinx and Leona. So you've committed looks up to try and go for these Rift Herald plays. You lose out right now. So now we've got the push for the Jinx on the bot side because Crisp has stayed bot. This gives us tempo advantage. We get the reset. We get another push. Now we get bot terror. You try to contest the bot lane push, but we already get a quick reset again. Get that tempo advantage once more played through the top lane. Like you end up very quickly accruing these leads because you just kind of go, oh, we've now got the advantage that we can look to play through. And I think that makes it very hard for any team to deal with because just BLG are very good at using these small little back timing advantages that they have to create success.
Yeah, I think that's the key thing is that it's the way that they play the map, right? Like you're saying, off of back timings, off of tempo, being able to find these windows, but also the way that they set the map up to allow for these opportunities, right? Constantly doing a really good job of setting up the side lanes to then play off of that and et cetera, which coincidentally happens to be the biggest weakness that we've identified for anyone's legend is setting up the side lanes. This is a team that's regularly kind of gone for the ARAM in the mid lane. So it does feel like BLG had a very good stylistic matchup to go into this one. But with that said, you know, at the end of the day, still very positive for BLG, but I'm still concerned for the squad. Like, they were on a 2-loss streak. It's nice that they got themselves a win here against anyone's legend. This is an expected win. We still need to see more from this BLG squad. And we actually have a player from the BLG squad to have a chat to. So let's pass it over to Wendy, who's standing by with Crisp.
Hello everyone, welcome to interview, and now I'm standing by with Crisp from BLG Gaming. So congratulations on this perfect 2-0 victory. And my very first question is about this champion, Tom Kench. We feel like this champion got a higher pick rate and also a very decent winning rate currently on the stage of LPL. So what's your thoughts towards this champion? 那首先恭喜 BLG， 恭喜松松2-0获得了比赛的胜利。第一个问题想问一下关于塔姆这个英雄，在最近我们感觉在 LPL 的赛场上，无论他的选取率啊还是胜率都是非常不俗的，所以想问一下松松对这个英雄怎么样的看法呢？
塔姆的英雄的话，在这个版本的话，就是跟之前差不多吧，也是一个偏保护的英雄。就是区别的话，可能就是他现在以前的吞人技能现在是换成大招了，就可能在6级前会稍微弱一点，但一旦到了6级之后，还是会有跟以前一样的一个保护的能力。就是再搭配上一些 兑现能力不错的 AD 的话，我觉得他是一个不错的选择。
So I feels like, to be honest, Tom Kench didn't have a very huge change currently, but I feels like still Tom Kench can be a very good supportive champion that can give the protection to other teammates. Maybe for the changes of Tom Kench is the change of his ultimate, because the ultimate and the previous W skill got changed. But I feels like after Tom Kench were able to reach the level 6, he can still have a very good protection to help the teammates, and also if he can pick together with some AD or marksmen, like the one that can can have some lane dominance to have some lead in the laning phase. I still feel Tom Kench can be a very good champion, a very good pick in the current meta. Definitely thank you for the sharing. And my next question is about game 1, your team fight. I want to talk a bit more about the Elder Dragon team fights, because we feel that you guys were able to just cleanly end up the game through a perfect team fight. So tell us more about the coordination and shot call made around there. 那接下来第一局还想问一个问题是，你们最后的一波远古龙团，因为感觉那一波你们也是协调做得非常的漂亮，然后那一波之后可以很顺利的终结掉比赛，所以说能问一下当时队内的一些交流啊，或者说沟通是怎么样的呢？
当时我们首先是保持好自己的阵型，然后人马的话就是先去找一下凯南的位置，因为知道了凯南的位置之后，就是我们所有的人都会输出会打得比较简单，就是不会被对面威胁到。然后一旦找到凯南位置之后，就是我们觉得就到我们的机会了，就开始一步一步的往前去突破他们的阵型。
So around there, we would like to maintain a very good angle, to maintain a very good position in our hard engage, and also our Hakrim would like to find the position of the opponent's cannon. We feels like if we can just catch the position of the opponent's cannon, we feels that we can have a very huge room to deal all the damage. It will be easier. We will not be under the very risky situations. And after we have got the position of the opponent cannon, we feels like this is our turn to make the hard engage, to just play it aggressively, to try to make the hard engage on that team fight, and luckily we were able to win the falling team fight. And I want to talk a bit more about game 2, because game 2 we have realized you guys have opened Caitlyn and Lux this body to the opponent's team. We feels like this body definitely can push the lane to have to be a very lane dominating compositions, but you guys were able to just play so well around the lane to get the ball lane tower first. So tell us more about the early game strategies from you guys in facing the opponents on Caitlyn and Lux this matchup. 那其实说到第二局，你们是把女警和拉克斯的这样的一个很强势的推塔体系放给了对面，但是呢，其实你们在对线其实打得也非常好，而且最后你们也是率先推掉了对面的一个下一塔，所以说也想问一下，可能你们前期在面对女警拉克斯这样很强力的推塔体系的时候，是怎么来回应，然后怎么样来处理一些前期的一些战术的？
我们有预想，就是他们玩女警拉斯，然后我们选择了就是我们认为就是即使给他们女警拉斯，我们也有用金克斯去搭配一个辅助去跟他们进行一个对抗，就是我们认为就是碰到他们的女警拉斯体系，我认为就是我们的下路不会是输的很难看的那种，应该是可以跟他们有交战的能力的。
So to be honest, during the Bampic phase, we have already expect that the opponent's team they may just get us on Caitlyn and Lux bot lane, but we still got some reactions. Or still we can have some plans to handle with us, such as we can just pick Jinx and together with another support to have the bot lane. We have enough confidence towards the bot lane, even though the opponent's team they may have this kind of body. We still have some opportunity to just push the lane, to have some opportunities to do something around the laning phase. We got this confidence, so that's a reason for us to just do so. And definitely we can see this, and game 2 is also a gorgeous victory from you guys. And my very last question is about your personal goal, because now BLG has a record of 5 wins. So what's your personal goal towards the regular split? 那最后一个问题也是要问到的是，现在 BLG 已经积累了5个胜场，感觉常规赛已经基本过半，所以说想问一下松松，可能自己而言，对于这个常规赛或者对于整个春季赛有怎么样自己的目标吗？
PLG 的常规赛的目标的话是前4，我们前面的几场比赛的输掉的比赛可能效果不是很好吧，就是我们会争取以最快的时间就把我们现阶段所存在的问题去解决掉，然后我们希望在接下来比赛里面能拿到一个前4的位置，然后尽全力把所有的比赛都赢下来。
So I think the goal for BLG in the regular split is we want to get the first 4 places in the standings. We feel like in the previous matchups, maybe we made some mistakes and we didn't perform so good in some matchups. And we would like to just make some adjustments to try to have an even better performance, to try to make some changes around there. So my goal is we would like to have the first 4 standings in the regular split, and definitely in the future we would like to try our best to win every single matchups, to try our best to do so, and definitely we're all looking forward to that, and congratulations again. 那再次的恭喜你们，也希望你们在接下来也能每一场都获胜。And back to you guys. Bye bye.
Thanks very much, Wendy. Yeah, so top 4 is the goal for BLG. They are close to that at the moment. They are still going to be behind OMG, V5, EDG, Weibo, and LNG. They'll certainly have their work cut out to make it into the top 4, because I feel like top 4 is getting real competitive towards the top side. But let's talk about how this series finished out. It was all about Fofo. Once more, 2 MVPs in this series. First with the Zoe, now the Orianna as well. A commanding performance coming out from him, and I think a comfortable mid-diff in both games.
Yeah, very much controlling that mid lane against Forge. He's called it kind of from draft. Like, the Orianna is a phenomenal matchup against the Twisted Fate, and we got to see it come to full effect in this game. 9-0-9. I mean, he picked up this triple kill here at the start of the game, and, well, the 20-minute mark that led towards the first Baron of the game for BLG. Like, this was absolutely insane from Fofo again, just taking over so much control consistently in this game.
Yeah, really nicely done. The triple kill through it. And the shockwaves were pretty fantastic. I have to say, there was the play towards the bottom side, which would be the next play that we look at, I think, where him and Chris were so clearly on the same page, right? I don't think we were going to have that clip, in fact. But he gets the dissonance and the shield onto Chris before the play, and then shockwaves off of Chris by having the ball on top of him. Really, really nice coordination from the 2 players, and 2 veteran players as well. So it's good to see them working together well on this BLG roster. With that said, though, Mr. Dagda, we're going to move on with our day. That's our 2nd series done, and we're continuing with our 3 series weekends. We're jumping into an absolute banger. It's the banger from our first year, Dagda. Back in 2020, Top Esports versus JDG. These guys went to 10 games across both finals. I cannot wait to see how it pans out here in 2022.
Everybody fighting！ 已经有人嗨了吗？
米娜桑干巴。
明海有点赶，感觉明海有点赶。我干什么？我是最不敢的，兄弟们。真的吗？平常心平常。我那个分析做的还不细，兄弟们。大家准备好了吗？太细了，太细了。大家准备好了吗？太细了。真的，说你是 OMG 教练，我都觉得是真的。确实，你太了解他们了，太细了，太细了。感觉分析完都知道他们接下来要怎么调整了。哦，分析完了，直接就有思路，是不是？他这个意思就是，他意思就是我们这把我们必赢，我们必赢。他们可能想打的，你这边放眼吧，啊，你放眼吧，我单着。雷克赛，慢点。哦，好像，哎，看把雷克赛杀了吧，我一下，他一下，走就行，没事。泰坦没闪。雷克赛，保一下，他们要硬杀，哎，哦，可以，这一定没闪现 ，OK，很赚，可以慢一点的，其实不是，我们想去放眼的，哦 ，OK， 然后打起来了，没事，中路开，维克托没闪，可以别个闪 ，OK， 再看，啊，这样就死了，哎，你中了，有点不齐，赵姐，慢点，捡个灯，我顶，没事，雷克赛，慢点，我死了，可以打，输出了，来一点，这没闪了，OK， 慢点，好行，我也灯了，捡灯，可以打，我到了，慢点吧，先走吧，这操作我看的有点没听会了，稳点，赵丽姐太着急，看你操作，回了，我开吧，对，盲僧别冲，别乱冲，没事，有点失望，赵丽姐，看一下这波 ，OK， 准备好看，可以，先看泰坦呗。慢点，没事，我死不了。哎，你死了。OK，慢点。我们冲吧。我们先绕龙，慢点，我们先绕龙。
那你们打吧，来个菜不在，来个菜不在。
我们先加鳄鱼。
回
个多。别这么道歉。
我这羊，
你为什么能秒 AD 啊？
我直接单切 AD，哇上去了拿下了吧？
对，你这羊不对劲啊，黄翔。
我好久没玩
踢一波，没事，这羊可以的，我只能说，直接预判别人闪，只是这盲僧太可惜了，这把真的。
我老预判闪了，没有，那波踢回来了，被打断了。
就是踢太慢了呀，怎么能踢那么慢啊？赵立奇，
我大招把他撞飞了，他没踢。
你的盲僧没那么慢吧？我刚看了一下，
老了，被夹住了，
太离谱了呀！
你们加油，还有最后一把，
加油，兄弟们，赢下这把过好年。看后面有鱼，鳄鱼，看鳄鱼，上鱼没闪，
跳走了，上鱼，nice，
可以追吗？我追过去了，
可以追，自己看，
冲，兄弟们！死了，我死了。可以打，没闪，
你看，AD 没闪，
追，能杀吗？别急，慢慢操作，打
断了，
这个，我来了，
他没闪，好乱，
把这个杀了吧，
不行就打先锋吧，
把他杀了，
或者我们推上，
他能杀，别急，他能杀，别操作他，nice，兄
弟们，这波操作拉满了。虽然真不是纯赢，但我这波操作真的拉满了。
兄弟们稳住就赢了，
真稳就赢了，
绷住。
这位置看我靠！你们拉掉，推打！
推打！
杀人！
来手！过个好年！
听我讲，我觉得这波我们可以压到他们下高地，然后让金哥你站中，怎么样？
可以，来，可以，
来呗。
我中间也快进了，
金哥是可以，没事。
哎，攻打，很急。哎，我来看。
哎，挖掘机。
我打机会，挖掘机，
来，
你没闪，别急，我打机会。
A 塔一下，等会 A 塔，
来
过年
了，
大哥大嫂，过年好。
Smile on your face. In death, there's no guarantees. I'll cheat it just the way you cheated me. Whoa. Little did you know, I didn't let it go. Guess who's back to kill? I promise you had to come in. There's a price to pay. Now it's time to play. You know, pass around, rational roulette. Pull the trigger, see what you get. Try to struggle free. It's nothing personal. It's you, not me. You, not me. Oh.
想要对战京东，然后我跟卡纳维也交手过很多次，然后感觉他最近的风格可能跟之前又不太一样，就看情况我们打好就行。
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. My name is Muchballs. I am joined by formerly Rob. Nah, he's still Rob. Formerly Dagda, now the Robster. as of today. His relatively unsuccessful rebrand. He's not even told anyone about this rebrand. I'm the only one telling people for some reason. We're going back to 2020, Rob. We're going back to 2020. Back then, if you all remember, if you can cast your minds back, the year that we started casting LPL, it was all about Top Esports and JDG. They were the kings of the LPL. Both finals had these two teams. Both finals went the full 5 games, and both teams managed to get a finals win for themselves. Both teams went to the World Championship. It was a magnificent year for both squads. And now in 2022, we revisit that rivalry once more. But before we do that, I just want to take a moment and kind of wander down memory lane together, Dagda, and look at some of the great moments from those finals.
Yeah, our first year in the LPL, and this final was insane. You had Yagao, who was popping off. We got the Lumao bringing out, like, over the course of the year, like the Bard pick in the game 5, where you got this insane Bardle. Like, you get so much back and forth fighting, and like, these were far and away the best teams that we had in the LPL. Firing on all cylinders. Every lane was stacked with talent, and it really felt like this could have gone either way, and it did go either way, right? Spring going the way of JDG, Top Esports fighting back in summer, but it never felt like either team was going to falter. It was absolutely insane.
This stun coming out from Knight through the wall, it was so difficult to spot in the moment. People only noticed it after going back and looking at the replays and seeing it in slow motion. Both mid laners popping off big time, and both mid laners still remaining on the squads. But another player that remains from back in those days is Kanavi. Back in 2020, he was the king of the jungle. He was the guy in the jungle. And at the 2020 World Championship, a lot of people expected him to be one of the most impressive individuals at the whole tournament. Obviously, and didn't quite come to fruition. And last year, it felt like he'd really start to fall off. But this year, it feels like Kanavi is coming back to form.
Yeah, and one of the big things we saw coming out of 2020 was the slow decline kind of both these teams, right? But as we start to come into 2022, it is Kanavi who's starting to make kind of the return for JDG to what is a semblance of what they were in 2020, right? We're starting to see him come out on things like the Xin Zhao looking great. The Viego, he's had absolute pop-off carry performances on. And in their last 2 series, it has been Kanavi that has been able to find success with JDG. And it kind of feels like we're going back to style that kind of worked for them in 2020, but at a kind of heightened level, I'll say, where we're getting Kanavi go for these early game ganks, but what it's doing is setting himself up to then have lane pressure to go for these invades. And we're seeing it so consistently where Kanavi's working into the enemy jungle, having the assistance coming through from 369, getting that help from Missing and Hope on this bottom side. And it feels like it's starting to really come together for JDG, where now that they've kind of got their set roster with Hope coming in on the bottom side, they've now got an understanding and identity of how they want to play the early game. And JDG, they've been looking insane as a result. Like, the big issue that we had with JDG at the start of the split was that the early game was abysmal. Their mid game was fine if they could get there. They could play the map well, their team fights weren't terrible, but it was getting past that early stage was their issue. And now, not only are they getting past that, they seem to be thriving in it, at least in the last couple of series.
Yeah, I mean, JDG, they're 4-2 right now in the standings. Those 2 losses were the first 2 series that they played this split. They're on a 4-win streak right now. So it feels like JDG, they're in 6th place, but they're still moving on up the table across the course of this split. And I'm excited to see them continue to grow and see whether they can do it against their old rivals. On the other side, Top Esports, technically on a 1-win streak, certainly looked better in their most recent series, but they were against TT. So I'm a little cautious to try and draw too big of a conclusion from that one. I do want to pull this conversation up towards the top lane, though, because we have 3 potential top laners that are worth looking at. And my heart is a little bit broken because we optimistically made this graphic, including Zoom, because it's Top Esports versus JDG. It's not going to be Zoom playing, at least for the first game. It will be Wayward versus 369. And the reason we brought this topic up is because we want to look at the way these players play, because right now it's comfortably Wayward with the best stats.
Yeah, and that's the thing that I wanted to come to was like, although we've seen Zoom coming in onto top esports, he really hasn't kind of found himself situated. One of the big things that Zoom was very good at was like playing around his wave states and being able to kind of set up for Kanavi to look for these ganks. But with all the chopping and changing that's been happening on top esports and Zoom not getting that same attention, kind of the mastermind behind the wave state hasn't really been able to figure out how to facilitate what is happening on top esports side. And as a result, we're starting to see Wayward come in, right? His CS, he's had maybe a slightly weaker lane phase, I'll say, just from kind of an eye test, especially since Wayward has had some easier opponents, I will say. But his KDA for top laners has been absolutely insane. His damage that he's been able to churn out in teamfights has been nuts. And he's been much better trying to facilitate the way that top esports are trying to play right now, which is like, hey, you know, we want to try and play through these early skirmishes and set up around Xiaopeng or TN looking for these kind of invades. And now it means that instead of getting that Zoom versus 369, the reunion of kind of, well, the swap that we saw happen coming into this split, Wayward will have to go up against 369, who is also playing a very different style of game coming into this year. He's not getting the same resources that he got on top esports, and he's not trying to play this like super lane dominant style that we used to anymore. Instead, he's much more about trying to facilitate the team, both in kind of playing around Kanavi, looking for these invades, but also playing towards these objectives, like looking for these skirmishes and working with the team, especially when he's on picks like the Kennen. We'll oftentimes kind of see him hiding out on the wings or looking for these TP flanks and setting up the team to be the carry.
Yeah, we're talking about, 369 changing his style coming in. His style is pretty much exclusively Kennen. 50% of the games he's played this split are Kennen. The rest, it's kind of split across a bunch of different picks. Whereas for Wayward, he's all about the carries as well. So it does feel like there's a reasonable chance we get a carry matchup up in that top lane. Wayward, so far, having played 4 games, he's played Gwen, Renekton, Tryndamere, Jace, right? This is a guy that wants to carry. This is a guy that, if you give him the counter pick, can take over a lane as well. So I'm pretty excited for that top lane. It could be extremely volatile, and both teams more than willing to play up towards that top side as well. We have 2 squads that are very happy to change up how they play the map. I don't feel like either of these squads are... some teams only play through one lane and do it every single game. I don't feel like either of these teams fall into that category.
Yeah, I think it's kind of interesting to see how, like, we've got the evolution kind of both these sides going on, right? A lot of chopping and changing when it comes to the rosters. JDG have kind of now found their groove where we've got Hope in the bot lane, playing through, strong lanes into invades, looking then for team fights and trying to set up, but with kind of a lot of late game scaling on Kanavi on things like the Viego, but most certainly for Hope and for Yagao in the mid lane, like playing through these like Victors and Jinxes and these kind of things. Looking across the top esports, it still feels like they're trying to find themselves, right? Because we still see Knight being incredibly aggressive in the mid lane,
go on
right?
a hike through the mountains, find some monk and do some soul searching.
Yeah, gotta meditate for a little while, right? Because you've still got Knight who looks incredibly strong in the mid lane. He's playing through this still the very similar style, right? He's just not getting a huge amount of those resources dedicated that he used to from Karsa, right? Like trying to keep him safe, enabling that kind of mid jungle. Instead, it's kind of been like, you don't have the same kind of strength in those side lanes anymore, right? Like Wayward isn't the dominant solo lane carry. Same when you look towards Zoom, he's very solid, but not going to absolutely obliterate you in lane. When you're looking at Jackie Love, hasn't really been able to find success. Joe taking a step back, Mark coming into the roster as well. That's not the dominant duo that we're kind of expecting in that bot side either. So they've had to find a new way to try and play the game for top esports. And some of that has been Xiaopeng coming in and being incredibly aggressive in the early stages. But now that we kind of got TN coming in, it feels like it's more of a, hey, we're going to take a bit of a slower pace early game. All we want to do is try and maybe get some pressure and some nice ganks with TN, make sure that TN is efficiently farming, and played through TN shot calling in the mid game. Because we've even heard on interviews, TN coming into that roster has given a lot more stability in the mid game to this team. And you can see it, right? It doesn't feel like the old top esports of old who are just running around like throwing anything at the walls that they can find and seeing what sticks, like taking fights that probably they shouldn't, but still being able to outplay it.
Yeah.
That's not what we get from top esports anymore. It is far more stable and a more secure mid game. And maybe it's ruined some of the mojo for you, Munch, but it definitely feels like at least top esports are moving towards a bit of stability and a bit more of an understanding about how they want to approach the game.
Yeah, it's certainly a different top esports to what we've seen in previous years, but I definitely prefer this version with TN to what we saw from top esports earlier this split, right, where it felt like it was exclusively about can we outplay the opponent, and a very little thought going into it at all. Very little willingness to make risks as well, which is weird to say for top esports, especially when in laning phase they were more than happy to make risks. But when it came to the Baron and things like this, they didn't have that same decisiveness that we're so used to seeing top esports go, oh, it's 20 minutes. Well, let's just flip Baron. Whereas it didn't feel like that existed for them this year. So maybe they'll start flipping Baron again now TN's in the mix.
I think the really interesting one is like the evolution from like being nerdy, pure lane focused to actually having interactions between lanes, right? Especially with Mark coming into the roster. Like Mark has actually been quite mobile, I'll say, in the early stages of trying to like get out of lane, not just playing for the 2v2 with Jackulov and like playing towards mid, setting up nice, working with Kanavi, or sorry, not with Kanavi, with Tien, and trying to set up a lot of these plays. Like it still feels like we're getting kind of new styles coming through from top esports. And we're still getting like Jackulov, like kind of getting used to that at some points where, but I think it is a style that can definitely start to work, because when you look at the champions that we're seeing in the bot lane, right, apart from like the Caitlyn's and stuff like that, they're not exactly crazy lane dominant, right? It's like Jinx's, Fenios's, Zeri can to a certain extent, but not really be a massive lane bully. So it definitely feels like having these more roaming champions are better in this meta. And it's actually like interesting to see, because talking to people over in the LEC, right? Like when you look at their supports, even when they get things like the Caitlyn, they're still heavily focused on, hey, we want to look for roams. Like even if you get the Caitlyn, you're still looking for like Nautiluses, Leonas. Things can have high impact in the early stages of the game and kind of provide that big engage tool come the late game. Whereas when you look at the LPL, pretty much every time we see Caitlyn, it's with the likes of the Lux, where they want to try and play for this like incredibly dominant 2v2. So I think it's kind of interesting how you kind of look at the global metas, and it feels like top esports are kind of like taking a leaf out of that book rather than going towards what we consider the LPL route, which is that more steady 2v2 play for the win in the lane.
Yeah, we'll see if that continues to develop as well, because, you know, top esports definitely a team that have not been super consistent between series. So whether or not we see the same style in this series versus what they've been playing, I genuinely don't know. I genuinely am waiting to see, along with you guys at home. On the side of JDG, though, I think one of the big concerns for me about this team is their lack of decision-making, right? We've seen across the course of this split, they have been getting better, but still, especially in the early game, quite often it feels like they're not being decisive. Quite often it feels like they haven't figured out their game plan necessarily, and kind of come into that a little bit later on. So hopefully, against top esports, a team that with Tien in have been a bit more decisive, we need to see JDG matching that today.
Yeah, I think there's like a couple of different cruxes to that equation, right? Because you look towards like the mid lane for Yagao. Yagao not going to roam. Like Yagao has always been kind of just situated in the mid lane. He's perfectly happy to take these things that are like the slow burners of the Victors, the Corkis, and even back when we saw him in the past, right? Like we had a clip of him on the Lucian. That was completely out of left field for that finals back in 2020, because all we saw was him on Zoes and these kind of things. They're like, hey, I'm going to like beat you 1v1. Not worried about trying to roam around. And I think that when that lends itself to... That doesn't lend itself, to like a huge amount of impact in the early stages, which is why I think the addition of like Hope and Missing, and actually 369 kind of changing its playstyle as well, has been so crucial to JDG, because you're now looking at like, say for example for Hope, he's got 6 games on this Jinx, and he's got another game in the gym, right? These up against things like Felios, which is oftentimes against, you tend to get full control over that bot side. Missing as well, taking the more aggressive side of a lot of these matchups on the support role, like Leonas, these things, the Threshes as well, that enable pushing in that bottom side. So you can get a lot of control there and allow for Kanavi to go fades. 369 on the Kennen as well, oftentimes has good control on the top side. It's set up for some of these ganks for Kanavi as well. You're getting a lot of ways to play through your side lanes. And Kanavi can come in as like a big carry for himself as well, where he's been looking at things like the Zinzao, the Viego, actually being able to have more of an impact in the early stages, but also be a damage carry from that later portion of the game.
Fearless, relentless, limitless. That's JD Gaming for you, Dagda. As they step onto the stage here. 369 against his old team. I have to say, I am a little gutted we don't get Zoom playing for top esports. Both teams playing to win here, playing for the roster that they believe is going to be the best chance for them. I'm excited to see 369 against top esports. And I've got a sneaking suspicion, Dagda. Top esports, I think they're going to play topside here. I think they're going to play to try and demolish 369. I think that top esports are going to be trying to shut down their old top laner, because that seems like a very top esports thing to do.
Yeah, it definitely does, especially for someone like Knight who's so playful, right? You know that he'll want to be kind of like not ignite a rivalry, but definitely give a few whacks towards his old top laner. But we'll have to see if that's going to be the plan, right? Because honestly, you look at this top esports, right? It's very different from the top esports 369 was a part of. Like 369 himself leaving, no longer having Karsta, Joao is not on this team. It really is just the two carries that remain on top esports, which is why we're seeing just such a wildly diverse top esports from what we've looked at them in the past.
Yeah, and whether or not we see that today is going to be the big question. Change their style and how much they've been able to grow over the course of Chinese New Year. Because, you know, we saw top esports before Chinese New Year, realistically, struggling pretty badly. They come back, they lose to RNG 2-0, kind of brutal, honestly. But then they come back with fire, have a really good job against TES. RNG was always going to be a tough opponent for top esports. I feel like JDG is a team that, you know, closer to them in the standings than RNG, albeit not that much closer, but closer than they were at the time to RNG. I'm hoping that this is a reasonable matchup. I'm hoping this is really even, but I can't tell, Doug, if that's just my hope or whether or not that will be the case.
I honestly can't tell, like, full stop. Because when I look at, like, JDG coming back after Chinese New Year, it's been night and day, right? Like, absolutely obliterating WE in their series. I'm like, well, WE are bottom of the table, right? Like, okay, we can kind of look at that one in a different light. Then they come in and obliterate OMG, and I'm like, hang on a second. There are no pushovers in the game. Now they're coming up against top esports. For me, this is a big look at JDG, because I'll be the first one to say it. I've been doubting JDG every step of the way, right? They beat LGD. I was like, yeah, but you know, LGD didn't play properly against them, right? Like, LGD had long-range compositions, continuously engaged against them. Then I looked at their series against FPX. I was like, yeah, you know, JDG, they kind of got a Baron stolen by Yageo's Victor ultimate. That doesn't really count as a win in my books. Then you go into game 3 against FPX, and, you know, the Corki gets 4 kills in the first 8 minutes of the game. I'm like, yeah, but you can't, like, that's not a guarantee. That's not you playing, like, amazingly. That was just a really bad dive from FPX that you benefited from. So I was holding out for when we'd actually get, like, JDG playing proactive, and that feels like what we've gotten after Chinese New Year, and it's kind of given me a bit of hope for JDG that maybe we can see them return to maybe not the highs that we saw in 2020, but at least coming in as a very strong team. And for top esports, this kind of is like, hey, can you bring it back? Can you play upset here on what is the slow chug, the ball rolling forward on that JDG hype train?
That will be the question. Ultimately, in terms of standings, these two teams are not too dissimilar. There's only one win between them. It's just the top esports have a couple more losses on top of that. But into the draft we go. Tom Kench Rise and Caitlyn banned by JDG here. Corki and that Kennen taken off of the board. We already talked about 369. 7 games of Kennen played on JDG so far this split. And so with that removed, now we have to see a bit of variety.
And I mean, after that OMG series, I think Kanavi's Hecarim is going to be not a must ban, but a very high priority ban against a lot of JDG in their games. Zeri, though, left open. Looks like that might go down towards Hope in that bottom side. And I do like the pickup. I think Zeri does really well. I think as well could lend itself here to Kanavi, maybe looking for some sort of counter pick on the jungle matchup, right? Because more than likely here we'll see Tien take something for himself in that jungle pool. So far he's kind of been favoring things like the Lee Sin, the Hecarim himself, but we have seen like Viego, Poppy. We also know that he's more than capable of playing Xin Zhao, and big fan of Viego coming into summer 2021, and that may be what we see. Is okay. Already we're getting the
Alright.
spice. Jackie Love, let's go.
So, Hope locks in Zeri. This is his first time he'll be playing Zeri. And Jackie Love is like, all right, buddy, here we go. You're on JDG. You've locked in something that ain't that strong in the early game. I'm playing Draven.
Yeah, and Draven is going to hit like a truck, especially if he's paired alongside this Nautilus, like the point-and-click CC for the Zeri, the ability to chase her down, even the follow-up CC as well from Draven with the stand aside. So for JDG, you're going to have to be putting a lot of control down to this bottom side. And Kanavi, we talked about him undefeated on this Viego so far, a 44 KDA, and he's going to lock that one in for himself as well.
Certainly is. Kanavi loving that Ruined King. He's the king of jungle himself. Or at least he's looking to reclaim that title. He's missing. Goes for one of his classics in that of the Leona. So at least a good matchup in terms of those supports. Nautilus, Leona, very, very standard. And now we'll see Top Esports going for something for Tien just to match up against the Ruined King himself. Offering the idea of an Italy, we'll have to see where Tien is going to decide to go on this one. I think the Xin Zhao, very, very standard, but we've all seen Tien's Lee Sin. We've all seen what that could do internationally. G2 certainly, first-hand knowledge of that one. We're locked in for Tien.
And the big thing here is that you've got an incredibly strong trio locked in for Top Esports. Like in a 3v3 bot, I'm giving the edge to Top Esports. Even from like the early jungle skirmish and the ability to set up post 6 with that depth charge as well. Like in the lane phase, yes, you might have some early advantages for JDG, but certainly if you can get those jungles involved, I feel like it swings in favor of Top Esports. Top Esports now starting to ban away more of these control mages in the mid lane. We often see bans of the Zoe, particularly towards Yagao, kind of like one of his big pocket picks, but also things like the LeBlanc as well. Like Yagao been pretty potent on that in the past and well known for his ability to carry on the LeBlanc. Especially when you're running a Draven, it feels like getting rid of the LeBlanc could be a good shout here against Yagao, buying space for Jackie Love, but they're actually more worried about the Veigar, trying to kind of shut down the opportunity for Draven to move in these fights.
Yeah, and it has been a pick that started to get some prevalence in that mid lane, so perhaps a sign of things to come, perhaps a sign of the meta to come. But Graves going to be the final ban for JDG towards that top side. I'm going to keep my eye on that Veigar though, see if that comes in further into priority in the mid lane. But a different purple Yordle will be the answer, as the Vex is locked in for 9.
So basically calling out, going, look, if you want to go towards the LeBlanc Yagao, we're totally fine. If you want to go towards the Zoe, we're totally fine. We've got the Vex, and setting up for a big dive composition here. So curious to see what Wayward is going to decide to go with on that top side. I like this from 369 though, right? Like, Gragas, solid blind pick, but also a good amount of disengage as well, especially when you're looking at the amount of engage tools Top Esports have. Buying space is going to be crucial, especially if you can get some of these casks on towards the Draven, prevent him from getting into the fight, and you deny an opportunity to go towards something like the Malphite or something along these lines on the top side, because you just don't really have the good matchup there. I wouldn't mind the Gnar. I keep seeing that flicker there for 2 seconds. I think the Gnar could be really, really good here for Wayward to try and follow up. Camille could also have a pretty good scaling time into the Gragas, but it is going to be the Gnar for Wayward. So very fortunate dive, or very strong composition here for Top Esports with all this dive paired into just trying to jump onto things like the Zeri in the mid.
Now this is Wayward's 5th different pick, his 5th game, and another individual pick for his top lane. Side Wayward up against 369 on that Gragas. And I will say, I don't know if you'll remember, Carcer and 369 having a bit of an argument about Gragas. Well, Gragas is locked in. Oh, actually, that was not, wasn't it? It was that he will only play Gragas. Well, he's still going with the Gragas. My concern is that this could be an AP Gragas. This is 369 we're talking about. He did have a habit of going for the full AP Gragas as opposed to going tank Gragas in a lot of games where I feel like tank Gragas would have been better.
Yeah, I definitely think the tank Gragas is the way forward in this one, right? You have enough damage from Kanavi, Gao, Hope. You don't need to add more damage to this composition. Also, just from the fact of, like, you're not really going to get on towards Wayward, right? You try to go for the body slam, he's going to hop away. Maybe you can hit with the Everfrost if you really want to go towards it, but it just takes away so much of your damage. I'd much rather see him just go full tank, you know, get the Bramble Vest early, and because you know chances are Jackie Love is going to go for like the Essence Reaver into the Immortal Shield Wall builds of get a bit of Grievous Wounds in there, Same when you look towards Wayward, he's going to go towards the Divine Sunder. This tank Gragas build just has so much opportunity to provide what it needs in these fights.
Yeah, I totally agree. I wasn't trying to say that I want the AP Gragas. I was more just saying that we've seen these situations before.
I'm just putting my thoughts out there before he disappoints me.
Yeah, no, I respect it. I respect it. Here we go, though. Top Esports versus JDG. This is a classic matchup here in the LPL. This is the entire story of 2020. That was not the greatest stretch line I've ever seen. As he throws it inside the fountain. But you know what? It doesn't matter. Nobody else saw it. It's not like the commentators pointed it out.
No, it's all fine. I think he was still in the base gates anyway. I feel like it's just Mark kind of getting himself rolling. But yeah, I mean, for JDG now, just trying to set up here in River, keeping themselves in check. Looks like I'm trying to spot. So Top Esports obviously resetting because of how late they are getting out onto the map. But yeah, I was just thank you for the replay. I don't have access to observers, but I was curious to see what had happened. So Top Esports now don't get vision. They don't really get anything down. Aren't able to find 369 either. So already Top Esports, you called him Munch, maybe putting a little bit of pressure up towards their old teammate on that top side.
Yeah. I like this by Jackie, Love. They're feigning the leash, right? To not give information on where TN is starting, who incidentally has started on his chicken. It's not something you see too often on Lee Sin. But crucially, Jackie Love actually using a bit of mana, getting a couple of adoration stacks. You've got to really play the part, you know. Anchor goes ever so slightly wide from Mark, but Jackie Love full-on Oscar level acting.
I will also say it gives the double axes at the start, so you can go for these very aggressive trades. It's something that like you're able to do as Draven. If you can pull that blue buff out, you can get to one axe off of the blue buff and then just get into lane just in time to get the second axe procced as well. So you can see Hope and missing already in the back foot because they just can't trade against both axes.
Oh, good hook from Mark and an all-in on the bottom side. Missing. Ignited. Will they finish him off? One more auto, not in range. Jackie Love. I'm surprised at the restraint. Ordinarily, I'd expect him to flash under the tower there. His Hope, for some reason, is still trading with this Draven with double axes. I don't think that's a winning trade.
No, not at all. Knavi, though, moving down towards this bot side because Tien has done his red Raptors in towards a potential bot side gank. Pushing mid as well for Knight. Maybe they're looking to link up and move bot. Great ward placed by Yagao. Will spot this move onto the bottom side, and Knavi will hopefully be there to try and shut it down.
Oh, Knavi just used his stun to try and get a little bit of movement. He might have to flash on this one. Slowed down by the cripple. Sonic Wave about to come off cooldown. Tien can't find that 2 seconds on the Sonic Wave. And now, with Knavi in this bottom side, they cannot go for the dive, but maybe Krugs will be the reward.
I mean, Knavi has pressure here. The thing was, though, because Tien went for the play onto Knavi, they weren't able to get down in time with the wave crashing. So now Knight forced to go back towards the mid lane. And all said and done, only a handful of CS missed out by Hope, which honestly he kind of lost out on because of that negative trade that they took at the start. So things going okay in the spot side just at the moment for JDG, but you can already see Top Esports are more than willing to play super aggressive in this lane and give resources to Jack.
Now, I'm no Gragas expert, so I just want to mention the top side. There's a Comet for 369 and a Doran's Ring. Now, I don't want to say that 369 is a predictable player or anything, but we've seen him play the AP Gragas before.
So
when we
I
think
don't
the
know
tank
if
would
this
be
says
there.
AP Gragas, all right? Like, so the big thing here for the lane phase is, you know, if you go towards the grasp, are you ever going to get to proc grasp against the Gnar? Not really, right? Same when you look towards things like the Aftershock. Anything that's in that kind of vein isn't going to really work out. And I think the Comet is actually pretty useful for just that early trading. Doran's Ring as well gives you the mana that you need to try and stay in this lane until you can reset like we're seeing now with the tier. So I think you're relatively okay here as 369, but we'll have to see as he starts to go forward.
Gone for the tier, which again can now be a tank item, so we remain with bated breath to see which build 369 will end up going for. Both junglers now up on that top side tier onto his chickens. Kanavi moving into this top lane, trying to get onto Wayward. Now he has given up the ghost with that. Oh, nice little flash for 369 as they go on to Wayward here. Kanavi gonna look for the stun. Wayward flashes too soon, but the stun's whiffed. Kanavi gets the kill anyway, though. This 369 to pick up credit. Now in TN goes in a 1v2. That was way too overzealous. TN just gets bodied.
I can't believe Kanavi survived on that as well. He must have been on like 20 HP at the end of that. Tien tries to turn the play around, but just in time the cooldowns for 369, and they get the kill. You see it here, right? As they come up, 369, really good reactions here. So instantly starts the body slam and flashes, so there's no way Wayward can try and hop it or flash away from it, so it definitely connects. Good dodge from Wayward onto that play, but here, 369, look at the cooldown on body slam. Right as that final auto would come in, he manages to get the kill onto Tien, and Kanavi, with that triumph, will survive from the minion.
I love the commitment from Kanavi there as well. He could just walk away and definitely survive, but he's like, no, we're killing Tien here. Takes one extra auto that leaves him on like 1 HP. But realistically, even if he dies, that's fine. So long as he's getting 369 another kill in that situation. I think Kanavi, would still be happy with that trade because it'd still be 2 for 1 and he'd still set up 369 for a massive top lane performance. Tien now trying to steal away these chickens, but Kanavi is there. Jungle is just about even on CS as Kanavi will smite away the big chicken, and it means Tien has to just get out.
Tien having more control over this bottom side of the map, though, thanks to Draven and Mark. Like, this is where his domain is, right? If he can look for invades on this bot side, he should be relatively okay. 369, though, usually you would think, hey, look, you know, this Nara's going to push in, but the fact that Kanavi managed to get some, kills back in that favor means that, at least on JDG side, they have one area of the map that is a little bit even up on the side of JDG. Thus far, though, I mean, Tien has been trying to make things happen just with the 3 lanes that he has in his control, but honestly, Kanavi's been doing a pretty good job of like trying to right his ship and making sure that Tien hasn't really found much success on this Lee Sin yet.
Just yet. It's a trade from 369 on that top side once more. And I have to say, much quieter bot lane than I was anticipating. Zeri versus Draven after the level 1 shenanigans as well. I was kind of expecting this just to be all in after all in. All summoners available if a window presents itself. At least for the time being, feels like the action is just happening wherever the junglers happen to be, and they are constantly sparring. You see Kanavi now invading onto the red buff of Tien. Sonic Wave misses. Tien now knows what's going on, but Kanavi's level 6, Tien still level 5, so it's a tough one. Now all in the bottom side. Level 6 available for Jackie Love, and Hope is gone for JDG in more ways than one after that. Wayward now actually going to be aggressive upon in the top side as well. Barrel comes on in. He's low HP, knocked back and finished off. Easy pickings, and Wayward being dominated by JDG.
Kanavi getting a nice play in that top side, but the bot lane is the main focus. Jackie Love getting those kills, getting to cash in, and he's not going the Essence Reaver build either. This is a lethality Draven, so these early kills going to bump him up massively and make sure Hope has no fun. Mark has hit 6, depth charge available, and here's Knight.
Hope in trouble here, has to flash it away. The depth charge does land, and Knight just finds him through the minion wave. See ya later, Hope. 0-2-0. Hope and Wayward both being individually targeted by each team. Kanavi going for a Herald at the meantime. As Jackie Love gets to proxy yet another wave. Huge CS lead in that bottom side. Not to mention the kill, not to mention these plays.
Yeah, this is massive win for Top Esports, and exactly what I wanted to see, right? You have the winning matchup in mid, you've got the control on this bot side as well. Start to make these plays, despite the fact that Tien is there. You get that good roam from Knight, and now Jackie Love is so far accelerated. Look at the goal difference between Jackie Love and Hope. Jackie Love at 9 minutes has just finished his Eclipse, and you're sitting, what, 1,500 goal behind here as Hope?
This is difficult. And this is Draven, right? This is exactly why Jackie Love loves the pick, because he wants to win lane and dominate, and that's exactly what Draven allows him. Going for this Eclipse build as well. Very aggressive build. It's something that is occasionally seen when you have a good matchup, right? You can go the Eclipse, into the Collector, into the Essence Reaver, and you basically just one-shot people. Anyone that doesn't have armor will get one-shot. And guess what? 369 will not have armor detector. He's going for the AP build. I think it might even be a Zonya's first item or something.
I mean, I think he's just moving up towards that Everfrost, getting that quick Lost Chapter. And I mean, for Jaculov, right, he's doing so much here. Already got the items, as we already talked about, going to be pumping out damage. The fact that he's able to match Hope here as well, like good read from Top Esports, that JDG are trying to maneuver themselves around the map to avoid this miserable matchup for the Zeri. But now, you're on your own here.
Jaculov just gonna go for the dive onto Hope, and he's already killed him. Missing arrives too late to the plate. There's a TP being channeled as Jaculov is in deep, deep trouble. Finished off by 369, and that's a bit of shutdown gold. I mean, Jaculov's a man of his own. Like, nobody else does this.
I mean, absolutely destroys Hope there. Now Kanavi finds Tien.
Tien would hop out to safety, flash over the wall as well, and the Chaos Storm a little too late by Yagao there. And a fear coming out from Knight to save their jungle. At Top Esports, they get away with the map play. Just about 1,000 gold up right now, but 369 should be able to get a tower plate or two to try and equalize that.
Well, it's the bot lane that's the issue, right? Because 369 TP to kill Jaculov, Wayward got 3 plates for himself on that bot lane turret. So you're actually getting a lot more gold going back over towards Wayward, who's been set behind. Now Tien for 369.
Oh, and he's kicked back instantly. Has his flash, but he knows he won't get a chance to use it. And they gifted it over. Oh, he flashes in the bush after the auto had come out. Disaster for 369. Jaculov with his 3rd kill of the game and plenty more swords to buy.
And who's going to tank him? 369 is going for this AP build. Kanavi is only on the Divine Thunder. He's going to go towards the stairs. He's not going to be able to survive it. And you can already see that Missing and Hope, they've lost control completely. Like, this game now is all on Jaculov's shoulders. And yes, you can have the ult come through from the Gragas in situations to try and dissuade Jaculov from getting into these team fights, trying to get him out of the fight, but the upfront damage that he'll bring as soon as he gets Collector or the Essence Reaver is just going to be insane.
Yeah, I mean, love the bit of T-Tours there as 369 just bops Jaculov with the explosive gas. As JDG grab themselves a Drake, 1 apiece on those Drakes, still 1,000 gold lead for Top Esports. And yeah, you're absolutely right. It's going to be a tough one in terms of who can tank Jaculov as 369 actually goes for the all-in. I don't know if he wins the all-in though. Jaculov out of the tower edge. No, he stayed in. 3 tower shots, and that's plenty for 369 to find a kill.
And look at the little grin. 369 smiling away at the camera as well. He was happy about that one. And honestly, really well played. Jaculov getting too far forward, and now that buys a bit of space for JDG, because getting a bit more farm on towards Hope, getting them into a lane that is going to be all right. And with that shutdown as well, 369 picking up the Everfrost. So I'm just going to look at the replay here very, very quickly. Jaculov just trying too hard to get the damage down. Great Everfrost on towards the Draven as well, and just have to finish him off. So for JDG, at least it's a little bit of hope back in towards their side as well. Like, the draft here hasn't done them any favors, and we're talking about, hey, look, this is a team that we want to see more proactivity from. The fact that they have 3 losing lanes has not really given them much as...
Oh, what a body bop coming out from 369, denies the jump. It's not going to be enough. It looked pretty nice. 369 goes down. 3 members committed for the side of Top Esports. And now what can JDG do on the map? Yagao pushes out mid. He'll look for a plate there. Kanavi tries to protect him. Tien moving in. The stun comes on through as well as a red smite. It's half Tien's health, but with Knight alongside him, this is a 2v2. Apparently JDG want to go for Knight. Gets hit by the Chaos Storm, but still pretty healthy on this Vex, trying to escape through the jungle. An extra laser won't finish him off as Tien finds a Sonic Wave. JDG doing a really good job to skirmish against Knight and Tien. This is a fearful 2v2, but doesn't seem to be bothering JDG.
The only thing I'll say is split decision between Kanavi and Yagao about who they wanted to focus, right? Kanavi gets the stun onto Tien, but there's no follow-up from Yagao. I think they could have burst one if they just selected the one target that they wanted to go for. Yagao now moving down towards this bot side, wants to make sure that Mark and Jaculov can't try and push in, especially with this tower near dead on the bottom side. That could be a point of power for Jaculov.
369 found once again, but a great sweeper. Last possible second there. Get out with his life. That could have gone really sour really quickly, but 369 up in the top side. The Everfrost finished, another Kindle Gem in pocket as well. And we'll see how this game progresses. It feels very even. There is still this gold lead for Top Esports. Knight and Jaculov, both the ones holding the gold for the team as well, which is very valuable for Top Esports. But with that said, like, Viego is no slouch when it comes to carrying a game. And, you know, 369, I was criticizing this AP build on the Gragas, but I've seen him dominate games with it. So we'll see how this one's going to pan out. Dagda, I'm so glad that we get a good matchup between these two teams.
Yeah, it feels like we're starting to get that rivalry back from 2020, and it does very much feel like, as you said, it's like Jackie Love versus Kanavi in where the goal is situated, where the carries are going to be. Now, Jackie Love, obviously on the Draven, has a little bit of an easier time, especially with the dive composition that Top Esports have set up. Kanavi's going to have to be so careful about how he wants to try and approach these fights. Like, it feels like a lot of what JDG are going to be trying to do is like hype back into small corridors, right? Use the fact that you've got the Gragas out there to buy space for your back line. Start trying to use the gravity fields to zone off Jackie Love in these scraps as well, and see if you can deal with the ever aggressive front you're going to be getting from Top Esports, especially hiding in the bush.
Yeah, they're going on 369. He body bumps in and finds 3 people. Oh, what a great kick from TN. Is missing, will go down. Second charge for the Herald though. At least there's some bonus for JDG, but 2 more kills for Jackie Love. It's not what you want to see if you're a fan of JDG.
And with 50 seconds on towards the Dragon as well, it feels like a rinse and repeat here for Top Esports, right? Yes, you use the kick and that ult from Knight, but they actually should be back up before JDG can even try and contest this. So Wayward moves up towards the top side. Top Esports move in to start contesting Vision for the Dragon. And actually, maybe with 369 coming in with his TP of his own, maybe they just give Terror if Top Esports try to overextend for this Dragon.
Top Esports can just go for this tower top side here for Wayward. Dragon up in 13 seconds here. Kanavi takes a chunk from Knight. Top Esports not willing to give up this mid lane just yet. Hope and Jackie are trying to push those waves as JDG have control of the river. And it looks like Top Esports will respect the fact that there is that TP difference in the top side and allow JDG to have the trade.
The ultimates, I thought they'd be up a little bit sooner, but not quite there for Top Esports. So Knight and Tien forced to back away, and it means at least that second Dragon going the way of JDG. No way for Jackie Love to try and up his gold bounty as well, because there's just no fights that are really happening. So Terror gone in mid. JDG congregating on this bot side as well, trying to give space for Hope to get another tower in favor of JDG. Answer for the 2 that have already been taken by Top Esports.
Interesting to see this build develop from Jackie Love. So going for that Essence Reaver second, and actually foregoing the Collector completely. He's going towards a Lord Doms instead, into the armor penetration as opposed to that lethality. Which generally speaking, when you see the Eclipse, you usually do see the Collector in tow. But Jackie Love, I mean, look, the later the game gets, the more value you're going to get out of the LDR versus that Collector. So, especially if you're going for a third item, I definitely agree with them.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to be looking at 369, actually going to go up towards the Fimbulwinter here as well. So, like, you're going to end up with a relatively healthy 369, and when the Zhonya's comes through as well, there'll be a good amount of armor there. Same, we imagine, with Kanavi, right? He'll finish off his Gauge, then start moving in towards things like the GA, maybe even a Death Stance for himself in this situation. So there are going to be a lot of tanky members, so I don't fully disagree with the Last Whisper decision. And also, I personally have started to become more of a favor of the Essence Reaver first before the Collector on Dravens, just because the extra damage you get from the Sheen, especially while targets are still squishing in the early game, can do a hell of a lot of work.
And people forget as well that Draven spams abilities. That W, you're going to be using it like literally every other auto attack in those team fights. You get a lot of value out of the Essence Reaver, and it helps keep the mana healthy. It's very easy to on Draven very, very quickly. In the meantime, though, we've kind of set up into this somewhat 1-3-1 situation where we have Knight up in that top lane matching Yagao. You got both of the top laners sort of in the river. Not quite in the bottom lane, but toyed with the idea they can move mid if they need to. They can move back to that bottom lane if they need to as well. And the rest of the squad fighting for vision control and for control of the mid lane.
And a lot of what JDG are trying to do, the reason why we're seeing this 1-3-1 when it's not really a side lane composition, is because they just want to avoid playing against Draven as much as possible, right? So at the moment, what JDG are trying to do is like push inside, get some vision control, especially as you start to look towards like the next few dragons coming up, right? They want to make sure that they can get these waves out, start to set up vision, and then it becomes a little, vision in river, and then it becomes a little bit easier to say like, okay, where's Wayward coming from? Where's Knight's angle of attack? Where are the different flank opportunities and the dive opportunities that top esports are looking for? And how do we best situate ourselves to like kite back away from that? So at least on JDG's side, you don't really need to invest a lot in deep vision. What you really need to do is get vision in river and always position yourself so you can kite back safely into your own jungle with pink ward set up behind you to stop top esports from being able to fully commit to those things.
It's like a lot of work ahead from JDG. And, you know, this composition from top esports is so punishing, right? The second JDG don't do that, the second they don't respect what top esports can do, with Knight flying in on the Vex if he lands that ult, and a whirling death from Jackie Love at the same time, like, nobody's surprised. Even if you're tanky, you're not going to live through that, especially if Jackie Love has a lot of adoration stacks at the time. LDR has been finished as well. Jackie Love is so ahead of Hope. It's unbelievable. We need to see Hope resetting before this Drake and picking up another item, or at least another half item. We'll have to see. He's going to go for the reset now. We'll see what he's able to pick up.
I think he's
going
yeah, he's just looking to go full for the Titanic, kind of realizing, look, with how fed Jackie Love is, I just need to be tankier. Like, I need more of a health bar, and getting the Giant's Belt, the extra Ruby Crystal is going to do that. Now, as you like are rightly kind of moaning there, Munch, like, it does mean that your damage isn't quite there, right? Because you're very much reliant on the runes to try and spread that AoE damage alongside the Titanic, but at least with the way top esports are playing, there should be a very much a front to back fight where that Titanic can do it.
Oh, Mark's been aggressive upon by missing here. Chaos Storm comes through and a stopwatch to buy some time. Jackie Love having to back away. I thought he was going to go forwards there, honestly, in true Jackie Love style. But so far, it's a good pick for JDG. Will Drake up in 20 seconds. But top esports not conceding the river just yet. Trying to wait for a pick, trying to find a potential opportunity. But I don't think JDG are going to give them it.
Yeah, JDG are doing a good job of fighting where they're strongest, right? In these chokes. Look at how slow they are to move into river until they know where top esports are. And they're not bringing their carries, right? The carries are kind of staying in this area because if it's a front to back, that favors JDG with their peel on 369.
Wayward's about to turn Mega there, and he just goes straight up to 369, tries to one-shot him. Keep your eyes on Jackie Love in the backline here. He's targeting, missing for the time being. Closest target is the name of the game right now. Kanavi survives. Tian moving in. Hope going to be taken down next as Mark tries to close the gap. It's 2 kills for top esports. They bought enough time for the support to rejoin them, and now pings onto the Baron.
Right as we said that JDG were playing smart around the composition of top esports, it all falls apart. 369 breaks rank, and it means that top esports are able to funnel in onto JDG. That's Baron going across. JDG now trying to contest on towards the Dragon, pick up the third one for them, but it's the big purple worm that top esports are after.
Yeah, it'll be traded for this Drake. It's still positive for JDG in that they'll get onto Soul Point, but over the next couple of minutes with this Baron, you just know top esports are going to take a lot of gold off of this map. Already 3,500 gold in their favor right now, and that's only going to extend over the course of this Baron buff. But now the age-old question returns, Dagda. Do top esports bite off more than they can chew?
I really want to look at 369's positioning coming into this fight, right? Because as soon as he breaks rank and goes up into this area, look at the exposure that you've left for JDG in this backline, right? Jackie Love is able to move in. Kanavi cannot tank Jackie Love, and you've got Tien who's setting up wonderfully. You even got the Zeri flying over the wall for Hope, trying to follow up, but that only leaves more wiggle room for top esports where there's a very separated JDG. So for 369, he's played slow, but we don't have time.
So Tien caught up there. Solar Flare used though, and actually that's kind of positive for top esports. Big cooldown there with no significant pick. 369 gets out on the blast cone. Looks like nothing's going to come of it in the end.
Just kind of forcing top esports back, trying to deny them the vision that they want to push in on this wave. Still see, though, top esports the slow encroach into the jungle, and this makes it really hard for JDG to try and keep themselves safe because there's now multiple flank angles that top esports can try and take on towards these fights. Zeri clearing out the mid wave, Missing trying to support JDG on the bot side, but top esports just have the numbers advantage with another wave on the way.
Yep, they can just slowly but surely push this one. Knight in the mid lane right now. Great barrel, but Mark gets the anchor. Oh my days, that was so clutch from Mark. He keeps himself safe, and it means Knight doesn't have to move just yet. He can keep on pushing away, or can eventually move over and look for a flank onto JDG, and it feels like their backs are against the wall here, Dagda.
Yeah, because there's so many different ways that the top esports can move in, right? Full vision denial in this bot side jungle. JDG don't know where top are. So for Hope, he can't contest the push in mid. Now top esports can roam down to the bot side, but they don't actually know where top are.
Oh, Wayward is about to turn mega. He's behind. Enemy lines, goes for the Gnar. Onto 2 members here. The damage follow-up is beautiful, and it's a 2-for-1. Knight goes wide on his second ulti, though, so can't quite follow up for more. But even still, 2-for-1, top esports will take that every day.
And with 30 seconds left on Baron, they've got another wave that's about to crash here, so they can actually take the bot lane turret alongside the 2-for-1 before JDG are up. You don't even have any objectives up that you have to worry about for top esports.
JDG way overstaying for this one. Kanavi will be the target, kicked into the open arms of Jackie Love as he grabs his 7th kill of the game. That's the same number of kills as JDG's entire team. Now onto an inhib tower, picking off more kills off the back of the fight, and top esports massively expanding their goal.
Top esports are playing this so damn well. Yes, it started off a little bit messy with Tien not really able to find the success that he wanted, but with the winning mid lane matchup, Knight moves down, supports Jackie Love and Mark, who'd already done a great job of bullying out Hope and Missing, and now with this massive Draven in the back line. Knight consistently finding these flanks. It's so hard for JDG to contest. I mean, look at where Wayward is here, right? He's got Knight at his back. You've also got the onslaught from the front as well with top esports with Jackie Love and Mark pushing through as well. And the burst damage is absolutely insane off this team now.
And you see the second Shadow Surge coming out from Knight. If that hits, I mean, I think that might just be curtains for the entire game at that point. If he can land that, just jump in, fear everyone. You know that Jackie Love will be ready to follow up. And top esports now, we were just talking about, you know, during the mid-game, they were consistently 1, 2, 3,000 gold ahead, and they were just slowly but surely building that lead. Well, it's been completely blown open now, 7,000 gold lead in top esports' favor. And Drake coming up in a minute's time, top esports with full control, but it would be Soul if JDG can find it somehow.
Yeah, and it could be a potential miracle steal from Kanavi, right? But always difficult to try and make that happen against a Lee Sin. 369 sitting on the wings and on a pink, but may actually get spotted here by Wayward as he tries to make his way in. Top esports trying to deny JDG access to the Dragon, but again, good position from JDG. Like, lucky that they're on this blue side, because it means that they actually have the opportunity. Oh, never mind. I was going to say to take the front to back, but they don't want to.
Kanavi and 369 are both on a flank here. Can anyone actually follow up though? Jackie Love dodges away from the stun. That's a lot used by JDG already. They surely have to just retreat from this fight. Mark going to be happy to be on the front line. Shadow Surge goes on in. Knight gets the fear onto 369 here. Actually, no, he doesn't. Now gets the fear, flashes into 3 and finds his mark. Missing will go down as well. Double kill for Tien as it's top esports cleaning house. A solo kill for Wayward onto Kanavi on the right side of the fight. That's soul denial for top esports.
JDG tried to commit so much to make the pick onto the top side of the fight, but they just aren't able to do it. Top esports back away, and with all their peel tools invested into the pick, top esports hungrily dive onto JDG. That's going to be the Dragon, and maybe more as top esports starting to move themselves in towards the jungle, also down onto this bottom lane that has no tower to speak of. But top esports will back, knowing Baron is in just 15 seconds.
They need to get that reset. Let's take another look, because this deep flank from 369 and Kanavi, but how can anyone follow up on this?
Yeah, it's so weird. Even the decision for JDG to do this, right? And also, the gravity fields that we've seen coming out from Yagao have really not been great, right? Like, in these kind of choke points, try and set up to, like, separate Jackie Love out of these fights and split out top esports, but we're really not seeing it done. Like, Gragasult isn't splitting the team, gravity fields aren't splitting the team, and now we got another fight.
Oh, Shadow Surge in onto Missing. He's gone. Knight grabs another for himself as Kanavi. I mean, he's turned golden, but can only buy so much time. Flashes out to safety. That'll be Baron now for top esports. You know, Missing has to face check this. He has to be the one to try and get vision, but they're 10,000 gold down at this point. I don't think there's any way JDG can team fight.
Top Esports, this would be the Baron in their favor. 369 and the rest of JDG looking to see if they can trade. Maybe the tier 2s get some of that gold bounty. Knight though clears at the wave, so it'll just be the bot side tower for that Baron. Jackie Love pushing in the top. May even look to trade it if JDG stick around too long on this bottom side.
And I just want to reiterate how crazy what we are seeing is. This is the top esports. Their only recent win is against TT. This is the top esports that have been failing to find victories. And they're against the JDG that's on a 4-win streak that's looking like a top team. And now top esports come out of the woodwork when the rivalry is at its strongest. They step up now with 2 minutes on this Baron. Looks like they're actually going to go for a reset. I thought they were going to push for more.
And no matter what form JDG and Top Esports are in, this rivalry always delivers, right? Like, even if JDG are struggling, this is still a banger of a game. And I'm so excited to see what the rest of the series is going to be, especially if JDG, like, come back into game number 2 with a kind of reinvigorated draft, right? Fortunately, the 3 losing lanes has kind of put them into a situation where Top Esports can roam around. And now they feel the pressure to try and make picks happen coming into team fights, but still, with the Runins and the Titanic now completed for Hope, Yagao having 3 items of his own as well. I honestly think these front-to-back fights could work out for JDG if they're taken in the right spot. They just have to make sure that they're keeping Top Esports at bay. The problem is the map is getting ever smaller from them, and trying to find these corridors that can force Top Esports into front-to-back fights are not coming through for them.
Yeah, it's a challenge for JDG, and to be honest, if I'm JDG at this stage, I'm not going to give up on the game, but perhaps looking towards what can happen in the next draft. Is this, I criticized 369 for the AP Gragas. He has gone pretty much full tank, just went ever prosper. So you know what, 369, I take it back. But with that said, this is looking like it might be how the game closes out. Still a full minute on this Baron. Wayward happy to keep pressuring in the bottom side, but the waves, for the time being, not synced up very well by Top Esports, so relatively easy to defend for JDG.
I mean, they'll still get the bottom hit, right? No terror means that the waves don't massive. Oh, hang on.
Oh, 4v5. This is the engage. 369. Really great cast there. And 1-for-1 to start it off. But Jackie Love is still going strong. The Chaos Storm burning away on him, though. He's forced out. And now in goes Knight, but CC'd endlessly. And JDG, they find their way back into the game. Chasing now onto Wayward, who will be actually followed up by Kanavi. The slow coming on through. This Gnar may be mega, but he won't be mega for much longer. Jumps in onto Hope, but Hope kites it on out. Wayward will fall eventually if this team has literally any damage at all. Wayward finally drops, and JDG gets something on the board.
But that was the exact fight that we were talking about, right? When Top Esports have to dive as part of their composition, as long as Hope and Yagao can play in the back line, they're going to be totally all right. You'll see it in the replay here, right? Top Esports try to go for this big engage, but you've got the tower there. All of your damage is going into missing. Great cast from 369 to split up the fight. Again, look at the gravity fields here as well, keeping Knight and Jackie Love out of the equation. And by the time Knight actually goes into this fight, it's already done and dusted. The fight's over. Now we're on towards Dragon with 8 seconds left. Is this the pick?
Dragon up in 5 seconds. JDG 5 strong here. Top Esports trying to get involved. Just 369 forced out of the fight. Jackie Love still goes strong. Cleanses a lot of the CC missing onto that backline. But Tian trying to finish off Kanavi. It's all about the Drake right now, but nobody's even looking at it. Tian into his GA, but Jackie Love still spinning these axes and slicing through health bars. Splashes away to the backline. Hope still going strong. Still cleaving through the health bars himself. But Wayward re-enters the fight, and Top Esports remain on top as they cut down JDG. They look for a win. Hope is all he can do as he tries to escape. Mark misses the anchor, but it doesn't matter. Drake taken, and surely the game.
Yeah, it's very small wave here, but Wayward, he can tank up these towers. 20-second death timers are as soon as 369 and Kanavi can be up. Jackie Love with the damage, and the rest of Top Esports marching forward. This should be game 1 for Top Esports.
Phenomenal performance here from Top Esports. Missing to try to defend, but it's not going to happen. Missing will fall once more, and Top Esports back on form. An 11-2 performance from Jackie Love on his signature pick as they take down their nemesis in JDG.
A beautiful game from Top Esports. Early game TES trying to keep pace with Kanavi, but falling a little bit behind. But with Knight having full control of the mid lane, able to play down towards that bottom side, set up Jackie Love for success. And from that point forward, the dive was incredible. Consistently being able to punish JDG as they overstepped, finding multiple different angles of attack, denying the vision from JDG as well on the spot side. So continuously JDG were struggling to get themselves set up in a front to back type of fight. And with that, they're able to find that victory in what was, I would say it was kind of a close fought battle, but it really felt like Top Esports were kind of playing with their food for some of that.
Yeah, but honestly, I would rather Top Esports are playing with their food for some of it than just pushing insanely aggressively, overstepping, getting caught out. We did see a couple of fights where Top Esports overstepped. We did see a couple of moments where they showed that weakness and that over-eagerness to take off more than they can chew, but ultimately, still a very reserved game. And it goes back to what we talked about before the series began. Tien, in the shot-calling role, has changed this team.
I mean, 100%. Their shot calling much slower, much tamer. Like, usually we see some mistake or some mess up coming through from Top Esports. There was a small one on that terror dive in the mid lane on the inhibitor, but other than that, very clean game. Jackie Love with an absolutely insane amount of damage, but it's kind of to be expected. Like, this guy was set up from draft, from the get-go on Top Esports, and he delivers every time on this Draven. And when there's not like great setup from JDG, and I don't mean the composition wise, I mean the way JDG played these fights, Jackie Love was enabled so much, not really getting the casts coming his way, no real CC coming his way, the gravity fields weren't actually being set up to try and exclude him from fights, so Top Esports are able to play through that strong Draven and carry forward the game.
Phenomenal stuff. I mean, Jackie Love 40k damage is just
Not
Jackie
bad.
Love things. Just Jackie Love things. You love to see it. And, you know, the second we saw the Draven locked in, it's a very special thing when Jackie Love locks in Draven. There's a lot of signature picks here in the LPL, but I feel like Jackie Love Draven is maybe the most like synonymous pick we have, where I feel like what Draven does as a champion and what Jackie Love does as a player are exactly the same thing. It's just like the perfect champion for him. You know, in hindsight, I'm a little disappointed that Jackie Love didn't go for a Draven skin for his IG skin, you know? Like, considering who this guy
Had
is
he played it
and
at Worlds?
how good he is. I don't know if he played it at Worlds or not, but he should have. He should have. Either way. Yeah, it's so beautiful to see when we get to see him on that Draven.
Absolutely insane. And it's a pleasure to see himself and Mark linking up well in that bot lane as well, right? Like, literally from level 2, level 3, they commanded that lane, and it just felt like a matter of time until they took over. Even getting that first kill for themselves, like, it was beautiful to watch.
Yeah, and you say linking up. Honestly, one of the kills, Jackie Love just solo killed
Yeah,
up the
true.
tower, flashed on over. Mark didn't even get a look in. Even Mark, one of the more aggressive supports in the league, was surprised at Jackie Love's aggression. Either way, we're going to jump into a break. We'll see what JDG have up their sleeves for game number 2.
随着我们 LPL 的发展，我们 LPL 的用户越来越多，影响力越来越大那我们其实也去有一个品牌上面的策略的转变，就是我们希望能够更加体育化和专业化。
因为在目前可能从整个英雄电子竞技去发展的状态上来看，我们不再是去向 S 赛学习，不再是可能持续的大面积的去向传统的体育的转播进行学习的这样一个状态，而更多的是我们需要不断的去突破自己。
So with the LPL, we knew that we were going to have to dig really deep and find what made this league really different. And so to do that, we started immersing ourselves really deeply from a distance into their world, into their community, their culture, spending a lot of time with different team members, players, fans, shoutcasters, both present and past.
Something that we found out is that the LPL's approach to the game is crazy. It's almost next level madness. But to the LPL, it's almost genius. And this unpredictable, intense, fierce, wild, and being always one step ahead was something that we wanted to tap into. Together we defined crazy as our game. It's a proud statement that really speaks to this bold mentality of the LPL players and the LPL community.
那么在整个品牌刷新的过程当中，我们也和 DS 团队保持紧密的沟通协作，每一个设计元素都经过我们仔细的考量和精心的设计，希望能够将更好的体验带给玩家。
在设计风格方面，把 LPL 打造成为建立在专业和竞技的基础之上，融入新颖的视觉创意，给我们的玩家带来新鲜的体验。同时呢，也融入了中国的传统文化元素，创造属于 LPL 的全新视觉风格。
We then began to think LPL's crazy energy as this dragon mode. But this dragon mode had two key behaviors, tension and eruption, an ability to flex between calm and controlled to hyper-energetic and loud.
Every one of our elements is designed to supercharge our visual system. They become expressions of the crazy energy that the LPL unleashes on the Rift. And this gives us this great opportunity with our colours. They're both inspired by fire and water. We created a custom headline typeface in both English and Mandarin, with every detail designed to reflect the veracity of how the LPL moves on the Rift.
我们这次品牌刷新也以中国古典哲学当中的五行概念和 LPL 赛场上不同的战况进行了结合，去体现 LPL 竞技为上、无畏拼搏的精神。
Each of these elements were a dynamic manifestation of the crazy energy that exists from within the LPL. Flow, frenzy, focus, explode, and regenerate.
Every element of the brand had to be designed taking motion into account. We needed a system that allowed us to dial up and down the amount of movement. So when the fans need to read the stats or they're waiting for the match to start, for example, the gradients can function as a living hold. But on the other hand, when something extraordinary happens during the game, the visuals can explode and take over the screen in the most powerful way possible. 所以我们还是希望通过这样品牌刷新以后，给我们更大的压力和动力，去给行业和用户创造更好的一个价值，去传递具有中国传统文化特色的 LPL 的体育竞技精神和品牌形象。
而到今天，我们在制定我们今天的整个从我们的品牌的核心理念到我们最后呈现出来的视觉风格和我们的 slogan， 其实体现到了我们现在整体的一个新的风格，也就是 Crazy is our game， 无畏进巅峰。
们现在4人上的话，状态也是比较不错吧，然后也比较有自信吧，大家都，但是也不能太过于骄傲，因为我们还有很多强的对手没有打。下场对上滔博的话，我觉得我们9哥状态非常的好，感觉打 TES 9哥应该能带我们赢。
I'm not gonna lie, that was an opportunity for a real spicy interview, and that was one of the least spicy answers you could have given us there, mate. I'm Munchables. I'm joined by Dagda, aka the Robster, as we head towards game number 2 here. And I just want to point something out before we get into the nitty-gritty of the discussion here. And that's we don't have time. We're going straight to picks and bans. So we'll have picks and bans on the screen as I talk about it. But in that first game, I don't know if you guys saw in the offseason, Karsa quite famously was flaming 369 a little bit for his Gnar, for his Gragas, or in fact for his lack of Gnar and his inability to play Gragas. Game number 1 of this series, it's Gnar versus Gragas in the top lane. 369, the absolute meme lord, bringing out the picks. And you just know this matchup is personal, Dag.
Yeah, I mean, look, Top Esports, though, coming out the better of that personal bout, right? Being able to take that victory. And then, yes, you saw you guys say, hey, 369 looking good, maybe he can bring us to victory. But, like, it was the bot lane that was the focus, with Jackie Love picking up the MVP in that last one. And now we have to see what the plan is. Top Esports banning away the Zeri this time, not wanting to give over that Zeri and the potential counter pick. And not having that potential counter pick in the Draven up and available.
So Zeri gone off the board. Caitlyn's still available. There it is. The ban comes through. It's the final one from JDG. And now first picks. I mean, Tien, we saw this before. It looked pretty damn good. Top Esports just going to slam that one straight off of the bat.
Yeah, and I mean, it's the takeaway and also the good pick for Tien, right? He's looked really, really strong. And as we said, like, you know, we're starting to see this Hecarim come in more and more as a favored pick for the jungle. Will give hope back over towards this Jinx. Imagine the Thresh probably to come alongside it here for missing, or they'll just look for Kanavi to pick up his own jungler, maybe something like the Xin Zhao. Although, as we saw in the last game, Kanavi still favoring that Viego. I just don't know if it's great against the Hecarim.
See the Jinx with, I mean, just lock him in the bot lane. It's fine, right? Get your duo in. Figure out what you want to go for with your third pick once you know where Top Esports are going. The Aphelios available if Top Esports do want to just opt into this kind of scale off down in the bottom side. Also, that Leona. This has kind of been the standard 2v2 that we've so regularly seen in it.
Yeah, so I mean, look, there's probably not going to be anything too crazy, right? You imagine Aphelios, you imagine Leona, then we'll probably have the Xin Zhao come through on the opposite side. So I think then the real question is, like, what's the mix-up that we see for... Okay, actually. So, going to take away the Gwen instead. So it means that you'll probably have support bans coming through from JDG after this jungle pickup, trying to make sure that like things like the Leona are taken off the board. Maybe even something like the Alistar as well, just to stop the engage coming through onto the Jinx. And in that situation, you actually end up in a reasonably alright spot then as JDG on this bot side, where you're no longer really worried about too many things that can dive on towards the Jinx. And it kind of sets up for Hope to be that big carry once more. Top Esports though, I'm curious to see what their game plan is, right? Because you can look towards mid lane bans for Yagao. That was what we got in the last game with things like not the LeBlanc, the Orianna and stuff being able to be taken off the board if they want to, but we'll have to see if that is going to be the plan here for Top Esports.
Might see silence. I mean, it's a signature for Yagao, that's for sure. Weirdly enough, it's actually a signature for Kanavi, but Silence has been gone for a little while. Not a ban I was necessarily expecting to see, but maybe a sign that Wayward wants to play Malphite. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see.
Fresh taken away. I imagine Leona's going to be the next one here for JDG as well. Then, oh, actually, okay. So maybe JDG are setting up for the blind pick LeBlanc here. Silas kind of taken off the board here means that you've also got another kind of decent answer to LeBlanc taken away. And now I'm wondering what Top Esports are going to go for. I mean, if the LeBlanc comes in, you can't always go back towards an Orianna, right? You have great team fight set up for Top Esports here. But again, Top Esports kind of heavily indexing into some sort of dive composition. So it looks like 369 may, in fact, just go back towards the Gragas and go, hey, look, you know, I'm going to peel, I'm going to keep you safe, and I'm going to just try and provide that front line once more.
369 says, I am a good Gragas. Damn it, I'm the best.
Hey, he looked all right last game.
He had a good game. He had a really good game. I'm just thinking. But Leona locked in, and then the blind pick Oriana that you talked about there for Knight.
So, opportunity if you want to here for Yago to go towards like Zoe or something if you really want. Try and play towards that range that you have. But definitely Zoe, not great into a lot of dives. So I wouldn't mind to see something maybe like a Sindra come out instead. Can always try and play towards side lanes if you want with something like the Twisted Fate. But again, not the best of matchups in theory. And maybe this is where we get the Veigar. Okay, so we got kind of for this dive composition, the baby cage to try and put them in their place.
Yeah, this is something that has been sneaking into the meta. We've seen it a couple of times around the world. It's something that can get very, very strong. I think it was BLG we saw playing this alongside a Poppy in the jungle. It actually looked really, really good. It was able to take over the game, able to snowball like crazy.
So
not top esports could be able to deal with that. I don't know.
Yeah, one of the reasons we're seeing it is because of the rise of these like dive compositions, right? You got a great opportunity to try and like separate compositions, especially when you've got the ability to throw down that event horizon. And as well, Veigar got some really nice buffs on 12-2, right? The cooldown on his Q, down kind of a second across the board. And especially the big one for him is the stacks granted upon killing a minion is gone from 2 to 3. So getting a lot more stacks earlier means that he kind of hits that one-shot potential way sooner than he used to. So now you're coming into this, JDG, great late game scaling, phenomenal front-to-back team fights, and honestly, how does JackeyLove play these fights? Like, you have to be so careful. You have to watch out for event horizons, casts, depth charges, even Kanavi just diving you on the back line. It feels like a huge amount of this game is going to be TN trying to set up Wayward and Knight instead to be the big carries, because I feel like JackeyLove just won't get a look in these sort of fights.
And the opposite side of that story as well is that you've got this Jinx that does have that long range, that can operate in these fights, and also that has a team pushing forwards in front of it. So, like, between the AD carries, maybe an opportunity for Hope to get a little bit of revenge for what happened in game number 1 of this series. JackeyLove on a much more passive pick this time around, but that will remain to be seen. The Gwen from Wayward this time, which in my mind has been his best performance in terms of champions. I feel like his Gwen looked really, really exceptional the one time we've seen it.
And the big news here is that at least if Wayward can get some pressure on the top side, he can take over in that 1v1, right? It's a really strong matchup for the Gwen where if she can close the gap, she can do quite well. You've got the opportunity to try and play around the Hollowed Mist as well if 369 ever tries to go for the explosive cask. So definitely opportunities to make things happen. And I just want to come back to a point that you're making, right? Like, Hope on this Jinx, yes, can look really strong. Yes, can have that massive impact. The big thing to watch out for, though, is what happened in that last game. JDG not really playing to their compositional strengths, not playing front to back. If that's the case, JDG can fall apart here.
Oh my lord, 369 is getting snipped to pieces in the top lane. This is not how you want to start the laning phase. He was trying to get cheeky, he was trying to get harassed down, but just gets chased down. That was Ghost used by Wayward to get all of that damage in.
I mean, it's given him full control of this lane, right? And going to work out really well for him, especially now as 369 can't really play that aggressive. Now, the good thing about Gragas, obviously, a lot of sustain, but you do have to burn the 2 pots here for 369. And for Wayward, like, Ghost isn't a very long cooldown. It's not like a flash. Like, that's going to be up way sooner and give him a good amount of control to start out the laning phase.
Really nice. So forces that level 2 advantage. So now 369 just kind of has to watch a lot of these minions slowly but surely go down. It's getting pathing down towards this bottom side to start us off, whereas Kanavi has hit level 2. Just top side. He actually started on the enemy red buff hit. So he's gone from the enemy red buff all the way up into his own red buff now. And Tien is going to discover that he's lost his chickens, he's lost his red, he's lost everything.
Yeah, with the push and bot as well, it's not really in a spot where Tien can try and look for an invade, because they can always come back across. And you can always see, look at Kanavi's pathing, right? He's not gone to his red. He's moved back down onto this bottom side to stop Tien from moving in towards his jungle. So nice creative pathing and nice creative pathing from Kanavi. And JDG once again kind of playing to help support Kanavi to make sure that he can keep this win. So now you got to look and see, all right, what is Tien's game plan? One of the things you'll often see in this situation is kind of like, hey, look, you know, there's 2 minutes and 15 seconds until my camps respawn. I'm just going to look to see if I can make a gank happen because there's literally nothing else for me to do on the map. Even the bounce back and the push in mid for JDG means Yagao can help out on the scuttle.
Yeah, but Tien too late to the play, right? Yagao, as you're saying, moves over, stops Tien from being able to get into the jungle, into the river, sorry. Which means Kanavi can get that scuttle crab for himself. And actually a stun comes out from Yagao, doing everything he can to ruin Tien's pathing on this one as Kanavi moves on over. He's just going to help push in the mid lane, realizes he cannot actually contest this crab.
Yeah, and also trying to just get a nice back for Yagao, right? Try and crash that wave so we can look for the reset with TP in. Knight going to do the exact same, so all said and done. Pretty much even Steven now, at least from the laner's perspective. But you do see that Tien going to have to look for the reset, going to be behind when it comes to farm, and no real opportunity to try and look for invade. Even the blue buff here for Kanavi is still up. So honestly,
I was about to say,
I think for
any buffs yet.
Well, for Kanavi, you don't have mana, right? So honestly, I'd love to see him like move in towards mid, help Yagao get push, and then gift blue buff over to Yagao. Like, give Yagao the opportunity to 1 farm, 2 push in Knight, and you can continue to like kind of play around the push in mid thanks to the mana advantage Yagao will have, and the push advantage that Hope and Missing have on bot side.
Could be an option for them. Whether or not we see that, I mean, that would be a very selfless thing to do. Kanavi, not known as the most selfless jungler, it has to be said. But what happens in season, it could be an interesting strategy as Kanavi moves up to the top side instead. But both junglers are here. Wayward, low on HP. Can they finish off the Gwen? Is 369 flashing out into the brush? Tien chases him down and now a 1v1. Tien knows he cannot win that one as Kanavi's taken the Gwen's form. And he'll just have to settle for a minion wave.
Yeah, 1 for 1, but honestly, I think Tien is secretly kind of happy about that, right? Gets a kill for himself and also would get some farm on the top side because you can already see Kanavi with that level advantage. Tien definitely wants to try and make sure that he can get some experience back in his favor. He's moving over towards his wolves. Kanavi coming back onto the map. Pushing mid. Maybe we do actually see that blue buff gift over, but Kanavi moving straight back up into his top side, so not sure where he's pathing to. Maybe looking for another top side gank, but see here, right? Wayward tries to go for the trade. Good bait from 369. The knockback nearly stops Kanavi from being able to get the kill there, but Tien will manage to trade that 1 for 1.
Another 1v1 up in this top side. Ghost used by Wayward, but find the target. Won't be able to chase him down, at least for now. Return to that top side instead. Relatively even in that top lane. All summoners on cooldown. It's just a clear single 1v1 at this point. But the Drake started by JDG now. Should be able to take control.
You're going to be able to get Dragon, and then finally Kanavi might go take that blue buff. No push in bot side here. And this is a thing, right? Like, you can't really set up... Sorry, you can't really push in this bot lane, but Gravitum is there for Jackie Love. Trying to see if maybe he can allow Tien access to this bot side. Kanavi spotting out the Hecarim there.
Mark clearing away some of the vision. Tien might get caught out here. The flash forward from Missing. Both of them in the baby cage, and Mark will be the one to go down. Kanavi grabs that kill for himself. Jackie Love just has to return to his tower.
A nice roam there from Yagao. Opting in towards the Predator as well means that he can quickly make his way down towards the bot side, and there's very little that Knight can do. You can see completely out of mana there as he tries to shove in the wave, and Yagao will be able to close it.
And he will. Another baby cage comes out, but Knight not going to be followed up on there as Yagao. No ultimate available, so very difficult for him to do too much more. And you know, the early laning phase of Vigor, definitely the toughest part of this matchup, but time being, he's doing okay. He's down in CS, but realistically, with that assist that he's managed to get for himself, and with the tier stacking on up, he's going to be okay.
And unfortunately for Tien, things are just going from bad to worse here, right? Like, kills going across now in favor of your opposition. He hasn't been able to get his camps over for himself, sitting like 10 CS behind. He's going to move back up towards this top side, right? Where, like, yes, he's got some of his camps respawning, but again, this like mid and bot side in favor of JDG, and they're really starting to power through it, especially when you look at dragons. JDG have been like top 3 when it comes to dragon control in the league this split, and they're looking to continue that streak with the way that mid and bot is going.
It certainly feels like JDG, when it comes to objective control, that's been one of their biggest strengths. But in the last game, it felt like they couldn't lean into that strength in the same way because of the dominance of the laners from top esports, because JDG sort of lost control early on in the game. They couldn't play that style, and perhaps a reason that they fell so far behind once we got to the mid-game. This time around, though, they're the ones ahead, but it's top esports to start this Herald.
See Mark just hovering there, trying to see if they can bait JDG in. I kind of like the fact that JDG aren't going for this, right? Like, you don't want to try and give those early skirmishes across to top esports when they're strong. Instead, shove in mid. Now they can rotate down to the bot side and look for a potential play onto Jackulov. You can see he's got to run the hell away as JDG look to change or take charge of this bot side jump.
Kanavi actually ults over the wall here. Tien gonna go for the onslaught shadows. There's a shockwave onto 2 to follow it up. Yagao low on HP and finished off with a rocket to answer the kill. 1-for-1 here as Jackulov tries to finish off Hope, but Hope has the range over the wall. And Kanavi finished the kill, gets the reset, now onto Mark as well. And it's all flipped around onto its head. Kanavi chasing for Mark. Knight trying to escape through the jungle, but the anchor should be available any second now from Missing, and he finds the lollipop. The zap comes in, and it's a triple kill coming through for Kanavi.
And that's such a strong skirmish from JDG. Top esports thought they'd be able to take the fight with Tien and Knight. The combo that you've got with Hecarim and Orianna is strong, but numbers advantage for JDG means that they can take it. You see here, they jump onto Yagao. The hook for Missing keeps a good amount of the rest of damage from Tien away. Yagao tries to walk away from the shockwave, but it's not enough. But you see here, Hope gets excited, which means he's actually winning out the duel here against Jackulov. Able to flash away from the ultimate as well means that the Moonlight Vigil isn't getting a ton of healing there for Jackulov, or a ton more chakrams. And then the rest of the fight, JDG are just able to follow through because Knight, completely out of mana, has no more damage left in the tank.
100% win rate for JDG when they have this Viego so far, this split. 3 games in the books, and they're looking at a 4th right now, Dagda, because this is a performance and a half from Kanavi.
Except for last game, no.
We're not talking about that one. I'm only talking about the statistics that are currently logged on the internet. It's a very specific category that only gets pulled out when someone's goofed on broadcast. It's going to be in charge from there on. Actually, Wayward getting all in on the top side by 369. He will survive, and TPs. I'm not sure where he's going. Oh,
home
to his own base. He's got out of there.
Knew that Tien and Knight were on the way, so it's like, I need to get the hell out of. No, he won't need in time. He's gonna be out. He's gonna be out.
Oh, so close and yet so far.
Yeah, not able to make it happen. But Wayward now delayed on the reset means that at least for 369 he'll get back up here and be able to clear out the wave. Still, we haven't really got much in the way of pressure coming through from top esports, right? Yes, they managed to crack open the 2 plates in mid with the Rift Herald, but that's going to be answered with Hope on the bottom side. A plate as well going in favor of Yagao alongside those kills means that he's staying relatively even with Knight, despite the fact that Knight has that CS advantage and also the plate advantage. And Kanavi, again, we talked about these dragons going their way. I need to correct something I said, because I said that they're top 3 in dragons. It's the top 3 in first dragon percent. They're about 7th when it comes to their general dragon control, but they're definitely adding up as Mark.
Mark going to get caught up by the anchor. He is very tanky, but Flame Chomper's Mini has to take so many autos on the way in, and Hope can follow up. No, he can't. The Zap goes slightly wide, but Kanavi is here. And let's be honest, Kanavi's doing the damage here, not Hope. He's 5-0-3, has a Noon Quiver and Boots. No, he doesn't. That's the wrong items. Those are Aphelios items. I've been lied to.
Look, it's just insane how strong Kanavi has been thus far. Like, managing to get everywhere on the map, it's just been such a clean start for JDG. The skirmish is going their way, playing off the fact they've got push in mid and bot. And we said coming into game 2, we wanted to see what the story was going to be. If JDG could change up the draft, get some winning lanes, how would that impact their ability to play this early game? And you're seeing it. It's night and day, and this is what we were expecting from JDG, at least from what we've seen from the last 2 series, where after Chinese New Year, they've been menaces in these early stages.
Yeah, I do have to correct you slightly there, though, Doug, that you said it's night and day. It's actually night and Yagao. Yagao means toothpaste, not day. Although, you do brush your teeth when the day begins, so I see where you're coming from. I like the wordplay here, Doug. I'm going down a weird rabbit hole here. It's a 6,000 gold lead for JDG as they have had complete control, and most specifically Kanavi has had complete control of this early game. Top Esports want to do something about that with a 3-stack into the top lane. 369 happy to walk on in, and Top Esports respecting that they can't fight this. You can see Yagao and Missing moving on up. Is here. Top Esports waiting this brush. Hope needs to be a little cautious. It's a good ward. It'll keep him a little safe, but you got to remember these are alcove gamers, and Hope knows it. He knows about the alcoves.
He's too big brain. Hope able to catch him out. Jackie Love, though, does get the push on the bot side, but Kanavi wants to change that.
Oh my days. He's 2 levels up on Jackie Love. Look at the down. This is a jungler. The jungler from JDG just eats Jackie Love alive.
6 kills now for Kanavi. I mean, we take the last game out of the equation. If we're going by the stats before we hit this series, 44 KDA and Kanavi coming into today's series. And although the last one didn't go his way, 6-0-3, like, you can see why this guy has just been such a menace on this pick. Sterk's Gauge going to be coming through very, very quickly for him. And he's an item and a half at the moment, and you're only seeing the first items just completed for the likes of Yagao. And if you think that's impressive, look towards Hope. 2 items already completed, and Jackie Love doesn't even have his first.
Yeah, this is what we call a toughie down in that bottom side. 0 and 6 for the bottom lane of Top Esports so far this game, with JDG in full control in the driver's seat. And if you thought Top Esports looked convincing in game number 1, well, JDG are here to tell you what convincing really looks like. Complete control. This Vigar in the mid lane as well, not actually having that significant of an impact so far in the game, but slowly but surely scaling up, and you get that extra value thanks to the passive. Every little bit of farm, every little item does scale a little bit better. It's 369 and a 1v2 underneath the tower, and he's actually doing kind of okay on this one. Rocket comes on wide. Oh my god, he gets the ult at the last second! 369 survives it!
I cannot believe that 369 manages to keep that in check. Might be making a name after Wonder on that one. Doesn't quite get the kills, but the outplay coming through on the Gragas.
Yeah, that was insane from 369. Let's take another look, because especially the dodge on the Rocket, that split-second thing.
Well, I mean, the Rocket was on his side, right? So it would have been great if it connected. But you see here, right, just being able to dodge away from the onslaught of shadows. TN tries to tank him as much as possible, but here, 2 factors, right? 1, the CC onto Wayward, and 2, the fact that it popped his passive so he gets the heal as well. Really nice job from 369.
Really beautiful from 369, managing to survive against all odds. Let's be honest, he had no right to survive that play. And if the Top Esports mental wasn't summoned this game yet, I think that'll do it. Mark has to flash away. As I'm not really sure why Top Esports are in these positions to be contested like this, but either way. Third Drake coming up, and it will be JDG in position to grab it. They drop a Herald in the mid lane as well. Shockwave is a bit of a whiff as Hope just casually sidesteps it. There's a tier 1 tower gone down in the mid lane. Hope wants a little bit bonus damage here as he looks for more in the mid lane. And it will be an unfortunate cask there for 369, just fishing for it, seeing if he can find an opportunity. But in the meantime, the Drake goes down.
Also just trying to see if he can, like, get back Top Esports, so then they can maybe push on towards the tower. But with TN showing on the flank, they're like, we don't want to fully commit to take this tier 2. Instead, we'll take the Dragon and then come back to the tier 2 as they can clear that one.
Yep, very nicely done. What a passage of play from JDG here. 2 towers in the mid lane, getting themselves that Dragon as well. I'm not sure if that tower in the bottom lane was already down or if Yagao just finished that one off, but either way, they're looking for a tier 2 in this bottom lane, and it's only Wayward here. Nobody even in a position to roam over aside from Mark, but he can't defend the tower by himself. That will be yet another tier 2, I believe. I'm not sure if Hope actually has the damage to finish this off. I feel like maybe a little more commitment was necessary from JDG there.
Yeah, they're just going to back away. You know that you've got the Jackie Love pushing in his top side, so he'll end up taking the turret plates, and sorry, not the turret plate, the bounty gold on that one. JDG now recommitting to this bottom side while they see that there's still Jackalope pushing the top side, so they're happy to just trade for the tier 1 for the tier 2. And now, again, when you look towards like next dragon in 4 minutes, vision established for JDG. As long as they can like push up into the jungle, continue to contest this, it's impossible for top esports to really actually get into in towards the river to even contest the dragon, especially when they don't even win out a mid push either, right? Like Hope just sits there, pushes in the wave completely fine. And for Yagao, missing 369, these jungle corridors are great for fights when Knight is so far behind, because Knight realistically is the only one who really kind of benefits massively from that scenario.
Yeah, I feel like Knight's the only one in this game that's keeping his head above water on the side of top. I guess TN as well, but TN pretty far down in CS, the same story in the top side, whereas Knight, I mean, he's more than 10 CS a minute. He's got over 200 CS before the 20-minute mark. He's got his Liandry's and his boots, headed towards that Archangels with the Dark Seal in his pocket. And Orianna, if you can find that 3k elo Shockwave, if you can go full Pharrell Lord, you can still carry a game. It's just not always that easy when you're playing such a supportive mid lane, and we'll have to see what Knight has up his sleeves.
I mean, 100% could if he was like 4 items, right? An item and a half, and working towards that Void Staff. Not really going to be able to do too much with just the Blight Jewel. And then you look across at Hope, right? A full item ahead of his counterpart, working towards, I imagine, yeah, it's going to be the Infinity Edge for him. And JDG just sieging onto this top side as Yagao pushes mid and Wayward's on the bottom side.
Yeah, Wayward does get themselves a bounty at very least, so that's something for top esports. We take the small wins here after how this early game has gone. As Hope standing on a ward, doesn't seem to be aware of it. Oh, there we go. He's noticed it. We'll finally clear that one out. As JDG just maintained control. And, you know, after how scrappy and how close that first game of this series was, it feels like JDG have downloaded top esports. It feels like they figured it out. They looked at game number 1, come into game 2, and they're like, all right, here's how you beat top esports. You just win the early.
Yeah, it felt like JDG were just massively uncomfortable in game, right? Like, not really sure how it's supposed to play out when you're like behind in all 3 lanes. And I just mean like from sheer push power and who has priority in each of the lanes. Plus the fact you've got that early kill going the way of the Draven. Jackalope was getting rolling. And then when we got to team fights, it just didn't really look like they were capable of orchestrating the team fight that they needed to. Now coming into this game, it's a little bit easier, right? Because you just have that big goalie to play with. Kanavi is murdering anyone he touches as he picks up his Derek's Gauge as well. So all in all, JDGs just have a much simpler time in this game than they did in the last one.
I mean, look at the gold differences. 2k gold lead in that jungle role. In ADC, though, it's 7,000 gold for Jackalope, 11,000 for Hope. A 4,000 gold in individual lane, that's just mental. Knight, the only one that's ahead of his counterpart so far in this game, and that's thanks to that huge CS lead that he found for himself. Whether or not he can turn that into anything, it's a question that remains to be answered. But 35 seconds until this Drake. What can top esports do, Dagta?
I mean, it has to be.
Sorry, Robster. I meant Robster.
No worries. It has to be a miracle play. It has to be a massive pick. Really, they need to kill Hope like ASAP, because Hope is the main source of damage for this team still. And Kanavi is there. Don't get me wrong. He still hurts, but if you can pick off the Jinx, Yagao cannot carry these fights, and maybe you can then turn on to Kanavi and finish him off.
In the back of the pit and out of the back of the pit. Just dips on out again.
Pokey.
The event horizon is going to be huge in this one, right? It's so good at controlling the Drakes. Spawned now. esports in position to try and contest as JDG start this off. TN off on the top side of the fight. Look for the big fear coming out from TN. If a shockwave can happen as well, maybe there's some chance of a miracle. 2k on the Drake as Mark steps onto the front line. Solar Flare on that back line. Dragon resets here, and top esports trying to play front to back. Wayward in the pit. Moonlight Vigil goes wide though. The ball in a good spot. Shockwave only onto 1. The damage isn't there from top esports, and JDG start to take down the health bars. They're relatively low. 369 on the back line as Kanavi runs them through once more, and it's Hope grabbing everything. A quadra for the AD carry.
No penta set up for him as Yagao is able to finish one off for himself. And now with that, that's going to be at least the Dragon go to top esports, but Baron for JDG.
Easy pickings for JDG, and actually a valiant effort from Top Esports in that fight. It was closer than I think it had any right to be, but JDG, they had the damage, they have the late game carries, they have the 3 IMGs.
We're just going to hop into the replay here. Great hook from Missy to stop the engage onto Kanavi. Mark was trying to set that one up. I see here, right, Hope completely untouched this whole fight. The attempt on the Gravitum ult there with the Moonlight Vigil from Jackie Love, but it's not enough. And again, like, you just cannot get onto Hope. This Jinx is doing so much work. Great positioning from Hope this entire fight. And from that point forward, Kanavi starts to get the resets, and that's where you know you're in trouble against the View.
Really great play from 369 as well there to keep Jackie Love still so the rest of the team could get involved and barrel him down. And now a 10,000 gold lead for JDG with a fight like that going so one-sidedly. I mean, we talked about the AD carry item difference before. 1.5 items still for Jackie Love. We're on 3.5 now for Hope. This is not getting any better. He's not even going armor pair. He's going Bloodthirster for this final fight.
I mean, why not? Like, use tank. Like, everyone else in the game is only at 1.5 items apart from Knight, who's got 2. Like, nobody has armor at this point. There's no point in going for, I'll play for late game. You're 24 minutes and nearly full build. Just kill them.
Yep, and even Tien, who theoretically could get armor, could tank, he's a level behind Hope. The AD carry, you're not meant to fall behind AD carries in level. So Tien will not be able to tank him up. Mark will not be able to tank him up. Hope can do whatever he wants. He is a god. This is Hope's rip. Everyone else is just living in it, except for Kanavi.
Are they living in it? Because they keep dying an awful lot.
That's
and they might
true,
do more.
and in we go. Missing dives to the tower, finds the kill, sacrifices himself to set up his team. Hope flashes out to safety as Wayward trying to chase down the enemy AD carry. Can he finish it off? The answer is no, because 369 sets it on up. And Kanavi once again just dives that back line. This was brutal from the side of JDG. They have dismantled Top Esports here in game number 2, and they have set a precedent for this series as we go to game number 3.
JDG and Alligator without a toothbrush in that game. They were angry after game number 1, and they come back swinging. A phenomenal performance, both from Yagao having that full control in mid and playing down towards these early skirmishes, and Hope as well, popping off on the Jinx with Kanavi. These skirmishes consistently going the way of JDG. I mean, especially Kanavi, right? Like, we saw this early pathing coming out from him, whereas, like, okay, I steal away the red, I steal away the Raptors, then I'm working my way back around to prevent Tien from getting in towards Kanavi's own jungle as well. Like, it was really well orchestrated on JDG's side.
Yeah, really intelligent play coming out from Kanavi. And it's great to see as well, because we talked about Kanavi coming into today, saying, look, this guy has been playing better. He has been improving from the huge slump that we saw last year. And to see it come out in this series, especially after game number 1, felt like it really went the other way in terms of control of the map, in terms of what Tien was able to do in game number 1. Feels like Kanavi really came into his own here. And, Hope topping the damage by the end of things, obviously on this Jinx, getting the quadra kill, being a big player in the team fight. But it was really about Kanavi for the vast majority of the game.
And I think for a lot of people, it's going to be a return to form for Kanavi, kind of well overdue. Like, when you look towards people, like, consistently kind of going, hey, look, what happened to Kanavi? You look at 2020 and this guy was heralded as God. Like, he looked absolutely insane in the jungle. Even when you had like G2 talking about them screaming Kanavi at Worlds, he's like, you hit a Squire's Bloom at the wrong time and you're screwed for the next like 5 minutes of the game, because Kanavi knows exactly where you are. We then came into 2021 and he very much started to slip. 2022, the start of the split wasn't any much better. But now, after Chinese New Year, it feels like this team now knows how they want to operate again in this early stages, and that smooth, tasty goal graph says a lot about Kanavi's impact in this game.
It says a lot about the way that JDG just slowly but surely build that lead as well, right? It's not like huge sudden jumps when they win a team fight. They win through immaculate map play, and it's really something to witness. We'll see if they can maintain it, though. We've got one more draft and one more game in this series to decide who wins out this rivalry for spring 2021. We'll find out the answer in a few minutes' time.
Dear Mother, I'm writing to tell you about this absolute Chad in the LPL. Where do I even start? Well, when both teams are even in gold, Hung feels that FPX is at a great advantage, and thus he does not hesitate to start a team fight. When FPX is 3k behind in gold, Hung thinks that FPX is at a small advantage, and so he starts a team fight to secure their lead. When FPX is behind 7k in gold, Hung thinks that FPX is at a disadvantage, and so he looks for a team fight to regain control of the game. When FPX is 10k behind in gold, well then Hung just thinks that the team has reached a desperate situation, and they're only waiting passively for their death if he does not start a team fight. I know you love statistics, Mother, but in this situation, you can keep your statistics, because I prefer the magic.
tell my lover not to stop. Oh, I don't wanna recover. Believe me, I know what I want. I can show you the way. Pretend not to me, babe. I feel that you are here to stay. Can you focus on me this time? Even though you're back in line, I just need more time. Cause I wanna fly high underneath the stars. Till the sun goes down. So high, but baby, I was waiting for this day to come. You and me together alone. I only advice for you. Yeah, tell me not to stop. Oh, show me how it's done. I'll show you how it's done, baby. Just listen to me. Believe me, I know what I want. I can show you the way. Pretend not to me, babe. I feel that you are here to stay. You just need more time, cause I wanna fly high underneath the stars. Till the sun goes down. I wanna fly high underneath the stars. Till the sun goes
Guess who's back to blow your mind? But let me warn you one last time.
就在队伍当中担当的角色就是气氛组吧，感觉就在比赛上还有训练赛当中带着队友一起 happy， 带着队友一起冲吧。京东的下路双人组是比较喜欢发育的吧，然后我和杰克是比较喜欢对线的嘛，我觉得我们在对线方面应该可以取得优势。
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL as we head towards our third game between Top Esports and JDG. And let's be real here. This is the only way the series could go. It had to go the distance. It had to go to 3. It had to be the big old rematch between these teams. And Munchables, I'm joined. Do you know what? I'll say it for real. I'm joined by Dagda. Robster's gone. Robster's dead. He's the old man. Now we're joined by the real Dagda. Why do I keep talking? Because they pay me to. That's why. Kanavi is going to be the MVP for game number 2, as I'm just waffling about nothing. Let's talk about League of Legends instead.
Kanavi managing to pick up MVP. We talked about him from the get-go, right? 808. This guy set himself up nicely with the pathing that he chose, going for that invade, getting the Red and the Raptors away from TN. And from that, with the experience advantage that he had, he was so good in these team fights, in these early skirmishes. So many of the kills go in the way of Kanavi. And once the restarts start to come through, he's just taking over these fights.
I mean, Kanavi, especially in the early game, just completely took over. But later on in the fights as well, we saw him happily just diving the backline, taking out Jackie, taking out Knight in some of these skirmishes. And, you know, the rest of the team doing a really great job to set him up for success as well. But he was also more than happy to let some of these kills go over to Hope, make sure that his AD carry was getting ahead too.
And Hope definitely did. I mean, when you're looking at this massively fed Viego and you're looking at Hope, who's got, I mean, essentially a 2.5 item advantage or 2 item advantage, whatever it was at the end of that game, it was pretty heavily going in favor of JDG. But I want to see it as we are about to load into pick and ban. Go back to this again for JDG. I love this Jinx pick for Hope in the bot lane because it gives Kanavi that lane that he can try and play around in that bottom side of the map. And as well, you get that nice counter pick coming through from Yagao in the mid lane, so he gets pushed. This seems to be the best way for JDG to try and operate, and I'd love to see them try and go for that stall once more here again, but I do have a feeling that this Jinx is going to be a lot higher priority this time around.
Yeah, I think you might be right on that one, but Kennen and the Corki both being banned away, and then the respect ban on that Viego away from Kanavi. And do you know what? I respect it. That's 5 games played and 4 wins, an insane KDA for Kanavi. I think Top Esports rightfully respecting that.
Let's see what the decision is going to be. Hecarim is left open. Jinx is left open as well. Corki taken off the board, but still going to have to see if it is going to be the jungle lock-in, and it is going for Tien. As it looks like it's going to be the Jinx coming through on this opposite side. Wouldn't be surprised once more Jinx and the Nautilus to be selected. And then you're kind of again looking at Top Esports going, hey look, maybe they go back towards the Zeri. Zeri has been left open this time around. But against the Jinx and the Nautilus, it's not exactly the best of times for Zeri in that bottom lane.
Having somewhat of a run back here, except the Nautilus this time of missing. We'll see where Top Esports are going to go. The Zeri is available and should be locked in, you'd imagine. It's just such an incredibly strong pick. And this will be the second time that JackeyLove plays it for the split. Did not win their first Zeri game of the split, but happy to go for that one anyway.
Yeah, and the Nautilus now as well. So certainly a lot of dive potential coming out on this bot side of the map for Top Esports. And a composition once more that does want to play very close and kind of like jump onto JDG. So we're just going to get 369 once more. To just going, hey, look, Kanavi, you've got a ton of options still available. Let's get 369 as Gragas and make sure that we can set ourselves up nicely to again have some PO4 Hope on the back line. JDG got to ban away the Graves. I would have maybe preferred to see them ban away things like the Vex and stuff instead. Nice, definitely when you're looking at what Top Esports have, we'll be eyeing up things like the Vexes, the LeBlancs, these things that can dive into the back.
Vygar being banned away from Yagao, which you have to imagine Yagao a little pleased about that one. It's a long time since you've seen a Vygar ban, isn't it? Except game number 1 of this series. I keep on saying these statements that are contradicted by the series that I'm currently casting. Anyway, Graves and Vex going to be banned by JDG. See where Top Esports go. Something like a LeBlanc could be a decent fan as well. Or maybe Toei.
Oh, hang on. I'm actually curious. So, this could be a Galio angle. Because one of the things about Galio is that he loves jumping in on top of other people, like with the Hecarim. You set up wonderfully for the Zeri to come through as well. It's really difficult to like counter engage the Galio as well, because at that stage you're already pretty locked up by, you know, the Hecarim or whatever as you start to come in on top of it. So maybe that's an angle for Knight here if they really want to go for it and you kind of just bypass the laning phase. But anyway, we'll have to see if that's going to be the plan. JDG looking in at the opposite side. Xin Zhao coming through for Kanavi. Again, strong early game skirmishes and the opportunity to try and play play towards these early fights again off of the bot push that we expect to have coming through for JDG. Victor being hovered, I don't think Victor really fits the style of composition that we actually see from JDG right now. Like, I think he's going to be trying to play catch up for a large portion of the game, but still going to be JackeyLove going back towards that. And now Wayward, we'll have to see what he decides to go with on the top side. Was this Gnar from game number 1 where he could get the advantage, and wouldn't be the worst idea this time around once more.
Going to be the Gwen, though, locked in here, taking on the Gragas up on the top side. Wayward not able to carry in that last game, but a couple of the fights, he did definitely show up. Back out. Going to go to Old Faithful in the LeBlanc, something that he is, I would argue, one of the best in the league at, or at least was back in 2020. And it feels like Yagao is having a good split for himself, so I'm definitely happy to see him on something that is proactive, that can make a big impact.
Very strong mid jungle as well with the LeBlanc and that Xin Zhao. The opportunity to like set up for the engage for Kanavi is really good. And especially when you're playing this LeBlanc versus Victor matchup, LeBlanc needs that early assistance. Like, this is a matchup where Victor can trade relatively well against the LeBlanc, so getting that early advantage is going to be pretty key for Kanavi to help out Yagao. And then they can always try and, like, move that advantage elsewhere, specifically down towards Hope Missing, and try and shut down Jackie Love. And if you've got now both carries of top esports behind, you should be in a good spot as JDG when you get towards those team fights.
Yep, being ahead, always pretty good for going into team fights. I can't disagree with that one. We'll have to see how this early game goes. I feel like we've had, game number 1, very chaotic early game. Was actually relatively even for a lot of it, but slowly but surely, top esports eked out an advantage. Game number 2, not even close. JDG, time and time again, just winning those skirmishes, even if only by small margins, but snowballing very effectively, continuing to ramp up that goal difference, and then Hope taking over. So we'll see if JDG can reenact some of what we just witnessed. Not top esports are going to come back strong for game number 3. I certainly hope so. I'm hoping that this is an absolute banger to round out this series and decide who leads the rivalry here in 2022.
So once more, top esports opting in towards these dive compositions. One of the big things about the dive is that they're very good at tending to play towards these early skirmishes, because you tend to be able to pick off the carries very quickly. But it does mean if you fall behind on top esports, you are going to struggle. So I expect to see them trying to play around Jackie Love and Mark in the spot side, seeing if maybe they can find some early success in these spot side skirmishes. Whereas when you look across at JDG, again, we're kind of saying, look, if you can enable the push for Hope on that bot side, you're going to be okay. If you can play through Yagao and this LeBlanc in the mid lane, that's going to be your best bet. So a lot of early control in this bot side river. It's going to be fought over on both sides.
We do have a little bit of delay. I'm sure that'll be resolved very quickly, guys. It's, by the looks of things, it was Jackie Love's PC. He was the one that disconnected from the game. So hopefully we'll be able to get him back onto this. I'm curious how this jungle matchup is going to go once again. I mean, it's TN versus Kanavi, which, isn't the classic matchup for these two organizations, but is, two of the most long-standing junglers in the LPL. Kanavi, a very big reputation within the LPL, especially after his time on JDG, now his 3rd year on the organization. TN, however, moving over from FPX, and it feels like this is a year for TN where he has an opportunity to reprove himself. I think a lot of people last year very, very critical of TN. I would argue too critical, considering the turbulence that he had to go to, the wrist injuries and whatnot. But it feels like this year so far, he's had mixed performances, but the shot calling really has been the aspect where he's stepped out from the crowd, and I'm hoping we get to see more of that from him.
And especially when FPX seemed like it was a bit of a mixed bag as well. Yeah. TN, it wasn't exactly going to be the best of times. Anyway, coming in though, you see just a quick ward that was placed down on that red buff. So at least in the early stages, Yagao should know that TN is started on towards his red buff. On the upside, Kanavi starting up towards the bot side. So he'll be making his way down into this bottom lane as the push is coming through. So just going to make sure that Hope, in theory, should be able to hold on to this bot lane pressure and make sure that he's not falling too far behind in case any sort of funny business comes through from the team.
Yeah, that trade in the mid lane looked super funky. Oh, hooking the bot side though. Hope really going to be able to follow up onto Mark there, missing just back to 8. Yeah, there was you saw Yagao distort forwards after the auto, get another auto to proc the electrocute, but it looked like the distortion did no damage because Time Warp Tonic was procced at the exact same time by Knight. As Missing goes for yet another engage. This is level 2 this time though. Mark's Aftershock will time out, but again, another good trade for JDG. Jackie Love at least peppering some shots back.
Kanavi now going to use this advantage that he has in bot side to look for something in mid. Still level 2. Knight doesn't expect this.
Certainly doesn't. Flash forwards from Yagao. Knight going to be rooted anyway, but Tien charges on in. Perhaps a little over-aggressive on this one as he has to back away. Nearly going down.
Yeah, pops the ghost and means that he's got the summoner expel advantage there for JDG. Kanavi holding on to his flash. We'll have to try and clear out his blue. Maybe try and look for some sort of repeat gank in the mid lane. Knight hasn't been able to actually crash this wave just yet because Kanavi showed up. So a little bit overextended in the mid at the moment.
Wayward needs to get this wave crashed up on the top side as well as Knight gets aggressed upon once again. Ethereal chains. Nicely done by Yagao to consistently get these good trades off in the mid lane.
Yeah, and this is the problem for Knight, right? Like, he would have loved to be able to crash this, and usually you invest a lot of your mana in the early stages here as the victor to get that third wave crash. You reset, you come back in, usually with the extra Doran's ring, and it gives you that safety in the mid lane, right? Because you get the extra health, and you're able to get at least the standing fight against the LeBlanc. But because he hasn't managed to crash that wave, Yageo's actually managed to freeze in front of the tower. Yageo's now reset for his own Dark Seal, TP back in, and just off that, Victor will get the push, but definitely making Knight work for this Yagao in this mid lane.
Yeah, and it does mean that Yagao should have somewhat of an XP advantage as well. I don't know how significant it would be necessarily, but Knight will have missed a few minions while his big wave was frozen there, just slowly but surely killing away Yagao's minions. So perhaps a small window for Yagao when he hits that level 6 mark. But I'm going to cast my eyes over towards the junglers here, as both resetting, both heading back out onto the map. But again, because of the pathing at the start of the game, pathing in opposite directions, where Drake is coming up in 30 seconds. Feels like maybe Kanavi will have an opportunity to go back.
I mean, the big thing here is just like where the waves are positioned, right? Like, Kanavi needs to try and make something happen in mid if he wants to try and go for that dragon. Should have an opportunity here, as, you know, Yagao kind of sitting in the mid lane by himself, still no flash on tonight. So I'd love to see Kanavi like move in here. Well, actually, I was going to say move in, get some vision, and then look to try and make a play on tonight. But Kanavi and Yagao might just look for a wayward. It's got to back all the way off of this top lane turret.
Oh, all in the bottom side as well as Mark goes forward, trying to get onto missing here. And Jackie Love following up pretty well on the damage, but he's been zapped, and it means Hope can get the chase down post-fight there. A whole bunch of free autos.
Nice zap, as he said, just setting that up. And now Yagao sitting in the mid. They want to get some damage on towards Knight. You talked about that early dragon munching. This is how you do it. Get your play in the mid, force Knight back. Now they can move across with the damage that they got onto Jackie Love.
Yeah, exactly. They've forced that bottom lane away, and it means this Drake is up for grabs now. Very nicely done by JDG. And it feels like this is consistently what we see. You talked about the high first Drake percentage here, but also just the map control we see from JDG. It feels like it's always stellar.
And with TN kind of just going for these like more efficient farm paths than Kanavi, he will get this little bit of an XP lead, will have the little bit of the farm lead as well, but he definitely kind of needs to start getting control of the map in favor of top esports. Wayward has been zoned off of a big wave top, so he's starting to fall behind a little bit. Yagao as well, getting a nice CS lead because of that early freeze. So with TN not really having that impact, there's not really much that JDG need to be worried about. Now, though, you can see he is starting to come up into this top side. His 369 is overextended.
69 trying to push this way, but Wayward is here. Level 6 available for both top laners, but Tien realizes this isn't going to happen just yet. Gets a bit of damage onto himself. Actually, blasts an explosive cask out. 369. Happy to take a 2v1, apparently. He is not messing about with this top side, is he?
Yeah, I don't even think it was like, hey, look, I might get the kill. It's just like, I'm going to make Tien hurt as much as possible for trying to come to my lane. And now Kanavi knows, hey, look, there's a half-health Hecarim somewhere around here. I'm just going to go in and start getting vision control on this bot side, because even if Tien tries to path bot, I can take the quick skirmish. Now as well, Yagao resetting in the mid lane. Kanavi going to reset too. It feels like JDG are slowly but surely ramping up to a play on this bottom side, where push in, make the play onto Yagao mid, and then move that into the bot.
Big slow push starting to be built up from the side of JDG here. If Kanavi was to stick around...
Oh,
fact,
Jackie.
I was going to talk about dives. Maybe you don't need to. Jackie just walks into the brush, but he's able to zippity-zoop over the wall with his magical electric shoes. He'll be all right.
And it gives Hope now the slow push in the bot lane. Rift Herald up in 30 seconds, 369 with control over the top side. LeBlanc able to push in mid as well because Knight went for that his own reset, so it feels like at least on JDG side they're starting to get control in the lanes to try and move up towards that first Rift Herald. Tien is down here now to try and see if he can turn this around, or at least deny Hope and missing the roam up to the top side, but wave cleared, Hope and missing back away.
Tien won't find the opportunity, unfortunately. Stick around on that bottom side, but he's now shown on the minion wave, and the Herald is up with Kanavi on that top side. So it feels like now an opportunity for JDG. And if there's anything we've learned about JDG over the course of this series, it's that they are not hesitant to punish bad map play. They are more than willing to start this one off. Still very even in gold across the scoreboard right now, but a Drake already taken by JDG. They're looking for their second neutral objective with TN showing in that bottom side. And Jackie Love at least will be able to trade a couple of tower plates for this one, but Hope's arriving in the bottom side, so in fact, it will just be the one.
Yeah, just the one plate at the moment. TN, though, here with Mark. Hope needs to be so careful. Missing will be there in just a moment's time. They might be looking to try and get in behind them. Missing hasn't spotted TN yet, but TN having spotting Missing may just call this off and go for the Gromp instead.
The Gromp Blue at the same time being that Hecker in. Right. It's going to reset on this one. TN not being too aggressive in this situation as Kanavi goes for his top side. Has that Herald in pocket if he wants to try and make a dive happen in that top side. It's kind of difficult onto the Gwen, especially with Ghost available. We'll see what Kanavi decides to do. He's going to sell for a blue buff that has just come up onto the map.
I feel like there's way better spots to use that Herald as well, right? Like, a Fed LeBlanc is going to cause mayhem for Jackie Love. If you can get on towards Hope and team fights will be nuts. Good trade in the mid lane here as, okay, I'm going to burn that ultimate, but Yagao's reasonably all right with that, right? He was going to go for the reset regardless. So he's still totally fine here with TP just a few moments notice away.
I like both mid laners looking for a reset at this point. Those mana bars are real low. Both of them using their ultis in that trade. I think Yagao will just clear the wave. Try and get a reset off himself. We'll have to wait and see. As, this has been a quiet one, Dagda.
Yeah.
I can't believe it. JDG versus Top Esports. It's 0-0 as we broach the 10-minute mark. That is not something I expected to say. I mean, it's not even about JDG Top Esports. It's just, this is a Top Esports series. How I mean, no kills in 10 minutes?
You talk about that. JDG have the second highest kills at 15 in the LPL on average. They also have the second most deaths in the LPL on average. JDG like to be bloody in the early stages of the game. And Top Esports are fifth highest in kills at 15. But this has got to be the lowest kill game I think I've seen from either of these teams all split long.
And I think it leans into what we've been saying, right? This matters. Even if a lot of the players have changed, this is JDG Top Esports. And in 2020, this rivalry became the rivalry in the LPL. That fire still burns for a lot of the players on the Rift today, especially Yagao versus Knight, but 369 against his old team as well. Jackie Love stepping on in against JDG. Remember, Knight and Jackie Love, they were the guys that 2v5'd JDG, if you remember back then. Yagao getting really big damage onto TN. Surely uncontestable now for the side of Top Esports.
A second dragon going to go the way of JDG and TN. Finding himself in Yagao's shoes. He's not enjoying it. Those Zork shoes going to do a lot of work as Yagao has that early M-Pen. Now JDG have control of the bot lane. They can push in as well. And the early gold from that Rift Herald going to Yagao as well means that they're all in on this kind of like, hey, we want Yagao to be the big threat for Jackie Love in fight. Right? If Jackie Love isn't able to try and play up aggressively, there's not really much that he can do. He needs to be in close quarters, and a Q or a W combo would just spell disaster for Jackie Love. So he needs to be so careful now how he approaches these fights.
There's 369 with a good little belly bot to stop Wayward being able to have an all-in. It feels like this matchup, Wayward consistently wants to get an all-in, and every single time 369 denies it. I love the amount of emote spam going off in this top side matchup. 369 is like, you know what? I was the top laner for that team. You're just my replacement.
They also just know there's nothing either one can do, right?
Yeah.
Gragas is going to heal up, Gwen is going to heal up, but none of that damage is going to stick. Now, though, 369 with that wave. Tian is here, Knight on the way.
Uh-oh, 369, can he do it again? A great explosive cask. The answer is yes. He absolutely can do it again. Now Yagao comes in from the side. Knight with a good gravity thing, whatever it's called. Gravity well? I can't remember. Gravity. I think gravity well was wrong. Good block anyway, regardless. And once again, JDG just completely deny everything Top Esports.
And again, you've got Kanavi now stealing away the bot camps from TN, making sure that Hope Missing can push in the bot side and answer for the push. So nicely done. And I mean, this is, like, as you say, right? 369 consistently being focused by Top Esports, trying to help out Wayward, but there's just nothing that they can do. 369, you can see, he just doesn't care.
And you know, I feel like 369 has stepped up in this series, you know? Like, 369 has been pretty good this split, but not like top in the tables, you know. He's not been the top laner that everybody's talking about. Twice in this series, they've gone for big dives onto 369. Twice now, he's completely denied them. It's so beautiful to watch. And against the team that was flaming him for his Gragas as well. It's Gragas that he does all of this on. It's kind of beautiful.
Yeah, and I mean, look, for 369, this is going to be a point of pride, right? If he can take the scalp of top esports for JDG, and with JDG riding high off of their last few wins, it would be a big, boisterous occasion for JDG. Have to see, though, if they can get this across the line. Is 369 tries to get Wayward, not able to. I was keeping my eyes on the bot side because it looks like Kanavi was trying to go for some sort of play down there, but nearly missed Wayward going down.
Nearly. 369 made an attempt. He didn't have a wave, though, so couldn't actually follow up on the dive. He has now hit level 11. We just saw that on the side of our screen, so big spike there. His explosive cast going to be a much shorter cooldown at this point. But towards the rest of the map, but it looks like he will head back up to that top lane once more. And we continue, Dagda. 5 more minutes have passed. Still, not a single kill on the board. It's 2 Drakes for JDG, though, right now. With Herald respawning onto the map just a moment ago. Feels like we do have these neutrals to talk about, because in a minute and a half, that third Drake, that could be a massive win condition for JDG.
JDG trying to see if they can set that up, right? Looking for the play on bot side. Tien already here, but Yaga and Kanavi leaning down here, looking to see if they can turn this around.
Yeah, whether they can or not is a different question. Tien going to be rooted to start this one off. Kanavi over the wall, depth charge onto the Horsey. He's knocked up and taken down with a beautiful zap from Hope. Electrocuted to death as Knight cannot make his way in. And now control of the map for the side of JDG. No jungler for top esports. You'd expect maybe a Herald, but maybe just taking all of these camps for Kanavi.
Yeah, no real deep vision here for JDG to try and place down, though. And you can see Missing is completely out. Oh, wait.
All in on the bottom side. Hope low on HP. Gale Force, though, Ignite will not be enough. And instead, it's a... Wait, Ignite was enough. And now it's going to be Mark knocked out from the tower. 369 finishing the kills off. Kanavi there to cut them down with his spear. 3-1 now. We've gone from 0 to 100. 4 kills in the last minute.
And JDG are the ones coming out on top. 369 coming in to turn it around. Wayward will push in this top side, but you'll end up having Yagao move up there to try and match this. He'll have his TP up for the dragon, and you're going to have Hope, who's able to make his way down over to this bottom side, but Kanavi honestly should be able to finish off that dragon before top esports can really get in there. And Mark looking for the play off of the bot side. I mean, the 2v1 could have gone all right, but there's just too many members from JDG here. Rift Herald will be taken by Tien, which means that it is going to be that third dragon for JDG uncontested. And that's a scary prospect for top esports.
Yeah. And Jackie Love kind of overstepping in that fight. Let's be honest, they're getting punished very heavily for it. 369 finding the right place to be on the map, making that play towards the bottom side, and it works wonders for him and the rest of his team. Now, as you say, 3 Drakes on the side of JDG, 4.5 minutes until top esports have to opt into a 5v5.
And I'm trying to figure out how top esports can try and make a play work, right? It feels like at the moment Wayward is probably their best place to their best location to try and make a play, but having lost control of mid lane and with Hope going to have the push in mid, it becomes pretty difficult for them to try and, you know, amass people onto Wayward's side of the map. And so unless they can move like Knight into the mid lane and then have him push, maybe Jackie Love move off to a side lane, you could unlock Mark to try and link up with Tien to play towards Wayward, but JDG are shutting that down.
Oh, Wayward, I mean, what can you do? Even as Gwen, even when you're immune, you can't survive the 3v1 as Kanavi gets that red buff slow. Wayward basically back to full HP off of his ulti, but it's not going to matter. Flash committed. Now Tien trying to finish off Yagao, but kind of low on HP himself. Yagao flashes and then presses S. He's playing at as close as he possibly can to the enemy without retreating here. Jackalov trying to push in the mid lane here as 369 looks for the tier 1 in that bottom side.
Yeah, Kanavi is here, so maybe they can deny the Heralds. No, not quite able to get that one there, but now JDG, right? You still have the Terra standing in mid. Yagao was kind of hovering there as he ran away from Tien because I think his cooldowns were coming back up and Tien's health bar was not the healthiest. So again, JDG now splitting out onto the map. Yagao is going to do better than Knight in the side lane. 369 can answer for Wayward's push in the bot side. And for JDG, this opens up for them to keep pushing in mid. Hope wins that mid push against Jackie so he can always take a couple of pop shots at the turret, especially when they start to establish visual control in River and they know that Tien isn't going to be coming in anytime soon.
And if JDG can finish this off, it's going to hurt. It's going to really hurt for top esports fans because, you know, they got that one win against TT. That felt pretty good, but it's still TT at the end of the day. It's not like a win that you could take huge positives from. And then they come into this series and they're like, okay, we are actually good. We can do it against JDG. We can get these big wins. And then as this series has gone on, it's felt like top esports have fallen apart more and more. Whether or not it's JDG ramping up, whether or not it's top esports falling apart, either way, it's JDG figuring top esports out. And now that they've done that, it doesn't feel like top esports have much to say about it. 2 minutes until this Drake. It'll be an infernal soul for JDG unless top esports can do that thing, bring out the mojo, make the miracle happen.
But that's the thing for JDG, right? Whether they look convincing or not, this win would be their 5th win in the streak. Like, yeah. I may not have been convinced by the early ones, but their most recent victories have been convincing. Game 2 of this series was convincing. And now, with the way this is going, it could be one more convincing win on the board for JDG. And suddenly, those doubts are silenced. And they're playing this well, right? Getting vision control established in River. They know that they just want to unlock Hope to push in this mid. Yagao has already been able to safely take that top side without vision because he's so slippery as this LeBlanc. So there's not a huge amount of places that are left to hide as top esports. And although it was a slow, meandering early game until about the 14-minute mark, we're now very quickly getting JDG ramping it up, taking both side lane turrets, and now looking for the mid.
Bit of damage onto missing, but again, neither team committing. Ooh, good little dash by Jackie Love. That was a little too close for comfort on the anchor there, because let's be honest, that anchor hits a lot more than what it looks like. 30 CS lead for Hope in that bottom side, though. Massive, massive lead there for the AD carry, but once again, it's Kanavi who's really the one ahead individually with the 3 kills, already finishing his Gore Drink, almost has that Sterix as well. Whereas Tien, only a Negatron Cloak on top of his first item. But it will be a tower taken in the mid lane by top esports. They're the ones in control of the river as Drake comes up in 20 seconds time. Doesn't feel like JDG can actually make their way in.
Yeah, JDG went for the slightly later reset compared to top esports. So now top esports get to establish vision. Yagao on this bot side means that you've got to be careful of your flanks here as top esports. JDG, they're looking.
Oh, the cask not really going to work out for 369 on this one. That's on cooldown now. Yagao still at the bottom underneath the play. The JDG have repositioned to actually be the ones on the Drake now. Rocket onto 4 people just for the harass here out from Hope. They're trying to keep top esports away. Everfrost goes wide as well. Yagao, big damage onto Wayward. Gwen is immune. Onto the Drake once more as Missing steps up forward. It's going to be Solar Flare onto Kanavi. Can they kill the junglers? Tien forced out of the top side of the fight. Hope is just free firing. Hope getting so much damage out onto the enemy team. Jackie Love forced off the backside of the fight. Knight has to flash away as well. Mark back in on the flank. Has to flash too. Everybody flashing from top esports. And now everybody going down. Tien falls. Double kill for Hope, who's cleaning house. Wayward charges in, but should be finished off. Snip, snip, no. Cuts down the AD carry. And now 369 back in onto the fray. Knight trying to finish the job. Top esports desperate to hold on, but they just can't do it. Mid versus mid, plus a Drake. Yagao gets back out. The Leandries. Knight takes over.
The missed chains by Yagao means that Knight is able to take the fight. They're bloodied, they're battered, and they are bruised, but Knight will limp away victorious from that last fight. But it isn't over. We get to go again. Round 2. Knight has TP. Gwen has TP. And we're going to have to do this replay right quick. Because as you see, Yagao, great flank here as he starts to come through. And Hope starts up this dragon. You see the good damage coming through from Yagao. But Jackie was positioned too far away from Yagao for him to really get the damage there. 369 trying to keep Tien out of the equation. And does a pretty good job. But that leaves Kanavi exposed. And there's just no way for Yagao to get onto the key targets. Even here, Knight going golden for so long. Like, the work was done, but the fight is back.
We don't have time. We don't have time for the replay on this one. As Top Esports back onto the Drake once more. They know they have to fight, but Yagao isn't here yet. He died so late in the last fight, but a great cast to start things off. But everybody just jumps straight onto Hope. He's cut down and finished off immediately. Kanavi falls as well, and Top Esports might just be able to turn this around. They've managed to win the fight. Yagao will fall on top of everything. That's 3 kills. That's a Drake, and it might just be a Baron.
And they mess up. 369 the cask. You just end up pushing Mark onto Hope and set up for the dive from Top Esports. And now they turn towards Baron. Yagao will push in bot. But the Dragon, the Purple Worm, the game starting to lean in forward of Top Esports. This turnaround is insane. But as you said, right, Yagao, no TP to get back whereas Knight did. But the cask just delivers Mark onto Hope, who just says, thank you very much. Here's a shield bash to the face. And Top Esports are just able to pile onto the only damage dealer that is there for JDG.
Yagao kind of messing up the attempted pick onto Mark there as well. We said Top Esports needed a miracle. We said they had to show that they still had the mojo, Dagda. And mojo they have. It's Knight to make it happen, to win that fight. 5-0-3, a 20 CS lead as well. Almost finished his 3rd item. There is a 600 gold bounty on Knight in this game. He's the man that has to pull Top Esports over that finish line if they want to get a win in this series.
And we've seen it before. When the chips are down and Top Esports need them, Knight will stand up. 5-0-3, Hextech Alternator coming through for that Shadow Flame as well. Knight is going to be doing so much damage as soon as that item is completed. JDG now, they had their chance, but the fumbling on the mechanics and team fights is coming back to cost them. And now Top Esports with this dive composition may be able to make it work. That gold lead that we had in favor of JDG, so massively in favor of Top, and they're not even done with this Baron buff as they get to push in on towards this mid and collapse and move over towards this bot side.
Pressure on the bot tier 2, but it's difficult still for them to overstep. Remember, against Gragas, you miss position, you will get caught out, and you will get taken apart here. JDG certainly not far enough behind where you can ignore them. Still within 3,000 gold of Top Esports. And Top Esports have bought some time, but Dagda in 2.5 minutes. We just returned to the same situation we were in before. That Drake will come up, and it will be JDG on Soul Point for Infernal Soul once again.
The scenario was very different this time. Top Esports are the ones in control of the map. They're pushing in. They're denying vision from JDG. And the big thing for JDG was that, like, when they can spot out and control their sides, Top Esports' dive composition kind of takes a step back. It isn't as strong as it could be. Now that Top Esports are in control, it becomes a lot easier for them to deny access to JDG, to their jungle, and most importantly to River for these objectives.
Solar Flare onto Hope. He has to Gale Force and Cleanse to keep himself safe there. 2 big cooldowns, and perhaps an opportunity now for Top Esports as they move towards the top side of the map. This will be a tier 2 taken. Yagao currently pushing in the bottom side. He wants to trade. Remember, the Herald got a charge on that tower earlier on in the game. That feels like eons ago. But Top Esports will not stop on the top side. Just going for the inhib tower, going for the dive as Tien gets underneath this tower. Explosive cast not going to work. The hook, though, comes through onto Mark. Tien barely gets out with his life, but get out he does. Now a TP from Yagao behind enemy lines. He's going to try and finish off the horsey, but the chain goes wide. Stops the recall, still behind the play. Wayward arriving, but I don't think JDG can punish.
No, and Yagao burning his TP means that he's not able to try and find these like deep flanks for potential at this dragon. Huge amount burnt by JDG. They still lose the mid tier 2, top tier 2, and most crucially that cleanse on Hope. That will not be back up for this dragon in a minute's time. Now the Solar Flare and the flash from Mark available. It could be Hope that is getting caught out. Has the stopwatch, has the flash. Hope needs to be so careful about how he's positioning in this fight.
Yeah, his Gale Force, his flash, his stopwatch. Those are the 3 tools he has to survive as an AD carry in 2022. But whether or not those tools are going to be enough, we'll have to wait and see. Drake up in 30 seconds. Dagda, set the scene. How did JDG make this happen? How did Top Esports make this happen?
Again, JDG need to set up for these front-to-back fights. Push in mid, make sure that they're warding on their sides as they encroach from mid into river. But as you can see from Top Esports, right, they're taking it slow. They're not giving JDG that control that they need over the mid lane because they know that Top Esports have already established vision. Hope gets away with the Gale Force though. Swing and a miss from Mark.
And that's a huge cooldown. 4 seconds on this Drake with no solar flare from the side of Top Esports. And they're just going to start this Drake off. Yagao, as you say, flanking off on the top side of the fight. Top Esports desperate to just burn the Drake down. They might be able to do it before JDG can even contest. Nicely done. And now an engage onto Missing as well. Perhaps the opportunity for Top Esports, but a disengage. Coming out from JDG, and they might just get away with it.
They will back away, but Top Esports got what they wanted. 2 Infernal Dragons now for Top Esports, and a wave on the bottom side for this last Tier 2. Yagao will just in time clear it out, but there's another conga line on its way. And as JDG move back to the base to heal up, they should be able to take this Tier 2 on the bottom side.
If that chain lands from Yagao, that's a massive chunk onto Jackie. Oh, I find it. And I have to say, I don't want to call the guy out, but Yagao has been whiffing this game. So many chains missed, so many crucial moments where he's in a fantastic flank and he just can't finish these kills off. It feels like the pressure is piling on top of Yagao's shoulders.
And a lot of that as well is like down to the vision control that Top Esports have set up, right? Like you can see how much blue is in that bot side jungle of JDG. Yagao was spotted the whole way along, so it's much easier to dodge a chain that you're expecting on Top Esports side than it is to dodge one that suddenly come out of the blue. And unfortunately for Yagao, even those ones where he's kind of caught them by surprise haven't quite been able to connect. And now JDG losing more and more control. This composition for Top Esports with the amount of dark spots on the map is making it really hard for JDG to contest them. They can't really face check, right? Like, the only tank that you really have on this squad is 369, and he's got to go and try and deal with Wayward on the side lane. So when Top Esports move in like this, JDG can't hold on.
For the time being, see if a mistake comes through from Top Esports, because let's be real, Top Esports, not exactly the cleanest team in the LPL, generally speaking, but Missing anchor onto the wall. Good flame chompers out from Hope to protect his support. Who says that the support AD carry relationship is one-sided? Hope sticking his neck out for his support there. Top Esports group up in the jungle might just find a re-engage onto Missing once again. We just saw this. This time with the aftershock, he hooks into the wall in front of his face. Wayward onto the backline, Missing low on HP. TP comes through from 369, but he's too late to the fight. And Top Esports, this is the moment for them. Everybody jumping on in as Kanavi falls. Double for Wayward and a fear across the team. Hope turns golden, but that won't save him. Yagao cannot find revenge. He falls. It's an ace for Top Esports. The mojo comes up trumps, and Top Esports will take the series.
And just like that, with Top Esports finding the fight right in front of JDG's base, they take the series. It was a hard-fought game 3, but when Top Esports need it, Knight stands up, Jackie Love stands up, and the fight is found off the back of TM.
And it felt so hopeless for Top Esports. Halfway through the game, JDG had an advantage. They had gold leads across their lanes. They had moments of glory. And then, in that mid-game, in that singular fight for soul, Knight is the man to step up. The fight is pure chaos, and Knight is the last man standing. He's the one to push Top Esports over the finish line once more. Knight 9 in the 1v9, and he makes it happen. The rest of the team, I'm being a little unfair too. They've stepped up towards the end of the game there, but really, this is all on the shoulders of the mid lane.
And I don't want to have to call him out, but I mean, we were kind of highlighting, look, the Gragas mechanics from 369, what did they look like? It was his fumble that got Hope caught. It was his fumble that set up the play for Knight in that river with the AD carry dead. Even 1 to 2 more autos from Hope would have carried that fight, and maybe then JDG still had control of this game, but that one big blunder meant that now Top Esports walk away with the victory. And for JDG, the win streak that they had kept alive coming off of Chinese New Year now grinds to a halt.
Well, you've got it here first, folks. 2022 Dagda Karsa was Right, that's the headline coming on through. Phenomenal game, though, coming out from Top Esports. I honestly can't believe they won that series. They do such a good job in game number 1. It looks so close. And then for the vast majority of all of game number 2, and then the vast majority of game number 3, it felt like JDG had it. But it's not about who's winning for most of the game. It's about who wins. And look at that damage chart. It was all about Knight.
Nice, 22,500 damage. Absolutely a menace in these fights. And look, I even said it in the draft. I wasn't sure about this Victor pick. I thought it'd be kind of hard to operate with how far the dive was from Top Esports. But Knight, great positioning in these fights, setting himself up wonderfully to have the damage that he needed to. And as the game started to get on towards the later portion, you can see Jackie Love wayward as well in that last fight. Brilliant flank position. So you can kind of see Top Esports. It may not be the Top Esports that we expected to see coming into the split, but this is a Top Esports that is really starting to come together.
Yeah, it certainly is. There is a lot of work to be done. Let's not beat around the bush here. Yeah. There is plenty of room for improvement, but with Knight in that mid lane, I think it's always possible. You can never underestimate what Knight is capable of as a mid laner. And Victor, his most played champion of the split so far, looks consistently great on the pick. The amount of damage he's able to squeeze out. But again, it feels like Yagao having a really rough game there to finish this series out. And on a pick that he's known for. And you have to start to question the consistency of Yagao, because I feel like on and off we see Yagao, like in the finals of LPL in 2020, it was Yagao stepping up, actually. He was kind of the highlight player for JDG in a lot of those games. But then so many times during the regular season, it feels like he doesn't exist at all. It feels like you never quite know which version of Yagao is going to step onto the stage.
Yeah, I agree. And it kind of, it's not only hit or miss, it's kind of like what we expect to see from him, right? Like you can see him get some really cool roams off in game number 2 that kind of set up JDG for success. Sorry, game 2. But then you come into this game and like where you should be calling for assistance from Kanavi, we're not really getting that play in the mid lane, which means Yagao isn't getting the chance to kind of set himself up for success or look for roams. And then we get to the team fights, it's a little bit all over the place as well. So I don't know. It was a very hit or miss series from Yagao. I think Hope, to give him his due, played his damnedest to try and set up these fights for JDG, but it just got a bit unfortunate with the way that the fights ended up going out, that he had to burn key summoner spells in fights right before big objectives, which honestly kind of fair dues to Top Esports to do it. But we'll have to see now if JDG, if they can right themselves after this, or if Top Esports, they can start themselves on their own win streak.
Yep, we'll have to wait and see. We're going to head over to Wendy, though, who's standing by with Mark, the newest player of Top Esports, for an interview.
Hello everyone, welcome to interview, and now I'm standing by with Mark from Top Esports. Congratulations on today's win, and my very first question is definitely about game 1, because you guys just opened the Zeri and then you guys immediately picked that Driven and Nautilus Badu. So what's the reason or what's the background of picking this Badu, and do you feel this can be a secret weapon into Zeri? 那首先恭喜Mar，恭喜滔博获得了本场比赛的胜利。第一个问题想问一下，关于第一局，你们其实是把泽利给放给了对面，然后立刻非常果敢的选下了德莱文还有泰坦的一个下路组合，所以说能问一下，这是你们觉得可能面对泽利比较好的一个秘密武器吗？选出的契机是什么？
对，就当时我们 ADC 说可以把泽利放给对面，然后他选德莱文去砍他，然后我们第一把就套路了一下对面，然后对面就上当了。
So, in the ban pick phase, our AD player Jackie Love, he mentioned that we can just open the Zeri to the opponent's team, and then we can just put Driven and Nautilus, this Badu. So we just would like to follow this plan, and then open the champion to the opponent's team. And the opponent's team, they just jumped into our trap, so game 1 is a very lucky victory from us. Yeah, definitely you guys performed so good for game 1, and I would like to ask more about game 3, because we feels like in both game 1 you guys played quite aggressively, but in terms of the last game, there is not any cute happen before 15 minutes. Feels like the two teams played more meticulously, so tell us more about the early game focus from Top Esports for game 3. 那其实说到第3局，我们感觉好像不同于前2场的一个血腥，第3局好像双方打的是前期比较小心翼翼，前15分钟都没有人头的产生，所以想问一下，可能对于滔博，对于你们来讲，你们前期的一个关注重点会是什么呢？在第3局？
就第3局我们选的那个阵容嘛，然后维克托嘛，然后葛温嘛，然后就是为了去发一做准备，然后就前面3条龙都放嘛，然后等第4条龙再跟对面打。我们那个阵容的话是在20分钟之后就可以发力了。
So in terms of our draft, our composition in game 3, because we have champions including Victor and Gwyn, so this champion really needs some time to do some farming to scale up a bit. So we would like to just give out the first 3 drakes to the opponent's team, and we just would like to make the team fight during the Dragon Soul team fight. And also we feel like for our draft, we can be super strong after 20 minutes, and immediately after 20 minutes, we can seek more opportunity to make the hard engage to try to open the situation for us. And definitely you guys did that. And my next question will be targeted on the Drake Soul team fight you have mentioned, because definitely the opponent team, they would like to get their 4th streak, but you guys were able to just make a perfect team fight around the Dragon Pit. So tell us more about the shot calls made around there. 那其实就如你所说，你们确实也是在龙魂团那一波有个非常非常出色的发挥。当对面想要拿到他们的龙魂的时候，那一波团战你们是很漂亮，而且成为了当局比赛很关键的转折点。所以说，想问一下，当时你们是进行了怎么样的一个指挥呀，或者说布局呢？
当时就是我们卡住位置，然后不要让对面过去嘛，但是对面还是就直接过去了，然后5人抱团抱在一起，就是他们急了嘛，他们先动了小龙，然后我们就找到机会就控制了对面的打野，然后他们进来的话，然后位置不太好，所以维克托就收割了。
So around there, we would like to have a very good position to avoid the opponent team. They can just get into the Dragon Pit, but unfortunately, the opponent team would like to have a position around the around the Drake Pit, and then they just gathered all together to try to make the engage on the Drake, because they really would like to have the 4th Drake, would like to have their Dragon Soul, and we would like to have a very good opportunity to just restrain the performance of the opponent's jungler, and also we just gave a very huge room to our mid laner Victor to just do all the damage to the opponent's team, and luckily we were able to win that team fight. And definitely that was a gorgeous team fight, and congratulations again. My very last question would like to give to you is, we feel like top esports through a couple of best of 3s, you guys really on a quite high note. So I'm very curious, in your perspective, which part of the whole team can still make some improvements on in order to have even better performance in the following matchup? 那我们现在感觉整个滔博的一个状态也是在不断的转暖的过程当中，所以比较好奇，可能觉得 Mark 选手会觉得队伍内可能还有哪些地方还可以再次的持续的来提高，在未来会有个更好的发挥和表现呢？
感觉队伍里的话，就我们大家的磨合和默契还没达到一个理想的水平吧，然后就还需要多加努力，然后多赢几把比赛，然后给我们提一提状态，还有比赛。
It feels like we still haven't managed to get on the optimal synergy inside the whole team. So I think for this part, we still need to put more effort in, and also we would like to just grab more wins in our pockets, so that can really help us a lot in building the confidence as a whole team, and we can try our best in the following matchup as well. And definitely congratulations again, and we'll always keep supporting you guys. 那再次恭喜你们，也希望你们在接下来的比赛中也都能够拿下胜利。And see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye.
Thanks very much, Wendy. So, Top Esports happy with the win in the end. I have to say, Mark didn't look thrilled. He definitely
Does
looked.
he ever?
I was going to say, actually, he doesn't usually look that thrilled, but definitely some things to work on for Top Esports. But at the end of the day, a win is a win. And in this rivalry as well, I think it's got to feel so good for Top Esports, especially for the man in the mid lane himself. You all know who's MVP. It's Night 9. Unbelievable game for him on the Victor.
Yeah, I mean, we talked to him, right? 5-0-7, but the fact that he won that fight when the chips were down, Knight stands up and manages to take the fight at that dragon and completely turn this game around for Top Esports. I mean, it was just so impressive that Knight was able to kind of have that great position, like the stopwatch timing, the damage, the positioning, it all just came together beautifully for Knight.
I mean, this fight was just pure chaos as well. The fact that he's able to stay in control of the fight despite everything that's going on is quite frankly amazing in of itself. And then the 1v3 at the end. This is the part we never actually got to have the replay of. I guess it's a 1v2 because one of them's a clone. But the Leandris finishes it off.
Oh,
beautiful.
So nice. And again, like you're under a lot of pressure here as Knight as well, because you're trying to continuously like push forward to play catch up to the fights, and you've still got to worry about like barrels from 369 that can catch you out, Yagao popping over a wall to take you down. But again, as you can see here, right, like Knight was so on point with keeping track of these fights, stopping Kaz from hitting him, making sure that he wasn't getting found out by Yagao, and that's not an easy task with what JDG had brought to the table. So again, just shows the skill that this man has.
Yeah, really beautiful stuff coming out from Knight. And, you know, Top Esports, fair play to them. Game number 1, they looked pretty good. Complete chaos. They managed to win it out. Game number 3, it was actually a very clean game to start it all off. In fact, we didn't get a first kill until I think it was the 14-minute mark or 14 and a half, something like that. But then when the fights got chaotic, that's when Top Esports come out on top. And I have to say, I can't say I'm massively surprised, you know, like this has always been the way of Top Esports. When you can just mechanically outplay your opponents, that's always when Top Esports manage to find their wins. With that said though, Dagda, let's take a look at today's results. Let's finish things out. As we had our 3 series weekends continuing here. OMG versus WE to start us off, and it was a relatively clean 2-0 to OMG. Then we went into BLG versus Anyone's Legend, and once again, relatively clean 2-0 with some signs of hope for Anyone's Legend. And then our 3rd series, absolute banger, all 3 games. We saw Top Esports taking it out from JDG, and that means Top Esports, you know, still a long way to go in the standings, but that's 1 more win on the board.
And they've got themselves into 10th now, so actually being part of our playoffs top 10. Still a long way to go before the split ends though, so a lot of ruckus that can be caused in those standings, but nestled themselves in behind FPX and JDG there. Looks like Top Esports are still fighting for their chance to move up in those standings.
Yeah, we'll see as LNG currently sole possession of that first place, but Weibo right on their tails and with the same game difference as well. It's exciting to see LNG and Weibo as our top 2 teams right now, but still plenty of time for that to change across the split. Tomorrow's matches though, the 3 series weekends continue with RA versus TT to kick us off. 2 teams in desperate need of redemption if they want to make it to playoffs. EDG versus IG as our 2nd series, 2 of the oldest teams in the entire LPL. And then LNG versus RNG. Can LNG keep the win streak alive?
I mean, this is going to be an absolute banger. LNG versus RNG. RNG coming off the back of an unexpected loss, I was saying their last series, but for LNG, I mean, there's a lot on the line. A lot to prove as well, I think, for this team, who definitely had a few stumbles coming out of the gate in the start of the split, but looking strong now towards the end, towards, well, our midway.
Yeah, absolutely nuts series that we're going to see tomorrow. LNG versus RNG. You do not want to miss that one. I promise you that. That's going to be it from us. Thank you so much for watching. It's been a pleasure to bring you such a classic matchup as TES and JDG. But with that said, I've been Munchables. I've been joined by Dagda. And until tomorrow, we'll see you guys in Champ Select.